was the question. So that is a really good conversation question, right, Lindsay? Like, do you try to take direct flights, or do you usually take connecting flights? Whatever. This is asking about it. It's a great topic, and I think a lot of people that fly often have rules, right? They have their own standards, and so they might say, I might ask someone, do you do layovers, right? And someone might say, no, I don't do layovers. Especially in the winter in the U.S., flying into Denver, flying to the East Coast, it's too dangerous with snow and ice delays, right? Or I don't do the last flight out in the evening, because those are the ones that are most likely to get delayed for thunderstorms in the summer. Flight crew will time out, things like that. So what do you do means, what do you tolerate? What are your standards? What are you willing to do? That just gives me, Lindsay, first of all, you've been throwing out some awesome vocab today. I've been writing it ironed out and criteria. Timed out, yeah. Timed out. Wait, but what you just said, we could do a whole episode on this. I don't do do you do this? I don't do that, right? Oh my gosh, guys, hit the follow button right now. It's a fantastic way to describe what you tolerate, what you allow, what your standards are for anything in your life, any food you eat, accept, things you don't accept. Yeah, okay. So, all right, I'm excited to plan that one. So, let's move on to the next one. If you're not doing a direct flight, you are usually doing a connecting flight. So, Lindsay, I took a quick jot down of this because earlier you mentioned legs. Yes. Right. I think you said that your flight had 3 or 4 legs. What in the world? Yeah, it sounds like a human being, right? Sounds like a human being. No. So just sections of your journey, right? So, when we flew to Brussels, we had one leg from Denver to Frankfurt, and the other leg, I don't know if it was Munich or Frankfurt, from Frankfurt to Brussels, right? So those are 2 legs, okay? Right. Right, exactly. So yeah, basically you stop at another airport and then take a connecting flight to your destination. Yes. So the connecting flight is the one that, would you say that more typically kind of describes the second flight? Yeah, the connecting flight. I would say the second flight. Yeah, exactly. So it connects you. So yeah. So what could be an example of that? Okay, so we could say, I have a connecting flight I need to catch. Would you mind if I got off ahead of you? Oh, this is opening a whole topic, Michelle. Yes, it definitely is, and that's another topic we can get to another time, but that does happen where sometimes they tell you, they'll say, if you have a connecting flight, you get off first, right? Yes. But yeah, that can be stressful. Yeah, my craziest flight story was last summer when we came back from Slovenia. Listen to this, Michelle. It's insane. So we were leaving Venice. So we went to Venice for a day and we had to go to Munich for the first leg and then back to Denver. Our flight in Munich was boarding when we were getting on our flight in Venice. Can you imagine that? So literally, and so we're like, there's no way we're gonna make it. And then we arrived in Munich, and I thought my heart was gonna explode out of my chest. We sprinted across the Munich airport. Luckily, everything was very smooth. And
how is that possible?
We got on. It's just these international flights take forever to board. They take like an hour 15 to board. And somehow we made it. Yeah,
that's
we made
wild. Wait, so how long is that flight? The flight is
it's about an hour, maybe a little less, 45 minutes from Venice to Munich. And then
wow, good for you.
It was wild. So this whole thing, I mean, that was an exceptional scenario. But one thing we run into,
we don't recommend that.
Yeah. What was it? Delays. But do you ever wonder if you have enough time? That's something I struggle with when I have a connecting flight. Do I have enough time for that layover in that airport? Because some airports are more efficient than others,
right? Or they're bigger, so you might have to take something in between a terminal.
Yes.
I mean, you always kind of have to make. It's kind of a gamble, right?
It's a gamble
when you're doing this. You're like, oh, will I be able to make it? And it's probably fine.
And it kind of depends on how efficient that airport is, how many other flights are coming in that day. Michelle, there's so much. This could be like 10 episodes, but let's keep going.
Okay, so, well, that's funny, because, wait, did you already see that this was my, question?
Yeah. Oh, I actually did not see that. This is a great connection question. Here it is. This is what Michelle could have asked me just now. Have you ever had to run to catch a flight? And then everyone has their stories, right? Their airport war stories, right? As we say. We have a story, and people love to tell those stories, right? Because they're so dramatic to them.
They are.
So, good connection moment.
Yes, I actually remember, this isn't about flights, but also dealing with Venice. We were going to be taking a train. Ooh, I forget to where else. But it was, the next train wasn't until maybe the next day, and we were trying to get on what is it called, the cars,
the overnight train?
No, in Venice, the
gondolas.
No, not the gondolas.
The water taxis.
Yeah, the water taxi, but there's a name for it. I can't think of it.
I don't know.
So we were trying to get on, and we were also doing that reminded me of your story about the heart through the chest. We were running, and then I remember people. Is it the Vaporetto?
I don't know. I
Okay,
actually
well,
don't know the term. Yeah.
I'm sorry. So I'm sorry to our Italian listeners. So then, and we were. I remember people. It was taking so long for people to get on and off.
Oh my
And it was stopping at every single stop.
Yeah.
We were just trying to get to the train station. It was so stressful.
So stressful. Oh my gosh.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So next one is layover. So
Yeah.
this is the actual time that you're in the airport between the flights. So the layover is where you are to get to the connecting flight, correct?
Yes, exactly. So for example, I have a layover in Boston, but it's not long enough to leave the airport, unfortunately. Right? Best place we've had layovers. Oh my gosh. So this is the question we could ask for a connection moment. Michelle, where's the best place you've had a layover? Real quick.
I'm gonna say Dubai because I thought it was really interesting to go through that airport and a huge airport. So I would say that. Unfortunately, it's not. That's the thing is sometimes you get layovers in really cool places and you wish you had time to explore and you just don't. So
yeah, it's so true. It's so true.
What about you?
This is a weird answer. You're going to be shocked by this answer, but I actually had a layover in Houston, Texas when I went to Argentina, and it was kind of cool because we found a cool neighborhood to get a beer. We met with some family that lives down there. We had like 12 hours. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So it was very cool. Yeah.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah. Okay, Michelle, we are back. Oh my gosh, there's so much to talk about in this episode today. Real quick, red-eye flight. Right. What is this? This is important vocabulary. If our listeners have been listening,
this is a big one for Lindsay.
Yeah. If anyone's been listening to this show for more than 6 months, they've heard this on the show, right?
Yes, because Lindsay takes a red-eye flight, except maybe not anymore. I don't know.
I'm moving away from them, but they are the cheapest, and sometimes they're the easiest because you can work a full day and then go to the airport in the evening, but then you're a mess for 3 days, right? So,
for example, I'm taking a red eye, so I will probably be pretty tired when I get there. So sometimes you don't even need to say flight, right? If you say, "Oh, I'm taking a red eye," people know what that means, right?
Yeah.
And why is it called a red eye?
Well, I used to think it was like the nose of the plane, but it's not the eye of the plane is red, it's the nose, right? So it just means that people come off the plane with red eyes because they haven't really slept. And this could be a whole other. And this is the question, right? And I've had this question many times just in the last couple of months with people. Michelle, are you good at sleeping on flights? That is the connection question.
Yeah. Not really. I mean, I'm not. It's not that I can't sleep at all, but not I'm not so great. What about you?
No, because there's always the screens waking me up. I don't like wearing eye masks. And also I get really excited about the in-flight entertainment. And also, sometimes I get excited about listening to All Ears English on the in-flight entertainment, which we are on certain European airlines. We are on those airlines. No, just kidding. I don't actually listen to All Ears English. But I get excited about the movie options.
That's funny. Yeah. Well, yeah, that's great. It's funny. I never have the patience to watch a movie on the plane. I like to.
No,
I don't know. I do a lot of trying to sleep. I feel like that's mostly what I'm doing. I should just watch a movie, but instead I'm like, oh, I'm gonna try and sleep. I'm gonna try and sleep, and then I don't. So I should just watch a movie. But
yeah, I love that. I love that. Yeah, it's not easy, Michelle. It's not easy. We're running out of time here. What should we do?
Oh my gosh.
Should we do the last one? Yeah, we're
okay. All right, let's do it. All right, so the last one is to fly. As you guys can see, this is a huge topic. So fly standby.
Yes.
So this is, you don't have a ticket, and you're going to see if you can get on a flight, like if somebody cancels. So, for example, sometimes you can get a good deal if you fly standby. So, Lindsay, have you ever flown standby? That's the question.
Yes, I just did this in my disaster in the airport in May, where I had the flight crew never got on because they timed out. I had to sprint over to the red eye at DIA and get on standby, and I actually got on standby on that flight. So I took the red eye back to Boston to see my family. Yes, it worked out, Michelle. It worked out. Good. You need like a certain amount of points and all this stuff. It's a whole thing, Michelle. It's not a democratic system, right?
Yes. Exactly. All right. Wow. Guys, as you can see, this is a huge connection topic because Lindsay and I couldn't stop talking, in meaning that this episode is long. So let's go through the role play and show how it looks all together. All right. So in this role play, we are looking online for flights for a trip that we are going on together.
Here we go. Oh, how about this one?
A red eye? I can't.
Okay, fine. Does it have to be direct, though?
It doesn't have to be nonstop, no, but I'd prefer not to have a very long layover.
I get it. Maybe we can get a connecting flight, though, to save some money.
That's okay with me. Would you ever fly standby?
Oh, that's way too stressful for me.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, I know people that work for airports and they fly standby because they have a chance to go to like India or Japan randomly because they have the free credit, right?
Yes, I have friends. Yes.
Yeah.
I have friends too.
That's a great reason to fly standby.
Oh my
I'll go to Japan today, sure.
Oh my gosh, the best. All right, so this is a really a common type of conversation. You're looking online and you're going through. So you said, how about this one? And I said, a red eye? I can't.
Yes, it's a real dividing line in terms of lifestyle and what people are willing to do. Again, look for that episode using do. What do you tolerate, right? And then I said, okay, fine. Does it have to be direct though? So I'm saying, would you do a layover during the day? Right?
Right, exactly. And I said, it doesn't have to be nonstop. No, but I'd prefer not to have a very long layover.
And then I said, I get it. Maybe we can get a connecting flight, though, to save some money. Yeah, because connecting flights are usually cheaper, right?
And then I said, that's okay with me. Would you ever fly standby?
Good, all right, good stuff. So these really are the building blocks of a connection conversation. And again, look at what we just did here, Michelle. We just talked for 20 minutes and we didn't even know it was 20 minutes. Like we lost track of time. So clearly, everyone, if you're a traveler, if you're excited about travel, open up this topic with someone else who's also a globetrotter, global traveler, and get into it. Why not? There's a lot to say here. We only scratched the surface today.
It's true. Oh my gosh, we can do so much more. So we will do more. Definitely hit follow. And thank you to our listeners for these questions. These were great. Guys, I bet if maybe you are flying, maybe you're going to your happy place. So head on over and listen to All Ears English. The episode is called Find Your Happy Place in this episode.
All right, good stuff. And guys, hit the follow button now for more great episodes from All Ears English. Michelle, I will see you very soon. Have a good day.
Bye. You too.
Bye. Thanks for listening to All Ears English. Would you like to know your English level? Take our 2-minute quiz. Go to allearsenglish.com/fluency score. And if you believe in connection, not perfection, then hit subscribe now to make sure you don't miss anything. See you next time. This is an All Ears English podcast, episode 2455. Should you poke fun at someone's niche interests? Welcome to the All Ears English podcast, downloaded more than 200 million times. Are you feeling stuck with your English? We'll show you how to become fearless and fluent by focusing on connection, not perfection. With your American hosts, Lindsay McMahon, the English adventurer, and Michelle Kaplan, the New York radio girl. Coming to you from Colorado and New York City, USA. To get real-time transcripts right on your phone and create your personalized vocabulary list, try the All Ears English app. for iOS and Android. Start your 7-day free trial at allearsenglish.com/app.
In this episode, we answer a listener question about the phrase, get a life. Who can you use this with? What does it mean? And how can you use it about yourself to reveal your nerdy interests? Listen in today. Hey, Lindsay, how are you?
Good, Michelle. How are you? What's shaking? What's going on?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks. Lindsay, did you ever play the game Life as a kid?
Of course. I used to love Life. I remember I liked it more than Monopoly or really any other game. Yeah, the game of life.
Yeah, tell us a little bit. Do you even remember? Because I can't. It's hard for me to remember, but I know that it was fun, and you got to have your little pieces and put them in the car, right?
Yeah, there was a car. It was kind of chugging along, right? That's all I remember about it. But I mean, how does this relate to today's topic?
Well, today, it doesn't, but no, the word life does.
Yeah.
So because today we actually have a listener question dealing with the word life, a question about an expression that people say, and we're gonna really get into that. That's gonna be very interesting. But Lindsay, guys, we want to remind you that the very best place to listen to the All Ears English podcast is in our app, right, Lindsay?
Yes, 100%, 100%. That is the place to go to have the full All Ears English experience. So when you are a premium user in the app, you get to tap on keywords that we've selected for you to see their meanings, to see sample sentences, and to save them in your personal power list is what we call it.
Yes.
Which means you have your personal bank of All Ears English words you've learned on this show. So you don't have to write them down, put them in a notebook, lose the notebook. Pages are flying all over the place. No, we don't want to do any of that, right, Michelle?
No, we don't. So, yeah, oh my gosh, and yeah, I really love those real-time transcripts. Those are amazing. So, guys, to get that app, go to allearsenglish.com/app, A-P-P.
Yes, excellent. Go over there, guys. Now, let's get into today's topic, Michelle. This question comes from, but I have a hard time pronouncing the first name, Kodabaksh Osaini, right? Should I read the question?
Sure.
All right. Special hello to the great hosts of All Ears English. Well, hello. Back to you. This is Kodabaksh from Afghanistan, and I've been listening to your podcast for more than 7 months. I'm really enthusiastic about it. Oh, that is wonderful.
Thank you. It means a lot to us. Appreciate that.
It absolutely does. In fact, your podcast is very helpful and effective. By the way, I have some questions for you. My question is, what is the meaning of the phrase "to get a life"? I look forward to hearing from you. Oh, it's a great question.
This is a great question. And this listener also asked another question, but we're going to see if we can get to that at a later date. But thank you for both of those questions. So yeah, get a life. Ooh.
You know, for some reason, the first thing that comes to mind is the show The Simpsons and how rude that show was.
Yeah.
Like Bart Simpson was the rudest. I wasn't even allowed to watch The Simpsons in the 90s.
Oh,
like
really?
it was one of those forbidden TV shows for me.
Yeah.
Because it was so rude. I could imagine him saying that to, what is it, Lisa?
Right,
Lisa, his little sister. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. That's true. I could see that. I'm sure he did.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, Lindsay, when you hear "get a life," how does that sound? Lindsay, get a life.
Extremely rude. Yeah, we would never say that to each other. I mean, this is something, honestly, kids say, teenagers say to each other.
I don't even know if that's true, because they could say a totally different slang right now.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, no. Who are we to be teaching teenagers slang?
We should have like some teenagers on. We should.
I think we have some teenage listeners, probably, but
I mean, guests.
Sure. Oh yeah, for sure. And learn the teenager slang right now.
Yeah.
Right? Yes. I love it. Let's say this is something teenagers said to each other in the 90s. Let's say that.
Right. Exactly. Yes. So, you know, we're gonna, but okay, we don't shy away from topics. We don't shy away from something just because we say, oh, people don't really, you know, that's not a great thing to say. That's not a nice thing to say. We want to teach you everything, the good, the bad, the ugly, everything.
The good, the bad, the ugly. Yes.
Right. So, so we're going to go into it. I mean, Lindsay, what does it mean if someone says get a life?
It basically means that someone is maybe spending too much time thinking about something or doing something that the other person, the person saying it, deems to be useless or unimportant or boring or lame, maybe. It's basically judgy, and it's saying like what you're spending your time on is not important, right?
And sometimes just in an argument with somebody, it might not even have to do with anything. They might just say, get a life, right? It's not even necessarily about anything. It's just an insult.
It's just kind of an insult. Yeah. An immature, let's say it's an immature insult. And also, you know, even if our listeners don't, I know a lot of our listeners personally, I don't see them using this, right? But they also watch movies where they might hear this, right?
Right. exactly.
Yes.
So it's good to know what it means and that you should pretty much avoid it, but we'll talk about it. So we're gonna do 2 role plays to start us out to show how this could be used.
All right, so
here we go.
All right, yes.
Did you hear the latest celeb gossip, Lindsay?
Oh, Michelle, get a life. That stuff doesn't matter.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. So I'm saying that you're spending too much time and energy paying attention to celebrities, and I'm judging that, and I'm saying that's irrelevant, right? Not important.
Right, not important.
Yeah.
All right. Now, if we're good friends and you can say this in a joking way,
Yeah.
I believe, but you have to be really careful and you have to kind of have that rapport with that person already. Like, I wouldn't whip that out with a new friend.
Right.
I mean, but you could. I mean, if we're just get a life, but it just really, it kind of depends on your intent and how you think, what you know about that other person. Can they take a joke? Are they going to be offended by that? We have to think about all these things. So it is definitely not something that I would say, oh, this is something you really have to introduce to your vocabulary right away. Put this in the conversation. This is like a very, we don't know what's gonna happen with this one. So
I would say even more so like a brother, sister. Like, could you see yourself? I know you said you joke around with your brother a lot. You have a really like humor-based relationship.
Yes.
Joking. Could you see yourself saying that to him if he makes a joke and
yes,
come back? It's your comeback or something. Right.
100%. 100%. Yes. So with that kind of person, those people in your life that, Lindsay, do you have anybody that you can think of that's like you just kind of throwing jabs and...
Yeah, for sure. I have a few people that I would, it's like things are a little softer. There's more playfulness around your connection, right?
Yeah. So definitely my brother. He needs to get a life. Okay.
There you go. There we go. Let's do another role play, shall we?
Okay.
I just think it's so amazing to look through all the museum websites and decide what to do.
Lindsay, get a life. That sounds so boring.
Oh, that reminds me of something that my partner and I did on my birthday a couple of years ago. This is the nerdiest, but it's the funnest thing to do. So we went down to the public library. It was a really hot August 3rd in like 2023. And we went into the microfiche, Michelle, and we looked up August 3rd of all these different years to see what was happening, like in 1899, like all these old newspapers to get, like, I don't know, it's sort of like a historical context.
That's really interesting.
It's a real nerdy, but I could see someone saying, Lindsay, get a life. That is so lame. You spent your birthday in a library looking at microfiche? I mean, what is...
That's really funny. Well, but it's true. You said that something like that. When you say it like that, it's humorous, right?
Yeah.
If somebody said that to you who you were close with, you'd probably laugh, right? Because you're also acknowledging to yourself that that's like,
oh yeah,
like kind of, but I actually think that that's really cool. Does anything stand out?
It's more, and I was actually thinking I should do some episodes on what I found. Just the way vocabulary has changed and sentence structure is dramatic. The way things are phrased, the words that are used. So in some ways, things sounded really crass because there are words we don't use anymore, and in other ways, they sounded very like formal. And it's really weird. Maybe I'll go back and get my again this year. And
I think that's a cool thing to do. Why not? So okay, but give a very good example. But again, it can be used to tease if you know someone well. Like here's another example of how it could be used in kind of a fun, like a fun-loving way. So here we go. Here we are sisters, and I am known for being obsessed with baking.
Okay, baking again?
I'm just trying to separate these egg whites.
Oh, Michelle, get a life already.
Ha, ha, ha.
Right? So you're really, and it's true, I think it's cool to be obsessed with things. I think it's cool to have niche talents and interests, right? These days especially, everything is niche now. We're all obsessed with something. Baking, making bread. In the pandemic, everyone was so obsessed with baking
the bread.
Right.
Well, we just bought a pasta making machine.
Oh.
Like one of those ones that you crank.
I've seen them on TV. Very cool.
So we started making pasta, but we realized very quickly that we don't necessarily have time for that, but we have done it, and we've already done it twice, and it's fun. So there's always something that you get into, like these phases, or maybe longer than a phase.
Sure. Absolutely. Gardening. People are really into gardening. A lot of people. And so, but I sort of teased you, right? And we must, again, we're sisters. So I do kind of have a license to do this probably. And I said, oh, Michelle, get a life already. And what about that as a bonus, Michelle, already? Oh, that one deserves another episode, I think.
I'm gonna write that down.
Okay. All right, guys, hit the follow button. We'll come back to that in another episode. That's a really important one for our listeners to understand. Yes.
Or let's do another little, that we're full of role plays today. So, and that's good because it signifies how this is such a back and forth. So here we are, childhood friends, and we do have that sarcastic relationship.
Okay.
So, okay, I'm trying to get to watch every Star Wars movie before the weekend ends.
Oh man, get a life. Okay, yeah, this is another.
Rude. Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't see the net rest over.
Okay.
Yes, that's another niche, right? Interest some people might call nerdy or very specific, and another great example, right?
Yes.
Yes. All right, and now, Michelle, we mentioned earlier with the microfiche example, people might use this in a self-deprecating way to themselves.
Right.
They might say something like, I need to get a life. Like, I need to get a life. Why would I spend a beautiful sunny day on my birthday in a library looking at microfiche? I mean,
that's funny, right? It's funny to hear people kind of tease themselves, right? So in a way, I would say that that's kind of the most fun way that you can actually use this expression that you know, when it's about yourself, that's the safest way to use it. Kind of teasing yourself. You know, you don't want to do that all the time, but sometimes it is funny.
Yeah, definitely don't overdo that, right? Don't lead with that all the time, especially when you're getting to know someone new. But yeah, it's good to drop that, to have some context, to know that what you're into might be a little nerdy in other people's perspective. Okay.
Right. So, okay, it's for example, I've spent hours fixing these invitations. I need to get a life.
Oh yeah, I bet some people feel that way when it comes to, you know, their wedding even. Right. It's so much work to plan, and there's so many details that maybe you look back on it and you're like, I was really obsessed with everything. I needed to get a life at that time. But you have no choice. You have to plan your wedding. Yeah.
And that's what happens. Something happens, I think, in everybody's brain, and a lot of people's brains when it's wedding. A switch flips and you become like, you know, obsessed with a chair, you know, and it's so funny to look back on it. It's like, I don't know what, like, why would I have cared? I remember there were the basic chairs, and then there were the really fancy chairs, and every website always had I think that they're called Shivari chairs.
Okay.
And every website. And I was like, oh my God, the chairs.
Oh, the ones where you probably tied the little bow on the back, right?
Yeah, like they're like, you know, with the, I don't know, they're just the fancier looking ones.
I know what you're
so nervous about the chairs. Anyway, was there anything in your wedding, Lindsay, that you got?
Well, my partner was really excited about the seating charts, but that was something worth obsessing over. Yeah, because it was fun. It was actually really fun to figure out, who do we put next to each other, who's single and we think might connect. You know, that sort of thing. So the seating charts were a big thing. And my mother-in-law was really obsessed over the pies. I think she called every week to ask about the pies. The pies. It was really funny. It became a big joke. Can we talk about the pies? Yeah.
Yeah, right. So you could say, I mean, I don't know your relationship with your mother-in-law, but you could even say like, come on, get a life,
No, it's great. My relationship with her is great, but it was pretty funny. Like, we did say, okay, it's another call about the pies. Oh gosh, yeah. What's another example?
All right, so why am I so obsessed with this magazine? I need to get a life, right? Maybe I have this magazine that every month I'm just staring at it. Maybe the celebrity gossip. I don't know.
Totally.
So, Lindsay, you already talked about. I mean, like, is there anything else that you would say this about for yourself? Something you do, something you're interested in?
Yeah, I mean, I would say, well, sometimes I can get into, when I talk about meditation and my Buddhist practice with anyone that's not in it, it can get a little bit like, ooh, out of context. People might get a little bored because you use phrases and words like the word suffering. We have another way of interpreting that phrase that's not mainstream. You know what I mean? Like, suffering to a Buddhist could be you have a hangnail and you're obsessing over it. And if I drop these words that are totally out of context to mainstream people, it can be weird. So
that's funny.
Yeah. So someone might say, Lindsay, get a life. Oh my gosh. Come back.
Right.
Back to earth.
I love it. I mean, yeah, for me, it can even be as simple as staying up too late on your phone, right? I could be getting ready to put my phone down and I'm trying to go to sleep, and I could say, oh, I need to get a life. Like, I could even say that to myself. So
yeah. I mean, another thing for me could be with my dog. I get really obsessive over him, and I just saw.
So cute.
Oh, he's so cute, but like, I just on my Instagram feed came up this thing where if dogs drink too much water, they can get really sick. And I was saying this morning to my partner, and it was like, what is in your Instagram feed? You are a paranoid mother, and it's, so anyways, moving on. We all have our niche obsessions, right?
Yeah, exactly. So another thing you could say, that would be more, and maybe a nicer thing if somebody is focusing on something that really doesn't matter. You could say something like, let's focus on what matters, right? So it may be somebody's nervous about something, or they're obsessing over something little, like, so for example, with the chairs, somebody could say, Michelle, let's focus on what matters. You are married. You are getting married to Dan. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's true. It is hard, though, because you are in charge of planning your own wedding, essentially.
Yeah.
So you want to focus on the fact that you're getting married, but you are in charge of all these details, right?
Yes, exactly. Or another thing, if you wanted to change the topic, you could say something like, let's take our minds off of this, right?
So, and that could be good. You could rely on a good friend to do that, let's take our minds off this. Let's
Yeah.
not talk about the wedding tonight, right? Yeah.
Exactly. So, all right, let's do one more role play. And so here we go. So we are close friends, and I have been working on a puzzle every night for the past 2 weeks.
All right, here we go. Yeah,
go.
puzzles are another one. Yeah.
All right, here we go. Okay, I think I'm almost done.
Michelle, you are obsessed with this. Come out with me.
I have to finish this.
Get a life already.
Excuse you.
Sorry, I meant to say, let's take our minds off this puzzle and go enjoy some food.
Okay, fine.
And was it you and me that did the episode on excuse you, excuse me, or was that me and Aubrey? I never know.
I think that was me. No, I know. I think it was me, but I'm trying to find the episode that it was. And
Sure it was, but anyways, guys, go back into our, the last month or so, and we did do a great episode on excuse me and excuse you, and you'll get the context for that, right?
yes, exactly.
Love it. Let's go through the role play real quick, Michelle. So what did I say to you? You were into this puzzle, you're hooked into it.
Yes, exactly. And then you said, come out with me. And I said, I have to finish this. So you said, get a life already. And there comes that already.
Yeah, get over it. And again, guys, hit follow. We will revisit that phrase already. It's really specific how to use it, okay? And then I said, sorry, I meant to say, let's take our minds off this puzzle and go enjoy some food. So I had to kind of tone it down with more respect, right? And like being more serious, being more explicit and literal.
Yes, exactly.
So, Michelle, what's our takeaway for our listeners? What should we keep in mind?
Yeah, but I mean, it's very. The whole thing is very interesting because you have to have the right relationship with somebody where you can say something like this to them, and it has to be lighthearted. It has to be in a silly, teasing way. This is not something you're gonna say to the barista who has a lot of pictures of their kid around, right? You're not.
Yeah. And on top of that, play around with using this to refer to yourself, because I do think there's something kind of fun these days and trendy and cool about having niche interests and really being a bit of a nerd in one way or another. You're like making pasta at home, right? Or like baking or doing or microfiche or whatever it is, you're nerding out on it, right? And so using this to refer to yourself, I know I need to get a life when you're getting to know someone little by little might be kind of cool because they could see the real you, right?
Yes, exactly. All right, guys. Well, this was a lot of fun. Great question. And yeah, guys, we'll see you on the next one.
All right, see you then, Michelle. Take care.
All right, bye.
Thanks for listening to All Ears English. Would you like to know your English level? Take our 2-minute quiz. Go to allearsenglish.com/fluency score. And if you believe in connection, not perfection, then hit subscribe now to make sure you don't miss anything. See you next time. This is an All Ears English podcast, episode 2454. 3 reasons Swedish people speak amazing English with Alistair Budge. Welcome to the All Ears English podcast, downloaded more than 200 million times. We believe in connection, not perfection. With your American host, Lindsay McMahon, and today's featured guest coming to you from Denver, Colorado, USA. And to get your transcripts delivered by email every week, go to allearsenglish.com/subscribe. Have you ever been surprised to hear how well Swedish people speak English? Today we have a special guest on the show to break down 3 of the core reasons Swedes are so fluent in English and what you can do to learn like them. Listen in today. Hello, Alistair. Welcome to All Ears English. How are you today?
I am doing fantastically, Lindsay. Thank you for having me on.
Yeah, very excited to have you on. This might be the 2nd or 3rd time that we've had you on All Ears English over the last couple of years. So we're excited to hear your voice again. I'm going to take a minute to introduce you to our audience. So, listeners, today I have Alistair Budge on the show. Alistair is the host of English Learning for Curious Minds, a podcast for intermediate to advanced English learners, which aims to teach you weird and wonderful things at the same time as improving your English. He's originally from England, but currently lives in Sweden with his wife and 2 young kids. Welcome again, Alistair, and I love your kind of tagline here, teaching you weird and wonderful things while learning English. That's very cool.
Thank you. That is what the podcast aims to do. Keep it weird, wonderful, and surprising.
Yeah, what are some of the, just real quick, what are some of the weird topics that you've covered this month? Just so we get an idea of what you talk about.
To be honest, I've got so far advanced in my scheduling that I can't remember exactly what has come out this month. There was one that came out, I think, last week, where we talked about the history of the minimum wage. which is a
Ah.
sort of an interesting and also current topic. There was a mini series all about Egypt, modern Egypt. There's lots of unusual things, and quite often people tell me that they quite enjoy sort of waiting waiting to see on their podcast app and think, well, what's he going to talk about today?
Yeah, very, again, weird and wonderful topics. I love it, Alistair. Well, today we're going to get into an interesting topic that I've often wondered about. It's this idea. So you're based in Sweden, right, Alistair? Just to confirm.
Exactly.
This idea that why is it that Swedish people actually speak very well in English? Their English is very good, well above the average of what we see for global English, and to inspire our listeners as to what they can learn from Swedish people in terms of methods to learn English. First of all, Alistair, how are we defining good or speaking English well? What are we talking about here exactly?
Well, I think to a certain extent, anyone, when they meet someone for the first time, and if they speak in English, you have a general sense of, is this person speaking well? Are they having some trouble expressing what they're talking about?
Yes.
But we can also look at all of these kind of charts and reports that are always done on different levels of English by country. And in almost all of those, Sweden is up at the top or near the top, together with other countries in the Nordic region. So Denmark, Finland, and the Netherlands. And today I will be talking specifically about Sweden, but I think a lot of what I will say will probably apply to the other countries as well.
Absolutely. And living in Sweden, have you kind of witnessed this? Maybe travelers being surprised, or have you seen evidence of this? Just kind of the interaction, maybe people didn't expect it and they saw the English level and they were surprised. Any anecdotes there?
I think lots of people sort of know that people in Sweden will speak pretty good English. The one sort of anecdote that always makes me smile, the one experience that always makes me smile, is if there is someone, and if I'm trying to say something and I can't say it properly in Swedish, because I'm also learning Swedish. And I ask that person if they speak any English. Sometimes they will say, "Oh, just a little bit," and then they will proceed to speak in complete fluent fluent English that many listeners of this podcast would, be very envious of.
Right.
So
I love that.
They're pretty humble, the Swedes.
Right. Yes. And maybe they come up with the phrase that you're looking for, right? The very nuanced, specific phrase in English that you're looking for. I love that.
Exactly.
So let's get into what's going on here. Again, it's a common curiosity for people around the world why the English is so good in Scandinavia. What are, just high level, Alistair, what are the 3 reasons why you think it is good? And then we'll go into each one and see what our listeners can do to actually leverage some of this and use a similar method to get better themselves.
So I think the first thing to talk about is that Sweden is just such a small country. There's 10 million people in Sweden. That's essentially the world's Swedish-speaking population.
Yeah.
And so if they were only speaking Swedish, and if they couldn't speak any other languages, then they would be incredibly isolated. So there's a very large incentive to be able to speak another language, and in particular, you know, the world's lingua franca, English.
Yeah, that's remarkable. That's just a side point to give a little context. That is 2 million more people than the city of New York. The population of New York City is 8 million. So yeah, we're talking about a very small population, right, Alistair?
Exactly. And so there is this mentality and this requirement that you need it, right?
Yeah.
It is a small country, and you can't get by just speaking Swedish.
Okay.
So people need English to get ahead. So it's really the first reason I wanted to talk about is just a requirement.
For sure. What would be the second reason? And then again, we'll come back in just a minute back to this of what the tip is for our listeners. But what is the second reason why the English is so good in Sweden?
So I think the second reason is that you are forced, even in Sweden, to deal with stuff in English. For example, when people watch shows on TV or go to the movies, if there is a British or American film, a film in English, then it will not typically be dubbed into Swedish. It will be shown on the screen perhaps with Swedish subtitles, or perhaps even with English subtitles. So from a very young age, people are hearing English. They're getting accustomed to English being a part of their life in a way that someone in countries that typically dub their movies, places like Italy or France or Spain,
right?
They just are not.
Interesting. Yeah, and you've also lived elsewhere in the world. Where else have you lived, Alistair?
Quite a few places. I've lived in Italy, I've lived in France, I've lived in Malta, I've lived in China.
Wow, yeah. And so did you see dubbing in all of these? You saw dubbing in all of these places pretty much for the movies?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a big difference, right? Because we want to understand the movies completely, so they're getting that firsthand knowledge of the language in a more intimate way, in a sense, it sounds like.
Exactly. And every time you're watching a movie, every time you binge a Netflix series, you're exposing yourself to 5, 6, 10 hours of English.
Yeah.
Whereas if you're watching that dubbed, you're exposing yourself to 0 English.
Yeah, I love that. That's a great one. So let's go into the third reason, and then we'll cycle back and talk about strategies for our listeners. What will be the third reason the English is so good?
So I think that the first 2 reasons are things that people probably knew already, or perhaps had heard, or could have guessed. The third reason, I just wanted to bring some statistics to this to explain just how much Sweden invests in education. So Sweden, I just looked this up before we got on air.
Yeah.
Sweden spends 7.2% of its GDP on education. That is 85% more as a percentage of GDP than Italy. And on a per capita basis, it's almost twice, so almost 3 times as much. So there's just a huge amount of investment going into the education system. And this doesn't apply just to English, but English is a big part of the Swedish school system. And my experience is that the way of teaching English in Sweden is very much about kind of communication and how to actually use this as a tool to get ahead in your professional and personal life, rather than just a series of grammar and vocabulary drills.
And that's very profound, right? Because there are other parts of the world where it remains kind of an academic exercise for memorization, for rote rehearsal, that kind of thing. And we become very separated from it. But it sounds like they use a very practical approach in Sweden. Yeah?
They do. And of course, Sweden has the luxury of being a relatively rich country, so it can afford to spend quite a lot of money on education.
Yes.
But the results speak for themselves.
All right, let's cycle back real quick to small country. All right, so Sweden is a small country. So this is something that obviously our listeners can't control, the size of their countries. What can we take away for our own learning in terms of methodologies, strategies, tips? What can we learn from Swedish people about learning English here?
Well, In terms of the first point, I think this is more of a mentality shift, and one that perhaps your listeners are all already doing, which is really to have this global mindset and to kind of realize, appreciate, and understand how much their kind of surface area of opportunities can expand if their English expands too.
Yes.
So thinking about job opportunities, travel opportunities, opportunities for new friendships, and all those kinds of things. If you, if you are able to communicate as fluently in English as many Swedish people can, then your opportunity for those jobs, to meet those people, all that kind of stuff, it just improves vastly.
Yes, I love that. So kind of throwing out the idea of borders and barriers and thinking of yourself as a member of the global community. Is that what we're saying here, Alistair?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I love that. It's true. I mean, I was just telling my dad, I was on a call with him, that yesterday I was on a call with a Scottish person living in Thailand and a Canadian person living in, I think, Vietnam. I mean, it's just amazing the way with Zoom and the internet, all the connections that we can make globally and what that opens up for us that what didn't exist 20 years ago.
Indeed, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So next one, Alistair, early exposure to English. We see subtitles, not dubbing. Tell us more about what our listeners can do.
I think this is the easiest one in terms of just practical things you can do, is that the more you can surround yourself with English, the more the All These English podcast you can listen to, the more films you can watch in English, and the more you try to consume and engage with that content in the original version in English.
Yeah.
Well, firstly, the better your English will get. And secondly, I think the more you'll start to enjoy actually doing these things. So to the average person in Sweden, when they, watch a Netflix series, they're not thinking, oh, this is such a chore because it's in English. They're just thinking of it as an enjoyable series to watch.
It's just entertainment. Yeah.
So it's a kind of self-fulfilling prophecy, really. The easier you find it to understand, the more you'll enjoy it. So you'll watch it more, and your English level will continue to improve. So my kind of takeaway from that is just do as much as you can to expose yourself to English, like many listeners to this are already doing, and the results will come.
I do have a question about this, Alistair. What are your thoughts? As a Spanish learner, I have been gifted books in Spanish that were on topics that I was truly interested in, or I've been exposed to movies in Spanish. But I didn't quite reach the level where I knew I could go into that movie and get it all and get all the nuances, all the idioms, and fully enjoy the piece of entertainment. So how do you suggest we get to that point? Should we take chunks and keep them as kind of exercises until we get to that point where we can fully enjoy the movie, or should we just go all in and try to get what we can and then gradually build up our skills?
So that's a great question, and it's one I hear a lot as well. My opinion on this is also based on my experience learning languages and now focusing on Swedish. Is that there's no such thing as just the standard film, right? There's different levels of language, colloquialisms, and so on. So someone watching an old Disney cartoon in English will probably find that a lot easier to understand than someone who tries to watch Train Spotting, which is a film about a lot of drug addicts in Edinburgh. Because the accent is completely different, the subject matter is different, there's a lot of things that even some native speakers would probably not understand. My wife speaks excellent English, and we watched The Wire together, and she had a lot of trouble trying to understand what was going on there.
Yes.
And she didn't enjoy it as much because she couldn't.
Of course.
Because it was so difficult. So my recommendation is just to to start with things that you can understand.
Yes.
And not to kind of dive in to more complicated films that you have such trouble with. Otherwise, you would just end up disheartened.
I love it. That's great advice. So choose the kind of entertainment. I know a lot of our listeners like the show Friends. Friends is getting a little dated now, but it's still kind of fun, Friends living in New York City. So pick and choose your entertainment wisely. Good idea, Alistair. We're running out of time, but let's go through our final tip. Sweden invests in education heavily. What can we learn and what can we do if we don't live in Sweden?
So, when I was thinking about the takeaway from this, it would be too simple to say spend a lot of money on English courses. And that's not what I think people should take away from this. Yeah. I think the takeaway is, take your English education really seriously. People in Sweden start learning English typically around the age of kind of 7 or 8. And it's more than just, watching a few nursery rhymes or kind of saying hello. It's really serious stuff, and they have to work hard at it. It might sound like, from everything I've said before, that people in Sweden just kind of automatically get get English for free.
Right.
But there is a lot of hard work and study that goes into it. Reaching those levels of proficiency is not the sort of thing that you'll typically get after 3 months of hard study or just going and living in London or New York for a few months.
Mm-hmm.
It really does take time and time and dedication, not necessarily money at all. So think about the investment more as a kind of investment of your own time and energy into something.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to spend any money at all.
Yeah, exactly. There are a lot of ways we can invest, quote unquote. It's our heart, it's our soul, it's our intention, it's our dreams. It's where our mind goes when we're idle, right? Thinking in English, going to English. The other piece that came to mind here that's probably a factor is the social aspect. In Sweden, everyone else has those expectations that you're learning and they're learning, and it creates kind of a social community around speaking English or being able to speak, I would imagine. Yeah?
Exactly, and I think it's cool to speak English. People,
Sure. Yeah.
it's something people want to do. It would be strange for someone to not be able to do it.
Love it. So, Alistair, we're out of time for today, but what would be your final piece of advice? This has been really enlightening. I love learning from successful situations or success stories, and I think Sweden is a success story when it comes to English. What would be your final piece of advice as our listeners design their learning plans?
So I'll bring it back to Sweden again, and it's more to do with the Swedish kind of Swedish people's mentality. And obviously, you can't group 10 million people into one bucket and say that everyone is the same. But in my experience, Swedes tend to be pretty kind of happy to try and not embarrassed if they make mistakes, which doesn't happen so regularly. But some people from other language backgrounds, other cultures, are just a lot more hesitant.
Mm-hmm.
So my final kind of my final tip. Sorry, I've got a little bit of a cold.
That's okay.
To just have that confidence that it doesn't really matter if you make a mistake. People are so appreciative of you trying, and so just have the confidence of a Swede, and you'll go a long way.
I love it. Fantastic. Very inspiring to finish off our episode for today. Alistair, thanks for coming in and coming onto the show and letting us know your tips about English in Sweden and what we can all learn to take our English to the next level. Have a good day. I hope to see you back on the show again soon. All right.
Thank you so much, Lindsay.
All right. You take care. Bye.
Bye.
Thanks for listening to All Ears English. Would you like to know your English level? Take our 2-minute quiz. Go to allearsenglish.com/fluency score. And if you believe in connection, not perfection, then hit subscribe now to make sure you don't miss anything. See you next time.
This is the All Ears English podcast. Hack your way through the 11 meanings of this word.
Welcome to the All Ears English podcast, downloaded more than 200 million times. Are you feeling stuck with your English? We'll show you how to become fearless and fluent by focusing on connection, not perfection, with your American host, Aubrey Carter, the IELTS whiz, and Lindsay McMahon, the English adventurer, coming to you from Arizona and Colorado, USA. And to get your transcripts delivered by email every week, go to allearsenglish.com/subscribe. Do you know any life hacks? Today you'll learn the meanings of this extremely common word so that you won't be a hack in English. Listen in today. Hey Aubrey, how are you today?
I'm great. How are you, Lindsay?
Good. Aubrey, do you know any good hacks? Do you have a favorite hack of, I don't know, health hacks or life hacks?
There's so many, right? I do have an interesting hack. I discovered that if you microwave fresh garlic cloves for just 10 seconds in the microwave, then they slide right out of their little skins. I used to have a hard time peeling them out of skin, or I'd smash them to get them out of the skins.
Interesting.
And so if you want whole garlic cloves, they'll just slide right out of them if you microwave them for a few seconds. It's a fun hack.
That is so smart, yeah, because otherwise it is kind of hard to get the skin off of it, and then you get
papery skins. Off in like a million little pieces.
And then your hands smell like garlic for 3 days, right?
Right.
Yeah, so I asked you if you had any health hacks or life hacks. So what are we talking about today?
Yeah, we're talking about the word hack. This came up in a recent episode when we said couldn't hack it. And then we were like, there are so many meanings of hack in English. So we promised this follow-up episode.
Yeah, I'm really excited to get into this because it really is not just related meanings, it's completely different meanings, especially when we get into be able to hack it or to hack it, right? But wow, yeah, all sorts of different meanings for this. So first, before we get into it, Aubrey, I want to say thank you to some of the people that left a review for our show. Guys, it means a lot to us when we see your reviews. We know you've taken the time to go over, rate, and review the show. I'm seeing a really nice review here from Imran MZ from the US. 5-star review. Thank you to Wuju from China. Thank you to Olivia Lemons from the US and Crescent Reviewer from Canada. Amazing reviews, Aubrey.
Thank you for these reviews. We read them. They mean a ton to us. It also helps other people find the show. If you haven't yet reviewed the podcast, please, wherever you listen to podcasts, rate, review, and subscribe.
Yeah, and we'll do our best to read your name out loud on the show. So if you want to interact with us in one sense of the word, go ahead and leave a review. Okay? Good.
Absolutely. Awesome. So let's dive in. Many of the meanings for hack are related to technology, computing, gaming. So we're going to share some of those first.
All right. Yes. Okay. What is the first? So the first one, Aubrey, what would it be?
Yeah, so first this is a noun, because there are a lot of nouns and verbs for hack, right? So this is a noun that means unauthorized access. So an example sentence, their software detected the hack. So we use it as a noun to mean someone has accessed something illegally.
This is the kind of hack that you do not want.
Right. No one wants this kind of hack. This is why we don't use Wi-Fi at like a coffee shop.
Yes.
There's a hack.
Or an airport, even though I still do sometimes. But oh gosh, geez, what can we do? We have to be careful for sure. I usually try to use my hotspot at the airport, from your phone. You do that, but sometimes it'll be like, oh, I get lazy. But yeah, good not to.
One of these days, we're gonna regret it.
Yeah, for sure. All right, and then we can also use it as a verb to gain that unauthorized access. He hacked into the government database. Not a good thing.
So these are very related, right? The verb is the action of doing the thing, right? So he hacked into the database. The database has a hack.
Love it. Okay, is there another type of meaning here, Aubrey?
Yeah, so also related to technology, there's this noun. It's a creative and often improvised solution to technical problems, right? So, for example, she came up with a clever hack when the system froze. So sort of like a workaround, we'll also use that noun, a workaround or a hack.
Yeah, and that's also kind of similar to the question at the top of the show. You had a clever hack for getting the skin off of garlic, right?
Yes, exactly, right? That's a hack. So life hack or just a hack in general, it's like a creative solution for something. A shortcut.
Exactly. Or as a verb, to come up with a hack. So there's a bug with the software. We need to hack together a quick fix. And that's interesting to put hack with together, right?
Well, hack together. Yeah, it's interesting. This is definitely more informal. We'll say we need to hack this. We need to hack together a fix. We also use the phrase jerry rig. I don't know where that comes from. That's very popular in Idaho. We were putting up a volleyball net the other day and we didn't have the right, clamps and things. So we were just like trying to figure it out with the ropes. And that's another way to be like, we need to hack together something.
Yep, nice. And then there's still another one, Aubrey. What is it as a noun?
This one my kids use with video games. This is more for gaming. It's a cheat or a modification. So my son, for example, learned some hacks on Mario Kart, and now he wins every time. So they're not always even necessarily illegal. There's just like certain combinations of buttons that are kind of a hack that give you some kind of advantage.
Oh, very cool. Very cool. I think, successful people in life learn this for in many aspects of life, right? It's about success. Exactly. It's about taking a little extra time to study the game, whether it's the game of life, whatever it is, and take that extra step and be strategic.
Good point, right? It's not just video games. There's lots of things where you're trying to find a hack, just like an easier way to do something.
Yeah, for sure. Or you could say she hacked the video game to get unlimited lives. Now she cheated the game in a way.
Right. This is as a verb, right? Mm-hmm. So we can either, the noun is the cheat or modification, the verb is to do that, right? So to use some kind of modification or cheat.
Yes, I love it. So that kind of wraps up this huge bucket of, hack meaning make something easier, be smarter, be quicker, be tougher, shortcuts, be like succeeding with a secret that maybe other people don't know. That is one bucket, right?
Exactly. So many different sort of ways to use it, but all kind of in that bucket. And then the next one is all about cutting or chopping, right? We also use hack for this verb. He hacked at the tree with an axe. And this definitely is not like precision slicing like with a knife. This is like you're hacking at something. It's more like brute force.
Yeah, exactly. Not very precise. Exactly. They hacked their way through the jungle with the machete. You see on the movies sometimes someone taking a machete and just bushwhacking, right?
Exactly. Yeah, this machete is that broad, heavy knife that you'll see used to often just clear a path through like a jungle.
What about cutting hair? Ooh, I don't know if I want the word hack anywhere around my hair because
no, right? You might say, I asked for a trim, but she hacked off several inches of my hair. So this definitely means to cut, but in sort of a rough manner, or it might be used to emphasize how much was hacked off, like how much was cut off.
So does that mean, so if you said that, would I think that you're happy with your haircut or not, Aubrey?
No, I think this definitely has this negative connotation. We use it to mean that a lot was removed and usually not in a way that is really professional and like a good
not in a precise way, not in
Right.
an artistic way. Right. It's the opposite of what we want. I always thought it would be a lot of pressure to be a hairdresser, you know?
Yeah.
Every time I go to the hairdresser, I think, oh, how is she feeling right now with the pressure? I guess she just gets used to it, right? But
I
I don't know.
But imagine if people aren't happy with their haircut. That would be so stressful for me. I couldn't do it.
It
Couldn't be me.
It would, because all you could do is wait for it to grow back. I mean, there's
Yeah.
nothing, or wear a wig, but most people don't want to do that, right?
No, right. That's the thing. There's no go back. There's no delete button.
There's no delete button. I mean, even a tattoo, you can have a tattoo removed, right? So in a way,
That's
tattoos
true.
are less risky than getting your hair cut. Oh my gosh.
It does grow out though. Have you ever had a bad haircut, Lindsay?
Yeah, I definitely have. I definitely have. Yes. Yes.
Mine, I had one that was really short that was almost kind of like a bowl cut.
Oh my god.
When I was in like 8th grade, I look at pictures now and was like, oh no, it was so bad.
Oh geez. Yeah, luckily hair does grow back. All right, so that hack is cutting something with no precision, with just brute force, like you said. Now there's a third use of hack. This is interesting. What is this?
Yeah, it's for a writer. This is a noun. It's a person who produces either mediocre work, especially in writing or journalism. So you might say that writer is a hack. All her ideas were taken from articles I've already read, right? So you're sort of accusing them of shoddy work, of using other people's ideas often.
Yeah. Or this can expand out to really anyone that does something poorly. This makes me laugh because I think about my dad used to play tennis and he was never that good at tennis. My mom was better, I was better. We'd play as a family, but he had a lot of self-berating language. And he would always he would double fault, and then he would talk to himself, and I would hear him say, "You hack," and then blah 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 blah.
That's really funny. He called himself a hack to that he wasn't playing well.
Yes, exactly.
That's really funny. Yeah, it could be that too, right? It's interesting how we use it. It definitely has this very harsh sound to it.
Yes.
So it kind of makes sense for chopping. It's a harsh way of chopping, a harsh way of writing, right? Very unpolished.
Yeah, just really, I think the key term here is mediocre in my mind. If we want to expand the term hack out for someone that does really anything in a mediocre way, I think we can say that.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
And then we also use it to describe a cough. Like a loud hacking cough is not the quiet little it's loud, everyone in the room can hear it.
For sure. This is what you don't want. You know how when, at least for me, after I'm getting over a cold, sometimes I'll get the throat tickle, and it'll happen at times when it's just very inopportune moments.
Right.
Maybe you're giving a speech and you have a coughing attack. That's kind of hacking, right?
Yeah, and the only way you can really get rid of the tickle is that loud hacking cough.
So
The little controlled coughs are not going to help.
Nope. And so your eyes are watering. I think everyone knows what we're talking about here.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
you might say, so as a verb is like, I was hacking so badly in the meeting that I had to step out. So it's a verb, but we also use it as a noun.
Yeah, or like this. He had a persistent hack that wouldn't go away for days. So it's a cough, right?
Another way to say cough, meaning like a really loud, harsh cough.
Yeah, so good.
Yeah.
Okay, Aubrey, we are back for a role play, and you're right, this is possibly the most diverse word in the English language. So we're gonna see how it comes out.
Meanings. Yeah, we did. These were just the most common. There are quite a few more.
Really?
And then the one that we had covered in that previous episode, to not be able to hack it, couldn't hack it. We use that a lot idiomatically. So you'll have to, well, at the end of the episode, we'll share that one so you can go back if you missed it.
So we haven't even seen all the meanings there are. That's incredible. Right. Okay. Yeah. So here we're camping, so fun with friends and trying to split wood for a campfire. Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, I'll start us out. Man, this log won't split. I've been hacking at it for 10 minutes.
Oh, I saw a hack online actually. Supposedly, if you flip it upside down, it might be easier to split.
Oh, nice. Thanks. Speaking of hacks, I figured out how to hack Zombie Fortress to get unlimited ammo.
You still play that game?
Oh, yeah. Wow. Who's that hacking inside the tent?
Oh, I think it's Janet. She's had a bad cough for several days. Nice. Yeah.
We got a bunch of them here.
Yeah, I really like the way you transitioned and you said, speaking of hacks, and then you flipped it into a totally different meaning, right? Different topic. Really interesting.
Yeah, we do that a lot, right? Especially words like this that have multiple meanings. Yeah. That's a great transition. Speaking of hacks, and then it made me think of that, right? Oh, I figured out how to hack this video game, and maybe we both used to play it. Sounds like you don't anymore. You're a little judgy. You still play that game?
You still play that?
You do?
Right, exactly. A little judgy there. So you started off by saying you're there. You've got your
trying to split a log.
Trying to split a log, exactly. Yeah, and you say, I've been hacking at it for 10 minutes, meaning you've been trying to split it for 10 minutes.
Yes, right? Yeah. I'm like hitting it with the axe as hard as I can. This is not precise cutting.
Yes, and then what did I say?
Yeah, you're saying, I saw a hack online about this. If you flip the log, that might be easier. So this is like that life hack, that shortcut.
Yeah, exactly. And then you said, oh, nice, thanks. And then you had that brilliant transition. Speaking of hacks, I figured out how to hack. Meaning how to get in, how to hack Zombie Fortress to get unlimited ammo. So you're able to kind of cheat the game a little bit, right?
Yeah, and this is interesting we're talking about hacking wood, right?
Yeah.
And then you saw a hack online. Oh, speaking of hacks, and I'm talking about a totally different hack, but this is clever. If you're able to do this, find a word that has multiple meanings and transition to something else, like that's impressive. I love when people do that.
Yeah, that's like playing games with the language. We love
Yes.
it. And it builds connection, right? Love it.
And then our last one was, who's that hacking inside the tent? Someone's got a bad cough, and we can hear them coughing loudly, so we could call that hacking. Who's hacking inside the tent?
For sure. Yeah, I remember during COVID times, there were always lots of comments when someone was coughing loudly, right, in public. There were always judgy comments for sure.
Yes.
Those days are over,
right.
thank goodness. But
at least now we're not quite so worried about their cough getting us sick, right?
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Anything else we need to know today, Aubrey?
Yeah, so this is interesting because as we were thinking about this planning, we're like, wow, hack has so many meanings. That might be the most, it might have the most meanings of any word in English.
I thought
so. I looked it up. I tried to find out. And the word set has 430 different senses.
No way.
As a verb, noun, and adjective, it holds the record in English for the word with the highest number of distinct meanings in English. Crazy. Okay, 430, Lindsay.
Aubrey, we need to do an episode on maybe 10 of them, or maybe 4
a series.
Right. Guys, hit the follow button to make sure you don't miss that episode. We now have to do an episode on that, Aubrey. We have to, right? Love it.
Absolutely. And if you missed where we talked about couldn't hack it, that was episode 2432. You can just scroll up. Don't get washed out by phrasal verbs. And that came up. Someone couldn't hack it.
Love it. And guys, yes, that's it. Check out that episode. Don't forget to go check that one out. And a takeaway today, Aubrey. Where should we leave our listeners?
Yeah, there are so many words in English that have multiple meanings like this. They're used as a verb and a noun, maybe also as an adjective. This can be really confusing. So definitely pay attention to context clues to know which meaning is being used. Today's tips will help you know about all of the different meanings of hack. But it always comes down to, right, don't let something like this stress you out. Yes, words in English have lots of meanings.
Yeah.
That shouldn't keep you from starting the conversation, from connecting in English.
Yeah, it always comes back to human connection. Connection, not perfection. Don't let anything get in the way of that. But here we are trying to level up our English, right? And there are ways we can do it. I mean, get inspired by when you see this really smart transition, right? Speaking of hacks, using a double meaning of a word and flipping into the other meaning, you can start by observing native speakers doing that and then starting to do it yourself. Okay.
Yes, so clever. I'm excited to see our students doing that in Open Conversation Club. And all of you guys try it. So fun.
All right. Sounds good, Aubrey. See you next time. Have a good day.
Awesome. Have a good day. Bye.
Bye. Thanks for listening to All Ears English. Would you like to know your English level? Take our 2-minute quiz. Go to allearsenglish.com/fluency score. And if you believe in connection, not perfection, then hit subscribe now to make sure you don't miss anything. See you next time. This is an All Ears English podcast, episode 2453. Double your connection by doing a thing. Welcome to the All Ears English podcast, downloaded more than 200 million times. Are you feeling stuck with your English? We'll show you how to become fearless and fluent by focusing on connection, not perfection. With your American hosts, Lindsay McMahon, the English adventurer, and Michelle Kaplan, the New York radio girl, coming to you from Colorado and New York City, USA. To get real-time transcripts right on your phone and create your personalized vocabulary list, try the All Ears English app for iOS and Android. Start your 7-day free trial at allearsenglish.com/app. In today's episode, we show you how to share a piece of news that's big and strengthen the connection at the same time. Learn more today. Hey there, Michelle. How are you today? I'm good, Lindsay. How are you? Hey, Michelle, don't you have an anniversary coming up soon? I do. It's actually in the beginning of September is my 10th anniversary. Amazing. What are you going to do to celebrate, Michelle? Well, Lindsay, I did a thing. Dan, he doesn't really, we're trying to save money, and so we don't want to go out too much, and so we're just kind of trying to hold back a little bit, but I did a thing, and I booked his favorite restaurant. It's a little bit pricier and only for super special occasions, but yeah, so I made a reservation. You did a thing. Yeah. I love it, Michelle. Well, I think you can never do the wrong thing when it comes to anniversaries. Yeah. Right? This is your life partner. It's okay. I love that. That's okay. Yeah, exactly. So today, guys, we are going to talk about a fun, very trendy way you can introduce what you've done when you've done something exciting or new or maybe a little risque that you wanna share. And Lindsay, I use this expression. What is it? I know, I'm so excited. The expression is I did a thing. Right. There's a little intonation that goes along with that too. And
I did a thing.
we're gonna get deep into this today. I'm super excited. I love to show our listeners the trendiest, most current, most relevant phrases that native speakers are using right now. But before we get into it, guys, I'd like to ask you to hit the follow button right here on All Ears English so that we come up in your queue 5 days a week. The way to get better at English is to listen 5 days a week, and we believe in connection, not perfection over here. So we have a slightly different angle on teaching English than most podcasts. So we bring everything back to human connection. All right, so hit the follow button. All right.
Yes.
So, Michelle, this phrase, I did a thing, do you find yourself using it a lot?
I don't think this is something that you use. Like you have to reserve this for something, really special. If you're saying this for everything, like I did a thing, I ate lunch today. It doesn't
made dinner for the kids. Like, no, that's not. That's not.
No.
That's not the thing. No. Yeah.
No. So this is not one of those that you can or should overuse. This is reserved for something special, unique, a little out of the ordinary.
And it's cool. So it's unique, out of the ordinary. Sometimes it is something that's a little risque, but it could also just be something that's risque for you, or for you and the person that you're going to be participating in this thing with. Right?
Yes.
So it doesn't, just because something is maybe not risque for the person you're talking to, if it's risque for you, you're saying it in the context of your experiences and your life. But we'll get into more examples, right, Michelle?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, so when in this context, I did a thing. It's so funny. It's such a none of those words really mean anything, right? When you put it, I did a thing. What? But what is thing in this context? I mean, what does it? I did a thing. What is the thing?
The thing is the action that you took. In your case, you got a reservation at the fanciest restaurant in town. Or maybe you register for a French class and you never go to classes or something that's out of the ordinary for you.
Right. So when you say the thing, it's kind of like saying something X, right? You might be doing being a little secretive right at the beginning, right? It could be a little modest sounding even, right? You get this cute intonation. So I did a thing, and right?
It's a good question. Why do we start? Let's just give this example. I did a thing. I registered for French classes. Now, why didn't you just say, hey, I registered for French classes? Like, why do we even add the I did a thing?
Interesting.
Right?
Yeah, it's something that you might feel a little proud. I mean, not always proud. Well, in general, would you say that you are saying this about something you're proud of, or could it be about something bad? I would say it's generally something good.
I think it's signifying that you're a little on the edge, right? You're living on the edge for you. Whether that's getting a tattoo, whether that's getting a piercing, registering for a French class, making an expensive restaurant reservation, whatever it is, you're on the edge, living on the edge a little bit. And you want to say that, kind of, don't you think?
Right. I mean, like in the French class example, imagine that you've been talking to your friend for years about how much you love French culture, all this thing. Right, so, but you've never actually learned French, or maybe you've wanted to visit France or even live there, and so you're saying you know, they have all this history about you, right? You could also be used to kind of signify that that person is close to you. You would, I don't know that I would say this.
That's a good
just
point.
To a random
That's a really
person
good
like
point.
in line for coffee, you know.
Yeah, no, that's such a good point, Rochelle. This is so contextual. So for certain things that you're saying that you did, you may say it to someone. So I may say, you and I have been talking about French classes for years, and I may say, Michelle, I did a thing. I registered for French. But then when I tell my partner, I might just say, hey, I signed up for French classes. Because maybe they don't know what that's about for me. Right?
Right. Exactly. So it's very interesting in that way. Or here's another example. So I did a thing, and then you show someone your engagement ring.
Yeah.
So basically, you get like you putting out your hand, and so you don't even need to say what it is. Sometimes it can just be you're showing somebody something, or like or maybe you got a new short haircut and you're saying, so I did a thing, and then you walk into the room, right?
Yep. And I think there's also an element of understating the thing. The thing is probably pretty big for you.
Yeah.
And by saying I did a thing, it kind of makes it sound like it's smaller. It's understating what's happened a little bit, I think.
Right. Exactly. Or even just making a purchase, making a big change in your life. Guess what? I did a thing. I bought a Peloton, right?
Yes, I love that. Yes. Oh my gosh. So for me, I'm thinking of maybe booking my next trip to Norway. That's what I'm looking at. So maybe if I do that, I would say to you, Michelle, I did a thing. I booked my trip. But we'll see. We'll see if I get those tickets.
Right. Yeah, exactly. I mean, for me, I guess I could have used it to reveal that I was moving when I moved. Also, I forgot to say this at the beginning. Yeah, I've been doing open mics.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That's what I should have said.
That is a good one.
Yeah. So I've been I could say this to you because for years I've been talking about singing and being in a band and all of these things, and so do our listeners probably might know that too if they listen to the show enough.
Yes.
And it's been years since I've gotten into it, and so now I've started with my friend Ian. We've been doing open mics, so I could say to you, we've done a couple of them now, but for the first one, I could say, Lindsay, I did a thing. I did an open mic again.
That is perfect. I love that. That's where the context comes in, the relationship between you and the person you're speaking with. It adds power, like not power, but it adds connection. It doubles up on your connection because you're referring back to someone. And by the way, if our listeners are in B2 English fluency, they know Ian, right? We've mentioned this before.
That's
they know him from that course. So check out B2 English fluency.
Yeah,
That's
my buddy.
That's awesome. That is amazing that you're doing open mics, by the way. What are the topics that you're going into on open mic? Is it just remind me again, is it comedy?
No, not for comedy. Singing. I'm singing and
singing.
we're doing music.
Okay.
No, because I did comedy too, but no. I'm back into doing music,
I love it.
I love it too. So, see, that's something that I'm proud of, that I'm back into. It's a little bit of a surprise because you've known this about me for a while.
Yeah.
So, it's definitely, I like what you said about kind of, you're doubling up on your connection, because not only am I sharing something I feel proud of, I'm showing you that I feel close to you by saying it in that way, because you know my history, you know about this, so it's so interesting to dive into these.
That is really. These are connection hacks. Well, connection hacks, right?
Yes.
I love it. All right, good stuff.
But you could also use it as a surprise, right?
Yes.
Maybe you're talking to somebody, you say, guess what? I did a thing. I'm going to tell you the details tonight. Right, you're gonna meet that person for dinner, right? So it could be a way to tell them about a little surprise.
Yes, you're building mystery a little bit, leaving some breadcrumbs, right?
Yeah, a trail.
All right, Michelle. So what are some other ways that we might express this same idea? I mean, this is very unique, right? It's one of those special phrases that it's powerful because there's only one way to kind of say this, but there are other things you could say, like, guess what I did, right? As you said earlier, guess what? Guess what I did? I took the LSATs. Ugh, no. That's not for me.
Yeah. Or you could say it also in the same kind of, I think the intonation makes a big difference, right? So you could say, guess what I did? I took the LSATs. Or you could say, guess what I did, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and that kind of can make the difference a little bit in the meaning. Or another one is, I have news, or I have big news. So I have news. The Australia trip is happening.
Yeah, that's good too. Or get ready for this one. And this intonation requires a bit of a hanging I don't know.
Yeah. Like a little dot, right?
Get ready for this one. Sylvia got into NYU. Nice.
Yeah. Or this last one. This is another really good one. Sometimes people, before they're gonna give big news, Lindsay, you hear people say, "Are you sitting down?" Or "You should be sitting down for this," like as if somebody's just gonna be just basically gonna fall over when they hear.
Yeah.
So
what the
I could say,
yeah.
Yeah. So, and you would say this only if you can't see the person.
Right.
Like, I mean, are you sitting down? If you're with the person, you could say you should be sitting down.
Yeah. Or maybe have a seat or something. But yeah, you wouldn't want to say, "Are you sitting down?" if you're standing right in front of them and seeing them. That would be strange too.
It's like, "No, I'm not. Are you sitting down?" No. So for example, "Are you sitting down?" I'm moving to Spain.
Yes, I love that. Ooh, exciting, right? So, Michelle, why are these useful? I mean, it comes back to the connection, right?
Yeah, it does. And you know what? It also prepares the person, right? We always talk about this kind of prepping the other person. Okay, I gotta perk my ears up and really listen here because something interesting is about to come, right?
Oh, totally. When there are milestone moments in your life, big decisions, you don't want to just say, "Oh, by the way, I'm getting married." No, you want to warm the person up, build a stage for yourself in a sense, and like honor the connection between the two of you, the conversations you've had before. Okay.
Right.
And these are phrases that allow you to do that.
Yes, exactly. So, we're not going to use all of the ones that we taught today, but we're going to do a role play now. This is going to be fun. So in this role play, you and I, we haven't seen each other in a long time, but we are good friends.
Okay.
And I walk into the restaurant and I'm about to reveal something.
Oh, I'm ready. Okay.
Right, here we go. Lindsay!
Michelle, how are you?
Oh, good. So, I did a thing.
Oh,
and now I'm revealing my new tattoo.
Oh my gosh, Michelle, that is awesome. I love it.
Thanks. And get ready for this one. I'm sticking out my foot for you to look.
Another tattoo. Wow, you really went for it. They look awesome.
Oh, thank you. So, how are you?
I'm good, but you should be sitting down for this. I sold the house.
Your childhood house? Wow, I can't believe it.
I know. It's so hard. And get ready for this one. I'm moving.
No.
There's a lot of emotion in this role play, isn't there?
Yeah. Exactly.
Nice. Yeah, so it really is winding up, warming someone up for what's coming and honoring that connection. I love it. So getting a tattoo is a good example. especially if you're someone that doesn't already have a lot of tattoos, right? If you already have a lot of tattoos,
Yeah.
it might not be that much of a thing to get another. But if you if it's your first tattoo, it's definitely a thing, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I said, so I did a thing, and again, you don't always need to say, like, if I'm holding up my arm to you, you don't need to say, I got a tattoo, right?
Absolutely.
Sometimes you can just like stick out your arm, wherever you got the tattoo.
Exactly. Sometimes that's better, right? We don't need to add too many words to things. And then you said thanks and get ready for this one. And now you're going to show me another one on your foot. You got 2 tattoos, right?
I got 2 tattoos.
Nice.
And then you said you should be sitting down for this. I sold the house, and the fact that I said the house, we all know which house it is, right?
Yeah. So, well, yeah, we both probably spent a lot of time, right? We're good friends in that house. Maybe we're friends from childhood, right? Yes.
And then you said, and get ready for this one, which I put in there twice accidentally, but that's okay. You said, get ready for this one. I'm moving.
Yep. Winding up, preparing the person, and there are other ways we could cover in another day, another episode to share big news. But these are some trendy, good ones, I think. Especially, I did a thing. I love it.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, these are very, very useful for these surprising things in life to share, and I really do think that they build the connection, because if you're just saying the thing, that's fine too, but this just adds a little something special,
a little drama, a little
mystery.
It does. Gives you a little bit of a platform, right, for someone's ears to perk up, and they're gonna listen and tune into you. People are so distracted. They might be thinking about someone. If you just say, "Oh, I'm getting married," they might be thinking about something else entirely and not hear you. Who knows, right?
Right. And so this is definitely a good thing to say to make sure that person is going to say, oh, wait a second, what?
Yes. Now, Michelle, what's another episode our listeners could check out?
Yeah, on a Saturday episode on All Ears English, we did Find Your Happy Place in this episode. So yeah, this one kind of reminded me of it, because it's also like an emotional thing. We've been talking about emotions recently, so check that one out.
Love it. And guys, don't forget to hit that follow button right now on All Ears English so you don't miss a single episode of our show. Where should we leave our listeners today, Michelle? What's the final takeaway?
This was a really fun one to talk about, and very, very useful. It's for those special things that you're gonna share, and you are really, it goes back to what you said for me that you said you're kind of doubling the connection.
Yes.
So I think this is really powerful. Again, you're not going to use it for everything. I did a thing. I ate a sandwich, I mean, unless you're a person who hates sandwiches and you're famous for that, and then you want to tell that you do. I mean, it's very personal. Yeah. It's very personal.
Sure. Totally.
So
if you have a fear of something and maybe you're afraid of snakes and you like held a snake, I mean, that would make sense in that context, and that person knows that about you. So that's why, as you said, Michelle, it's about doubling the connection. I love it.
Yes.
Love
it. Oh my gosh, Lindsay, this was so fun. And let us know when you book that trip to Norway.
All right, I will, Michelle. Sounds good. We'll talk to you soon.
All right. Okay, bye.
Thanks for listening to All Ears English. Would you like to know your English level? Take our 2-minute quiz. Go to allearsenglish.com/fluency score. And if you believe in connection, not perfection, then hit subscribe now to make sure you don't miss anything. See you next time.
This is an All Ears English podcast, episode 2452. How to let others relax with one simple phrase.
Welcome to the All Ears English podcast, downloaded more than 200 million times. Are you feeling stuck with your English? We'll show you how to become fearless and fluent by focusing on connection, not perfection, with your American host, Aubrey Carter, the IELTS whiz, and Lindsay McMahon, the English adventurer, coming to you from Arizona and Colorado, USA. To get real-time transcripts right on your phone and create your personalized vocabulary list, try the All Ears English app for iOS and Android. Start your 7-day free trial at allearsenglish.com/app. Are you always worried about time? In today's episode, you'll get one common but simple way to let others know that they don't have to rush. This can allow us to live in the present and enjoy life together. So listen in today.
Hello, Lindsay. How are you today?
Hello, Aubrey. I'm doing well. How are you? What's going on today?
Ooh, not much. I'm getting ready to head up to Idaho for a month. Yeah. It is too hot in Phoenix.
Yeah.
I can't stay. I gotta get up north where it's cooler.
Yeah, it's gonna be a great summer up there. I hope you have a good time.
Yes, awesome. I'm excited. But I have a question for you to start us out.
Okay.
Do you ever rush rush things, or are you good at taking your time?
I usually am good at taking my time, but honestly, some things I have to rush. Like when we bought a house back in 2021, it was a really crazy hot housing market, and the favor was with the sellers, not the buyers. There was a lot of competition. So we saw this house and we had to make a bid on it almost right away. It's not like you could go home and just think for a week. Maybe now you could in this housing market, but
That's a really good point, right? Something like that, you don't have a choice. If you take your time, someone else is going to snatch up the home that you're looking at, right? You can't, you have to rush sometimes.
Yeah, unfortunately, so we don't know if we got a lemon or what we got, but we're here, so
right? Hey, we make the most of it.
We make the most of it. It's our house, so it's okay. This is a great question today, right? Taking our time. How does this come into English? So should I read the student question that this episode is inspired by?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. Hello, lovers of All Ears English and the best hosts. I love so much this program. Thank you for coming up with such wonderful topics. Well, thank you to this listener for sending our topics in. Right?
Absolutely. Thank you for your questions, everyone.
Yeah, I have a question for you. To be honest, I've recently been curious about the meaning of take your time. If I translate it into my native language, it doesn't make sense. Could you make it clear for me? Thanks in advance. Kodabakash Hussaini from Afghanistan, and this question was asked on YouTube. Great place to ask a question, Aubrey.
Absolutely. And this is such a great question. This happens to me all the time if I try to translate directly into the languages I'm learning, and things just won't make sense. Because it's interesting, right? If you think about the actual meaning of the verb take, and then you're talking about time, like how do you take time? What does that mean? It's actually quite idiomatic. You know, how do we take time? Where do we take it?
Yes, 100%. And before we get any further into the episode, Aubrey, I do want to shout out a couple of amazing listeners who left us a review wherever they listen to the show. So a special thank you to Wuju, Olivia Lemons, Crescent Reviewer, who wrote a 5-star review, a really long one, entitled "Why Your Podcast Feels So Real." You'll have to read that one, Aubrey. It is very special.
Amazing.
Very special review. And Joy Boy 5 from Ghana. So huge thank you to these reviewers. Guys, leave your review for the show. Aubrey, how do you feel when I send you these reviews that come in from students, from listeners?
I know. Lindsay will send them in an email to Michelle and I sometimes, and I love reading them.
Yeah.
It really is like a gift to see how much we're able to affect people's lives, how much joy we can bring, and I love it. I'm grateful for every time you guys leave a review, rate the podcast, and let us know that you enjoy what we're doing.
Yeah, we put in our whole heart into this show. It comes from a really deep place, deep inside of us, what we put into this show. And so we love to know that it's affecting you all and hitting you in the same way. So leave us a review wherever you're listening, and I'll be sure to send you those reviews from today, Aubrey, when we get off the show, so you can read them too. Love it. All right.
Nice.
Good.
So let's dive into this. This is a fantastic question, and we use this a lot in English. Take my time, take one's time, right?
Yes.
So first, I have a question for Lindsay.
Okay.
How many meanings do you think there are in English of the verb take? And I'm not talking phrasal verbs.
Okay.
The actual verb take, how many meanings?
Okay. If we take phrasal verbs out entirely, then we just look at the verb take, I would guess 15 to 20.
You're pretty close, actually less. I'm amazed you have
Okay, I went high.
There are 10 verbs, but then also 4 nouns, several idioms, and many phrasal verbs.
Yeah.
So this is so tricky that whenever you see the word take in an expression, it could mean any number of things. If it's part of an idiom, part of a phrasal verb, and then just even the verb on its own has so many meanings.
But so important for connection, right? If we talk about the phrase take your time, I mean, this can do so much in the vibe, in the interaction, and how stressed people feel or don't feel in a moment around you, right?
Absolutely. What a connection skill. If you see that someone is stressed out, they know that they're taking your time and they're feeling anxious about it, to say, it's fine, take your time, is such a great way to decrease the stress in a situation.
It's a really uncomfortable feeling if you're someone that has a lot of empathy, which I think both you and I probably do, Aubrey. To see someone rushing around us because they feel like they're burdening us or something, like to leave a room or something. It's really powerful to be able to just say, relax, take your time. There's no rush. Just take your time, gather your stuff, whatever it is, right?
Exactly. You actually just did this for me, Lindsay. I don't even know if you noticed it. We were prepping for an episode. I had to do something quickly. And we're like, take your time. No problem. I've got to do this other thing anyway. It's such a great way to connect with colleagues, to support, really, instead of all of the things you could say that would make them even more stressed out, that that you're making someone wait. Instead, you can use a phrase like this to support them and decrease the stress.
Yeah, and ultimately, as human beings, we don't want people to be stressed around us, right? We want people to feel relaxed so we can connect on that level. So, super important. Where else should we take this episode, Aubrey?
Yeah, well, let's dive into, we're going to focus on take one's time today and related phrases. There are quite a few ways that we say this. So first of all, let's dive into this one. It just means not hurry. Like you're letting someone know they don't have to hurry. They don't have to be stressed out. If you say, take your time.
Yeah, for example, the concert doesn't start until 10, so take your time. Right.
Yeah, maybe someone's getting ready quickly, they're stressed out, and you're like, oh, we have them till 10. Take your time.
Yeah, exactly. What else, Aubrey? Is there another one?
Or you might say, oh, we're in no hurry. Take your time. Right? So these are similar phrases where you can give someone sort of the gift of, if they're assuming they're in a rush, they're assuming they don't have time, and you use this phrase to let them know you can take your time.
Yeah.
But we often say it as a response, right?
What do we mean by that, Aubrey? As a response to what?
Something else. Yeah, let's show a role play to see how this looks as a response. I'll start us out.
Okay.
I'll try to get ready quickly. I know we're supposed to be there by 5.
Oh, take your time. Okay, yeah,
Nice.
so I'm responding to you because you've said that you believe there's some kind of time constraint, right?
Exactly, right? And so often this is how we just use it to respond to someone, to let them know, and we might be agreeing they need to rush. You're not saying, no problem, I don't want to be late, we can be there till 7, but you're just saying, take your time, just to make sure that you shouldn't be stressed out.
Right. And this is the fun part. Sometimes it's used in a sarcastic way.
Yes.
To imply if you want to tease someone, or you actually are impatient. And someone is being slow with something. Tell us more about that, Aubrey.
Yeah, so let's show this in our little mini role play here, because we use this a lot sarcastically to be funny, sort of tease, but also to let someone know, like, you're being slow, right?
Yeah, a little passive aggressive, I would say.
It is a little passive aggressive. All right, I'll start us out with a little role play here. Yeah. The flight boards in 20 minutes, and you're stopping for coffee?
Oh, it'll be quick.
Okay, sure. Take your time.
And I got it from your tone of voice too, right? Take your time, right? There's a little bit of a warning in that tone of voice of, we could miss the flight and it could be your fault, right?
Exactly. Like, you're saying a lot with the tone and the words, right? I'm saying, like, I really am not okay with this. You're going to make us late. It's all there in just the tone. Okay, well, take your time.
Exactly. And what else do we need to know here when we're using it without sarcasm, Aubrey?
Yeah, so because this is used often sarcastically, if you do mean it, if you really want to let them know it's fine, take your time, you need to provide more information so that you aren't so that no one assumes you're being sarcastic, right? The context will be important. Often you can tell from context. So if I wanted to let you know, oh, actually, we have time for you to get coffee, I would say something else. Let's look at this role play, how it could look if I'm not being sarcastic.
Okay, so you're being genuine here, like you're actually not worried about the time, right?
Exactly. Okay. So, same situation. Our flight is boarding pretty soon. You get in line at Starbucks, maybe, right? And so then I would say, oh, you're stopping for coffee?
Oh, I'll be quick.
Okay, take your time. The security line is short, so we're fine.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. I think it's really important to add, and even to the extent that when we did the last role play, I felt a little awkward just saying take your time. Right? The first one that we
I feel
showed.
like you should say more to make sure they know you're not being sarcastic.
Yes.
I agree.
Exactly. Yeah, that's
So
really
here,
right there.
if I just said take your time, right? You're stopping for coffee, I'll be quick. Take your time. You might wonder if I'm being passive aggressive. Is she being sarcastic? Because the tone, if it's not obvious, then there's ambiguity. You're not sure. But the more context you can provide, this where I say like, oh, security line short, we're fine, then you know I'm not being sarcastic.
Yeah. Aubrey, are you someone who is very time conscious in the sense that you're always kind of aware of the time? Or are you someone who could just, I don't know, maybe show up to a party late and not realize it, kind of, because some people just don't have that much of an awareness in their personal lives of time, which
good question. I had to sort of think about this while you're asking. Usually I am very time conscious. I don't want to be late. I don't want to make people wait on me. I feel really terrible if ever I'm late to a meeting or miss an appointment. I feel badly. So I try to really be cognizant of the time. But lately, more and more, if I don't have an alarm on my phone or check my calendar every few minutes, without even meaning to, I'm going to miss things. There's just so much going on with all my kids and everything. So I've started to keep my phone with me, and I'm setting alarms all day long so that I don't miss anything. I don't want to be late.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's also a cultural element here too, right? In American culture, we're told that time, well, there's a lot we could say about this, right? That life is ruled based on time and schedules, whereas other cultures, it's ruled based on relationships a bit more. The time of a meeting can be flexible depending on how much of the relationship we need to build, and that could affect the next meeting, but that's okay in some places, right? Whereas it's not okay here, and there's a whole lot we could talk about with time.
That's such a good point. This is really fascinating because often in the United States, relationships are built because you are respecting someone's time. And when we feel that from someone, that creates the connection. Like, okay, they're respecting my time.
Yes, very interesting. Versus in another place in the world, it might be more about not adhering to the time. Right? There's not a strict schedule in which we can have this meeting. It's more flexible. Wow. Okay.
And that might create a bond, or it's like, oh, they know they can count on me to not be worried if we're late. So that's very cultural. Interesting.
All right.
I wanted to share a couple of similar phrases. Really quickly, we also say no rush, same thing, right? No rush, we got plenty of time. Same meaning.
Yeah, love that one. So for example, I know you said you'd submit the draft by today, but no rush.
Yeah, so if ever there isn't a hard deadline, if at work or in everyday life, it's always, this is such a great way to alleviate stress for people. We all have so much going on. Anytime you can let someone know that you don't need it urgently, there's no rush, take your time, let them know. It's amazing.
Totally. And that helps people to understand what's really important and what's more flexible. Even though we have timelines and deadlines for everything, it's never that everything has to be done on that date that we say it does, right? Some things are more flexible than others. And then sometimes there are things that really do need to be done on that date because someone else is waiting for it or something.
So if we're prioritizing everything at the same level, we don't know what needs to. So this is always really valuable. If you can let someone know, no rush, take your time, right? Another one is no hurry. If you say like, oh, I got to the restaurant, there's an hour wait, so no hurry. Maybe you text this to someone. You don't know, they might be rushing, they might be worried, or they're in traffic. If you can let someone know this, it's just like a gift you're giving them to no longer be stressed about the time.
To sit back and relax and exhale for a second, right?
Yeah, or just no hurry, take your time.
Totally. Okay, Aubrey, we are back. And is there one other little phrase that our listeners should know today?
Yeah, this is sort of a bonus phrase we're going to add, that when you're saying take your time, take one's time, often we'll add the word sweet. It's sort of an expression to take one's sweet time. Means to do something slowly or leisurely without rushing or feeling pressured. We also sometimes use this sarcastically, so you have to be careful, right? Oh, take your sweet time. It's like, why are you being so slow?
Loaded meaning there, right? Loaded meaning for sure. Here's an example. They're always late, so I'm going to take my sweet time getting ready.
Yeah, it's interesting how adding sweet adds a little more. There's something there of like you're either annoyed or like you're intentionally being slow for some reason.
Yeah, it's a little sassy, isn't it?
Yes, it is sassy. I'm going to take my sweet time.
Any other sample sentence, Aubrey?
Yeah, you might say, my dog is never in a rush when I take him outside to do his business. He always takes his sweet time. This is my neighbor. She's always like, she's out there at least an hour. He's just
an hour?
Flowers.
Oh my gosh, that's they can take advantage. They know what they're getting. They know that
they have to take me for a walk because we're gonna be outside a while.
They want to sniff everything first. Yeah, it's so true. Should we go into a role play, Aubrey?
Yeah, let's do it. You and I are siblings on a family vacation at the Grand Canyon in this role play.
Oh boy, all right, here we go.
I'll start us. Lindsay, we're all waiting on you. Get a move on.
Relax. Look at this view. I'm taking my sweet time. I want to enjoy every moment, and Mom said we're in no rush.
You know what? You're right. Who knows when we'll be here again? Let's take our time.
And that's always a good reminder when you're with family or friends and you just snap into the present and you think, hey, let's be present here. right?
Absolutely. Yes, I find myself doing this where I'm like, I'll have an itinerary and we need to get to the next thing, so I'm not enjoying the moment. You're like, look at this view. Take time to be present.
Yeah, that's what concerns me about heavily scheduled trips where everything is planned out. It would, so I like to strike a balance, but then if you only have a week for a trip, in my 20s when I traveled South America with a backpack, I had no agenda. I was just, okay, let's check in at the hostel. Let's go do this. Let's sit in a cafe for 3 hours. But it's not as easy now.
I know, right? Now you're more aware of what you're missing if you're taking your sweet time at one place because you only have so much time to pack everything in.
It's true. All right, let's review the role play. So first I said, relax, look at this view. I'm taking my sweet time. I want to enjoy every moment, and Mom said we're in no rush. Okay.
Yeah, so if I said to you, like, take your sweet time, Lindsay, that's for sure being sarcastic, right? I'm really saying, can you please be faster?
Yeah.
But when we say this about ourselves, like you did here, we're just saying, like, I'm gonna take time to enjoy this moment. You could say either, I'm taking my time, or I'm taking my sweet time.
Yes, I love it. And then what did you say, Aubrey?
And then I said, you know what, you're right. Let's take our time. I also wanted to highlight when we first started the role play and I said, get a move on. Do you say this, Lindsay, to tell someone to hurry?
Get a move on. I do sometimes. Yeah, get a move on. Get moving. Let's go.
Yeah, it's kind of a fun expression, right? Like, okay, we're in a hurry. Get a move on.
Yeah.
4 words, guys, separate. Get a move on. Kind of a weird chunk.
It's a good one. That's a good one. And then at the end, again, you said, let's take our time. Yes.
Yeah.
Love that. I think I love it when I meet someone who embodies this fully. People who just live a little bit of a slower life or a more mindful life. I feel like just being around them, I can learn a lot.
Yeah, my grandma was really this way. Her name was Loba. She passed away, but she really took time to enjoy the little things, the little moments, and she would name them, right? She would be like, look at this beautiful flower, or look at this adorable baby. And she would sort of bring you into the moment with her. She was really amazing about that. Or she'd be like, sit down with me and enjoy this cookie. She's like, this is delicious, right? Instead of letting things pass her by.
That's so smart. That's mindfulness 101. She was a Buddhist, I can tell.
She was a Buddhist at heart, for sure.
I love it. That's beautiful. That is something to learn. I mean, I feel like that's my takeaway for today. Now our listeners have this phrase, but what's really important is not the words or the grammar. It's how we make people feel when we say that to them. Right, Aubrey?
Absolutely. And if you have that opportunity to let someone know that they do have time, or you don't mind waiting, if you can use one of these phrases, no rush, take your time, that really is valuable. It could really lower someone's stress about a situation, which is huge.
Yeah, and it could change the way you see the world. I mean, you could rush past a rose bush, or you could actually look at it, right, and really see, smell it, and fully take it in.
Yeah, we say take time to smell the roses,
Yeah.
right? And it's so true. If you're on a walk, take time to enjoy the beauty of the earth. Don't just like rush because you're thinking about the next thing you have to do.
Exactly. And take time to leave us a review.
Yes,
Leave a review for All Ears English. Again, we want to see what you guys think of the show, so let us know and I will share them with our team. All right. Good stuff, Aubrey. You have a good day. I'll talk to you soon.
You too. See you next time.
Okay. Bye. Thanks for listening to All Ears English. Would you like to know your English level? Take our 2-minute quiz. Go to allearsenglish.com/fluency score. And if you believe in connection, not perfection, then hit subscribe now to make sure you don't miss anything. See you next time. This is an All Ears English podcast, episode 2451, Emotion versus Feeling. What is the difference? Welcome to the All Ears English podcast, downloaded more than 200 million times. Are you feeling stuck with your English? We'll show you how to become fearless and fluent by focusing on connection, not perfection, with your American hosts, Lindsay McMahon, the English adventurer, and Michelle Kaplan, the New York radio girl, coming to you from Colorado and New York City, USA. To get real-time transcripts right on your phone and create your personalized vocabulary list, try the All Ears English app for iOS and Android. Start your 7-day free trial at allearsenglish.com/app.
Today, get emotional with Lindsay and Michelle as we break down the differences between the words emotion and feeling. Plus, get a tip on how to be present during moments when emotions are running high.
Hey there, Michelle. How are you today?
I'm good, Lindsay. How are you?
Good, Michelle. I have a question. I think I know the answer, but I'm going to ask anyway. Maybe you'll surprise me. Who knows?
I don't think I will.
Michelle, are you an emotional person? I bet our listeners could answer this too.
I am an emotional person. I definitely, I'm not to a regular degree, but I'm definitely on the more emotional side.
Yeah.
What about you, Lindsay?
Yeah, I would say I am for sure. I mean, over the years, I've learned how to kind of, I don't know, maybe distract myself
Yeah.
sometimes from emotions. Um, but definitely I am an emotional person at my core. Absolutely.
Same.
Yeah,
I feel like that's one of the reasons you and I get along so well. We both feel things very deeply, I think.
I'll feel all the feels, as they say.
All the
right?
feels, that's right. Oh my gosh, that's another good one. So yeah, well, we're talking about this today because we have a listener question from Rama 900. Lindsay, would you like us?
Yeah.
Like me, myself, and I. Would you like me to read the question?
Would you like to read it? Sure, Michelle. Yeah, go for it. Go for it. Yeah.
Sure. So it says, this comes from a review. It looks like a 5-star review. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
So it says, I like listening to your podcast. It's like treatment after a long day. That's
wonderful.
really nice.
Yeah.
I have a question for you. What's the difference between emotion and feeling? Ooh, I searched and asked AI, but I feel more confused. Can you explain and clarify the differences? Thank you in advance, Rama 900. Yeah. Ooh, this is a good one.
I love this question, and I totally understand that Rama tried to search on AI. We're all using AI these days, but it really just kicks back what you would find on Google, right? And so
exactly.
So we're here to show you in context to really break this down for you, Rama, and for all the rest of our listeners. But Michelle, first, what should our listeners do right now? What is the single action we want them to do before we continue with the show?
All right, guys, we want you to hit the follow button wherever you are listening to the All Ears English podcast because we don't want you to miss any episode. We want to make it easy so you remember to listen, you have it come straight to your queue, all the good stuff.
Important. And of course, if you're watching in YouTube, which this show is on video in YouTube, hit the subscribe button in your case. Excellent. Michelle, let's get into answering this question directly for Rama. Emotion versus feeling. What do we think?
So, yeah, this is, I mean, Lindsay, do you have kind of a first instinct of how you would explain this?
Yeah, emotions feel a little more raw and more initial. It's like the spark. And then the feeling maybe kind of like the after effect, sort of the more refined when we're kind of explaining. Yeah, but emotions feel more raw to me. What do you think? Michelle?
More raw. Yeah, I agree. I mean, so I was taking a look and I saw on this counselingcentergroup.com. It does explain it. It says kind of the emotions are what happen initially, and the feelings are, as they describe it, the afterglow. So
interesting.
Kind of, they explain that emotions are kind of, like you said, more raw, and maybe it happens right away. And then this is interesting. It says feelings are how we process and interpret these emotional reactions on a conscious level.
Yes.
So it says, you could like the emotion it explains is kind of like that physical feeling. So it mentions a racing heart.
Okay.
And then how you process it is the feeling. So feeling, okay, now I'm feeling scared. So
yes.
it's, I mean, this is very kind of convoluted. So, but this is again from counselingcentergroup.com.
Yeah.
So I mean, in some ways that makes sense to me, right? Emotion, like you said, is more raw. And feelings can, to me, be a little bit more general. I'm feeling happy. I'm feeling sad.
Okay. Yeah. I will also think that another difference is that feelings are a bit more of a less articulate word. So if you're talking to a child about their feelings, you probably wouldn't say, "Tell me about your emotions." Right.
Right.
It's
right.
It's a more feelings are kind of the word is a bit more basic, if that makes sense. Don't you think?
Yeah. Yes, I think so. Yes, you definitely. I mean, I'm also thinking of when you're watching something and or let's say somebody's about to give a speech, right? About like a wedding or something, and something kind of a high intensity, lots of feelings. They might say, "Oh, I'm getting emotional, sorry." Right? They wouldn't say, "I'm feeling." I mean, you can say, "I'm feeling emotional."
Yeah, there is no adjective that goes along with feelings in the way that emotional works. You're right.
Interesting.
That is interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. So, okay, this is, we're kind of talking more about like from that site that I read from, that's a little bit more scientific. So, they're not the same, but they are similar. But this is one of those situations. Do you think it's helpful for our listeners to be sitting there thinking about which is the difference, and when they're trying to connect with someone, to be getting nervous about which one they should use? Do you think that's the best use of our time?
Absolutely not, Michelle. I'm glad you asked that question, especially because here at All Ears English, we're all about connection. And when the words emotion and feeling are coming out around the scenario, you should be connecting with someone, probably, right?
Right.
Instead of sitting there and thinking, which word should I use? I know that our listeners sometimes, one of the biggest challenges is second guessing yourself. But when emotions are raw and there's been something that's happened that is good or bad, we want to be there for the person, right? We don't want to be in our head in this, cerebral mode.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Exactly. So today we're going to go over, how can we actually use this? How
Yeah.
can we actually apply this? And what are some expressions, some common expressions that are really how we use these words, and how
Yes.
can we apply them to our conversations to connect with people, to maybe comfort them, to share how we are feeling.
Yeah.
Um,
And just
yeah,
to
that's
kind of articulate, exactly to articulate how we're feeling. That's kind of the mark of of a mature adult someone that can articulate how they're feeling, right? And relate to others around that feeling, right?
right. Actually, that's interesting. So, yeah, if you think about it, emotion, it's not, it can't be a verb.
Yeah.
Feeling, I am feeling
Mm-hmm.
sad, right?
And
So,
feeling can't be enough.
you can't
Right.
say, you can't, right. So, you can't say, I am emotioning.
No, that would be kind of cool though. Maybe we should make that up and start that
I
word.
kind of like it. Oh, I'm
Let's
emotioning
make that
right
word
now.
go. Let's make that word trend, as they say.
Yeah, I like it. So interesting. Okay, so let's get started on these. I mean, again, basically, emotions are a little more formal, feelings are less formal, a little more conversational, but let's go through with some of these idioms, these chunks. Lindsay, what's the first
Yes.
one?
Oh, one thing, which I
Yeah.
just realized you can say emoting, right? And I guess this is when I look up what this
Okay.
means, portray an emotion in a theatrical manner. Now, this is a word I don't really use very much, but I have seen it around. But I
Right.
think maybe this is more dramatic, the use of that word.
Yeah.
Right?
I think so too, and I also think that it's not quite the same thing as
Yeah.
like if we want to say I'm emotioning, like you wouldn't say like I'm emotioning sad.
Yeah, no, it's not the same.
Or
I'm
emoting. You still wouldn't even say I'm emoting this.
You really wouldn't. That would be weird, right? It's not
so
real.
there is that word emoting for sure, and that's a very good point to bring up. But yeah, still feels a little different, right?
Feels a little different. Yeah, let's go through this. So I love the expression mixed emotions.
Yeah, me too.
Right? So for example, I used to love that restaurant, but now I have mixed emotions. Things have changed recently. Yeah, so here we're getting our emotions involved when it comes to our opinion of a restaurant. So it must be something we feel pretty strongly about, right?
Right. Yes, exactly. So mixed emotions. Or here's another one. Oh wait, that was sorry. Oh. Okay, so then there's just emotional.
Yes.
Right?
Emotional.
Yes. So for example, in the last month of my pregnancy, my hormones made me super emotional.
So it just means you're up and down and feeling things very strongly. Maybe you're like really excited and then you're really sad. Just a flip of a switch, right?
Yes.
With the hormones.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Or this one is very common, Lindsay. What is the next one?
Oh, emotional roller coaster. So, being friends with you is an emotional roller coaster. Oh my gosh, that's not good. There are people, right? I'm sure we can think of people in our lives we've known that kind of, there's always drama, right? There's always drama up and down, and it is an emotional roller coaster. Yeah.
What does that mean? I mean, an emotional roller. I mean, you kind of said it already, but yeah.
If we think of the way a roller coaster goes, it goes up and down, it goes around. Just the emotions are not stable, right? They're always feeling good and then feeling bad, and it can be hard to be around that sometimes. Right?
Yeah,
those extreme swings. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
This is a very, very common expression, and it can be used. It can, and these don't need to be used for extreme situation. These can be used also just for your basic, oh, today was a little bit of an emotional roller coaster. You know, I messed something up at work, and then it doesn't have to be like so extreme.
Right.
So these are really common. I don't want you to think that these are only reserved for something tragic, right?
Yeah, exactly. If it's a roller coaster for you, then you can use that, right? Depending on what happens. A roller coaster for someone might not be a roller coaster for someone else, depending on what's actually happened, right?
Exactly. Yes. Good point.
Interesting. All right, Michelle. So let's go over to feelings. You know, the word feelings, this could be a noun or a verb, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So you could say, I have a good feeling, or I have a bad feeling about something. So you could, a something feeling, a bad feeling, a good feeling, a funny feeling, a weird feeling, a strange feeling, right?
Yeah. Trademark phrase, Michelle. I feel funny.
I was just thinking about that. I feel funny. That's my trademark. But yeah, I mean, so what does that mean to say I have a good feeling about something?
Well, it depends. So if I'm saying I have a bad feeling in my neck, it just means that I have probably some pain or like a knot, right? But I have a good feeling about X. Like, I have a good feeling that I'll get the job. It's kind of like you have a hunch. You have a hunch.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It feels like there's something in the air, where there's signs everywhere that something good is going to happen. Auspicious, I think is the word, right? Yeah.
And then, it just go back to emotion. You wouldn't say I have like a bad emotion in my neck, right? That's another another point that we can make is a feeling is the only one out of those two that you can use for something physical, right?
Yes, 100%, for sure. We do not want to say I have a bad emotion in my neck. That would be weird. All right, next one. Feeling okay, feeling fine. I'm feeling okay, but I need more rest tonight. People are checking in on you. How are you doing? Often we're just we're okay, or we don't quite know how we are. I think honestly, in at least in American culture, I don't know that we're really taught to know how we're feeling all the time. I know that emotions can really reverberate throughout the body, and well, at least I'll speak for myself. I don't know if I really learned the skills of understanding, like, how feelings were affecting my body. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Oh, definitely. I mean, you realize all the time when you do some sort of relaxation or whatever, and they say, "Oh, unclench your jaw." And you think of those things, and you realize, oh my gosh, I was holding everything, right?
Or another embarrassing example for me is a couple of years ago when I was coming back from Egypt. I got a massage in the Frankfurt airport, right? Airport massages in the chair. So I had been really stressed out before I went on the trip. And I sat in the massage chair, and I started bawling. Like crying like crazy. It was uncontrollable crying, Michelle. Like worse than I've cried in a long time. And then I couldn't stop. Like, I had to stop the massage, pay the money, and then I continued to cry. It was incredible.
Oh my gosh.
All this emotion
was such a relief.
Held. Yeah, it was so weird.
Wow.
And this might be cultural, I think probably other cultures do a better job of, I don't know, listening to their bodies or giving their bodies space for emotions to flow through. But I know for me, I didn't really learn that growing up. Yeah.
Interesting. So after that happened, like, did you feel like a weight was lifted, or how did that help you?
Yeah, I think I felt a weight lifted. Yeah, I would say I felt better a while. I definitely cried in the airport for another half hour after I was from the massage parlor. Yeah, so very weird, right? But not weird, normal, I guess.
Yeah, but it's true. Like, I always notice it when I watch like, I don't know, there's even this guy on Instagram that will say, "Oh, relax this part of your face," and they say, "Oh, I think it's a lot in the jaw." Yeah, there's like a lot of like, or are you clenching your teeth constantly throughout the day when you don't even realize, right?
Or your shoulders. I know a lot of people hold a lot of emotion in their shoulders. They clench all day long. So, oh boy, Michelle, that's another episode.
We're really getting into it. Another one is just to hurt someone's feelings, right?
Yes.
You don't really hurt someone's emotions, right? You would say, he hurt my feelings when he told me my bag was ugly.
Yeah, and with this one, I would give a little caveat. It's a little bit of a younger kind of phrase, right? So I
Yes.
wouldn't say like, oh, my boss hurt my feelings, right? Like to my coworker, that's a little young. It's something you would say to a kid. Did you hurt your
Yeah.
brother's feelings? Right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Good point. And then the last one is a gut feeling, right? So that's your like your special superpower, like I have an idea, like something's telling me in my body.
Yes, we've talked about this on the show before. Some people are really good, with their gut. They can just feel that something's going to happen or have a feeling about a person, right? That's a good one. So
Yeah,
what are
one example with that is my gut feelings are usually right. He's a bad guy. So yeah.
And maybe you find that out later, right? Maybe it's something you couldn't put your finger on. That's a good expression for today.
Yes.
But then, a year later, you realize why you didn't like your friend's boyfriend, right? He did something that wasn't obvious in the beginning. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So yeah, basically what it boils down to is feelings are kind of less formal. I would say in general, they're kind of used, like that word is thrown out a little bit more frequently. It's a little bit more casual, and common. And emotions are a little bit more raw. And then so I would say that's one. And then also to think of those idioms, those collocations, don't worry so much about the science. Think about how it's actually used in conversations and throw those out there.
I love that, Michelle. Well said. Let's get into a quick role play. Do we have a few minutes for this?
Yes, let's do it. So we're going to use several of these in here. So here we are, friends, and I am venting to Lindsay about my living situation.
All right, here we go. So, do you like it there?
Mixed emotions.
Really? I have a feeling that you'll change your mind. It's only been a month.
That's true, but it's been an emotional roller coaster with my roommate.
Oh no, really?
Yeah, I just have a gut feeling that this isn't gonna work. I think I hurt her feelings when I told her I wasn't open to a housewarming party.
Oh no! Yeah, I mean, we talk about our feelings with our friends, right? Maybe women do it more than men. I don't know. But definitely we talk about how we're experiencing things in real time by using words like emotions and feelings. So
Yeah.
I asked you how you like it at your new living situation. You said, mixed emotions. You didn't say I have mixed emotions. You said,
yeah, that's true.
Mixed emotions.
You said, really? I have a feeling that you'll change your mind. So you're saying I have a hunch. It's gonna be okay.
Yes, and then you said that's true, but it's been an emotional roller coaster with my roommate. Yeah, very common response when you've gone through a lot with a person already.
Yeah, and then I said, I just have a gut feeling this isn't gonna work.
Sometimes you can know. You can know when things are not going to line up between you and another person. And you said, I think I hurt her feelings when I told her I wasn't open to a housewarming party.
Yeah. Maybe I should lighten up and maybe
Yeah. I don't know. Sometimes you're just not a match, for roommates or friends or partners. It's just like not working, emotionally.
I've had that with roommates. Yeah, it's okay.
Sure.
It happens.
Yeah, me too. I had a lot of roommates in New York, and many of them were not a great match. So
yeah. Exactly.
Michelle, what's another episode we could go to?
All right, guys, check out episode 2437. That was, Are You Good Cop or Bad Cop? That was a really fun one. I think I did that one with Aubrey. So listen to that.
I love it. Any final takeaway here, Michelle?
Yeah, this is one of those episodes where we can dive in and get into the science of what the difference is, but really it's about the context and how are we going to use it. So I would say that is the biggest thing to take away from here. We gave you some basic guidelines of parts of speech and this and that, but really it comes down to how do we use it. And this is also really important for connections. So if you're getting bogged down in your head in this moment and getting all stressed out about it could break the connection. So let's focus on learning some of these actual expressions, these idioms. These are what are really going to help you.
Yeah, this is life. This is being a human being living and breathing, right? This experiencing emotions. And so if you are in your head, don't be in your head for these moments, right? Because someone might need you, right? Maybe there's been some kind of event and they need you with them, not standing outside of the group thinking, am I going to use the right word? Okay?
Right.
Super important. Yeah.
Right. Because if you think of it, just one more point, like in the end, like, even the rules we gave, like, they don't always work. Like, for example, mixed emotions, we're saying that emotions are more raw. Mixed emotions, that's pretty conversational. Yeah. You know what I mean? So it doesn't always, not everything fits into a bucket. And so let's, I wouldn't analyze too much or get too worried about it. But
and always just come back to connection. Where is the connection in that moment, right? I love it. So good, Michelle. Great chat today about emotions and feelings. Yes. And I will see you next time. All right.
All right. Bye, Lindsay. Bye, guys.
Bye. Thanks for listening to All Ears English. Would you like to know your English level? Take our 2-minute quiz. Go to allearsenglish.com/fluency score. And if you believe in connection, not perfection, then hit subscribe now to make sure you don't miss anything. See you next time.
This is an All Ears English podcast, episode 2450. Grammar that breaks the rules, part 2. Noun nonsense.
Welcome to the All Ears English podcast, downloaded more than 200 million times. Are you feeling stuck with your English? We'll show you how to become fearless and fluent by focusing on connection, not perfection, with your American host, Aubrey Carter, the IELTS whiz, and Lindsay McMahon, the English adventurer, coming to you from Arizona and Colorado, USA. And to get your transcripts delivered by email every week, go to allearsenglish.com/subscribe. Do you always assume that if a word ends in ly, it's an adverb and should be used in that way? Today, get 4 examples of adjectives that end in ly and how to use them in English. Hey there, Aubrey. How are you today? How's it going?
I'm great, Lindsay. How are you?
Yes, Aubrey. Oh my gosh, here's a question.
Okay.
Can you think of a time in your life when you were cowardly? That is a very strong word.
That is a strong word. I think the best example is at haunted houses. I get really scared at a haunted house. I don't want people jumping out at me. So there are times where we go to enter and I'm like, just kidding, I'll be out here. You guys go ahead.
Right, you don't
I
like
get
it.
really cowardly.
Yeah. We used to run during Halloween. We used to run past this guy's house because there was a guy on our road that our parents told us he was a hermit. I don't know if he was a hermit or not. It was the 90s, it was the 80s. And we would just sprint past his house because we were so afraid of him. I'm sure it was
it's funny because hermit just means they like to stay inside, right? But you had some kind of idea that this meant
scary.
Really scary.
Exactly. So
Boo Radley. It was like a Boo Radley situation.
right, that kind of situation. So this is an episode which is a part 2 of a series. Aubrey, tell us about that.
Exactly. Michelle and I recorded part 1 of this series. Adjectives that you expect to be an adverb, you're adding ly. So stay till the end. We'll share the number because you can definitely listen to these out of order.
Yeah.
Today is part 2. Nouns that you would expect to add ly and it would become an adverb, but it's still an adjective. Very tricky.
Yeah, very tricky. So English doesn't always follow the formula that we're looking for, and we need to have a flexible mind to be ready for that, right?
Exactly. If you learn this rule or guideline that words that end in ly are adverbs, you could really be thrown off because that's just not always the case.
Right, I love that. Interesting. Guys, before we get deeper into this today, this high-level English, go ahead and hit the follow button. Aubrey, what do we stand for here at All Ears English? How are we different from every other podcast?
Right? We believe in connection, not perfection.
Yes.
So we want you to be able to connect in English. We're always teaching, grammar, vocabulary, interesting thing, cultural insights, but with the goal of connecting in English, of being ready for those in-person conversations.
Yeah, exactly. We believe there's something more important than being perfect or being correct, and it is connecting, because that's what leads to a happier life. So we're essentially here to make sure we live happier lives through English, through communication, guys. So hit the follow button, or if you're on YouTube, hit subscribe. All right, good. Aubrey, let's get into the first example here.
All right, our first one is a friend and friendly. So we have the noun friend, which is, of course, a person you know well and like. You might say she has been my best friend since kindergarten.
Right.
But then when you add ly, this is not an adverb.
Yep.
Do not use this to describe actions or verbs. It is an adjective.
Yeah, so for example, our new neighbors are very friendly and brought us cookies. Yeah, that's just literally describing their nature, how they are. Are your neighbors friendly, Aubrey?
I do have extremely friendly neighbors. In fact, last week was my birthday.
Yeah.
And I have 2 neighbor friends who both brought super nice gifts. They're I think their love language, both of these amazing ladies, is giving gifts.
Yes.
And I made a note. I'm like, I need to do better at remembering their birthdays and taking them a gift, because that's not usually my love language, but I think that's also how they receive love. So I need to be more cognizant about getting them a gift on their birthday, because it is so meaningful. I was very touched. It was so kind.
That's really kind. Happy belated birthday, by the way, Aubrey. And I hope you had a great day. It's true. Love languages are tricky, because people do usually show love in their language, but if it's not your language, you may not think to reciprocate in that same way, right?
Exactly. Yeah. Especially gift giving, I think, is the trickiest one, because if that isn't your love language, you don't think to do it for others who might really feel loved if you do. So I need to step out of my comfort zone maybe and find a gift for friends for sure.
All right, good stuff. Well, the next one is coward and cowardly. So this is interesting. So this is what you asked me at the top of the show. I asked you at the top of the show, right? What is a coward as a noun?
Yeah, so this is a person who is not brave, is afraid, often even to do what is right or expected.
Yeah.
This is the difference between just being scared and not brave. Often a coward will collocate with if
someone really should be standing up for injustice. Someone is being treated badly, and you still don't dare to step in and do the right thing. That is when we would potentially call someone a coward, or call ourselves a coward if we do that.
Yeah, I mean, we can see a lot of examples of this right now in government. I won't go into it, but that's another story for another day.
And that's a really good point, though, that often we don't really talk about individuals as cowards, but we will use this in a bigger way.
Right.
To talk about countries, governments, that if one person or group feels like they should step in, they have a duty to step in, and they don't, then we might refer to them as a coward.
Sure,
right?
Absolutely. It also makes me think of the Cowardly Lion on The Wizard of Oz, right? A famous character. Right?
Yeah. I just saw the preview for Wicked 2.
Oh, geez.
I loved part 1, and I'm very excited for the last installment, part 2. It looks like they've done a fantastic job with it. It's going to be so good.
Oh, I'm sure it's going to be really good. And here's an example. So when we use the word cowardly, as it's not an adverb, right? It's still an adjective describing that person. It was a cowardly act to run away and leave his friends behind, or describing the act, the thing he did, right?
Exactly. So we either, it's always going to describe a noun because it's an adjective, either a cowardly person, a cowardly act, a cowardly government, a cowardly country. Absolutely, right? We can describe any, often for bigger things like this as well. We would say the act is cowardly.
Yes, and it can be so confusing sometimes when you see this, from the outside. I'm sure there's more nuance on the inside, but it can be very frustrating when you see this from the outside, right?
If you maybe are the kind of person who would take action, right? This is not in your nature. You're not cowardly. So then if you see someone else doing it, I can see potentially a lot of frustration. You would just want to jump in and do it for them.
Right, exactly. All right, what's number 3, Aubrey?
Okay, the next one is cost. So of course we have the noun, the amount of money required to buy or do something, or we also use it to talk about like the loss or sacrifice involved in an action, the cost of something. So, for example, cost of living in that city is very high.
Yes. And when it comes to costly, again, still an adjective, something that, again, like you said, Aubrey, causes loss or damage. Their mistakes proved costly in the final minutes of the game. So here we're talking about their mistakes cost them the game. Okay?
Yes, exactly. And we will use this word bigger as well. If we talk about famine, war, things like this, we would say it's costly. If it's causing loss of life, right? We'll use this for bigger things as well.
Absolutely. And now order and orderly. So what about this one?
So order, of course, is a noun.
That means a state of organization or tidiness. So you might say, she likes for things to be in order. I feel like this is true about you, Lindsay, right? You like for things to be in order when possible.
For the most part, sometimes, at the end of the week, things get a little messy. But yeah, I do feel like I need a bit of that zen in my head to be able to work and focus. Things need to be somewhat in order. I can't have chaos in here.
Right, understandable. I think a lot of people are in that same boat for sure. But interestingly, if you add ly, this does not become an adverb, right? It stays an adjective, orderly, meaning neat and well organized. You like for your desk to be orderly so you can focus.
Yep, the files were arranged in an orderly manner on the shelf. What about you, Aubrey? Are you someone that can't work or focus if there's a lot of mess in your space, or are you okay?
I thrive in clutter, I feel like. It's interesting because my partner is like that. Everything must be orderly and neat, so I really try to keep things orderly, but clutter doesn't bother me at all. I like for things to be clean. Okay, so I'll like clean, but when there's, I don't know, I think as a mom of 4 children, like there are always toys and clothes and things everywhere. So if I couldn't handle a little clutter, I would have gone crazy long ago.
Yeah, do you think that you've grown more tolerance with clutter over the years? Having kids?
I think I always was very tolerant of clutter. I remember my room being such a mess.
Really?
My mom called me a clutter bug because there were clothes and books and everything everywhere. Not like dirty. No, I wouldn't have like food in my room.
It's not
like
dirt.
that.
It's just clutter.
Just like books, stacks of books from the library, I remember, and it would drive my mom crazy. She just couldn't go in my room. She's like, it was such a mess.
Yeah, that makes sense. We're all so different in that sense, right?
Totally.
But as long as you know what you can handle and what you need, then that's the key, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, Aubrey, let's roll this out in a role play, and we'll see how it all comes out. All right, so
perfect. You and I are classmates in this role play. We have been assigned to work together on a school project.
All right, here we go. Let's divide up the work. I made a checklist to keep things orderly.
Oh, thank you. I can't afford to get a bad grade on this. My GPA is almost high enough for a scholarship I'm trying for, and the cost of failing this class would be painful.
Only one of us needs to present. Would you be up for that? I'm a bit cowardly when it comes to public speaking.
You could totally do it. The class is such a friendly group. Nobody's going to judge you. I can definitely do it though if you want. I'm a good friend like that.
Thanks. We can create the slides together and then I'll proofread them and make sure everything is in the right order.
Okay, remember it needs to be at least 5 minutes. The professor said if it's under that, it'll be really costly for the final grade. Oh, you can tell I'm really stressed about my grade. I need this scholarship.
Yeah, you need the scholarship. Yeah, I remember in school when teachers would kind of hint at what really mattered in your grade or in the syllabi. You get your syllabus in college, and it would show how you're graded, right? What is costly in terms of mistakes if you don't turn something in, or if you're late, or
right, which exams were going to be cumulative,
yes,
and which were weighted more for your grade. Yeah, we always paid attention to that. What do I really need to study for?
Oh my gosh, I'm so glad that college is done.
Same. That was really nerve-wracking.
Yeah.
It was stressful.
It was stressful for sure. All right, let's go through this. So here I said I made a checklist to keep things orderly, and we might also say keep things, I don't know, clear, organized. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely, right? Any of those would work.
Yeah.
And then I was saying how important the grade is to me. The cost of failing this class would be painful. So another word of saying the result of failing this class.
Exactly. And then I asked you to speak, to do the actual speech. I said, would you be up for that? I'm a bit cowardly when it comes to public speaking. I think this is an interesting use of, I could have said I'm not very brave, or I'm nervous, I get nervous, but cowardly is unique and different. Might be good for IELTS too, right, Aubrey?
Yes, right. It would be more impressive for IELTS because students don't use it nearly as often.
Yeah.
It's interesting to point out here too. I think this is much more common that you'll hear someone refer to themselves as a coward or cowardly rather than calling someone else this, because it is very harsh. Yeah. To call someone else a coward or cowardly.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I'm glad you said that. You'd have to be in a real altercation with them, and you'd have to know them well, and it would be a big thing to drop and to say, you're a cowardly person. That's a real strong thing to say to someone, right? Yeah.
Yes, it would have to be something very extreme that really merits something that heavy, right?
Yes.
Or maybe sometimes when you're in altercations, fights, you want to use heavy language because you want to really get their attention. You want to upset them. Sometimes you find yourself doing that, right? You make it bigger in order to have the effect of your words be stronger.
Right, for sure. All right, great. So let's see. Then you said, Aubrey, the class is such a friendly group. And I know our listeners know that word friendly, but it is interesting to think that this is an adjective, right? It's not an adverb.
Exactly. Yeah, it's interesting just to point this out, right? If you've always thought, okay, every word that ends in ly is an adverb. Right. It's interesting to take a step back and be like, actually, quite often they're adjectives.
Yeah, that is really interesting. What's the next one, Aubrey?
And then friend, of course, I'm a good friend. This is something I say sometimes, right? If someone thanks me for something,
I'm a good friend.
I will usually kind of make like a funny comment to like, maybe remove awkwardness, or I'm not very good at taking compliments, so I'll make a joke. I'm a good friend like that. I would say this.
It is funny how when we feel a little awkward, we say something. We kind of lighten things a bit and respond in some way or other.
Right. And this chunk we use a lot, and you could add anything there. You could say, I don't know, I'm amazing like that.
Right.
I'm fantastic like that. I'm a good friend like that. Yeah.
You're being a little facetious, a little sarcastic, having fun.
Doubling down on, right?
Down.
Aren't I amazing?
Yeah, exactly. And that kind of like makes it less awkward, which is really interesting. So
exactly. And then you said making sure everything is in the right order. And here you're talking about the order of slides, that one comes after another in the correct order.
Exactly. And then finally, you said the professor said if it's under that, it'll be really costly for the final grade, meaning it will cost you a big chunk of your grade. Okay?
Exactly, right? And again, an adjective. So the big main mistake we want to help you avoid here is using all of these words that end in ly to describe verbs, actions, because you're assuming they're an adverb, right? I know this happens, so
yeah,
very excited for you guys to just have this tidbit, right?
Yep.
Even native speakers will make that mistake sometimes because we are taught, right? Adverbs end in ly.
Oh, interesting. And what was the first part of this series, Aubrey? Where can we go if we missed the first episode? What episode should we go to?
Scroll up to episode 2444 right here on All Ears English. Grammar that breaks the rules, part 1. Adjectives that end in ly. So these were, interestingly, adjectives, and then you add ly to it, and it becomes another adjective, but with a different meaning. So don't miss that one.
Love it. And what's our takeaway today? Where should we leave our listeners in terms of connection?
Yeah, it's interesting how something like this can actually help you avoid letting grammar stress you out.
Yeah.
Because the more you know, right? The more you know, the more you feel confident that you're not making minor errors.
Yeah.
And also just that there aren't all these things that you're just not aware of. This is something that until today, probably just kind of weren't aware that this is a possibility. Adjectives also end in ly.
I love it. The more we know, the more we can use that freedom of mind to focus on something ultimately more important, which is the connection. Right, Aubrey?
Absolutely.
So that's why we do recommend studying grammar so that you can move on to what really matters. And I think our listeners get that. They understand that on a deep level. Good stuff.
Absolutely.
All
So
right.
fun. Glad we were able to chat about this, Lindsay. Thank you for joining me.
Great, Aubrey. We'll see you next time. Have a good day.
Awesome. See you next time.
Bye.
Bye.
Thanks for listening to All Ears English. Would you like to know your English level? Take our 2-minute quiz. Go to allearsenglish.com/fluency score. And if you believe in connection, not perfection, then hit subscribe now to make sure you don't miss anything. See you next time.
This is an all ears English podcast. You will be connecting with these phrases before you know it.
Welcome to the All Ears English podcast, downloaded more than 200 million times. Are you feeling stuck with your English? We'll show you how to become fearless and fluent by focusing on connection, not perfection, with your American hosts, Lindsay McMahon, the English adventurer, and Michelle Kaplan, the New York radio girl, coming to you from Colorado and New York City, USA. And to get your transcripts delivered by email every week, go to allearsenglish.com/subscribe. As we get older, time moves faster. Sometimes we want to have an existential conversation about this, or we simply want to comment on how fast milestones happen. Listen in today to build this sentimental connection skill in English.
Hi, Lindsay. How are you?
Hi, Michelle. I'm doing well. How about you?
I'm good, thanks. So, on a recent Instagram video, I asked listeners if they thought that the year was flying by or dragging on. Yeah, because we're already well over halfway through the year. What do you think? Do you think this year is going by really fast or not that fast?
I think it's going fast like every year. Every year goes faster and faster.
Sure.
Honestly, it's going fast for me. Yeah. What about you, Michelle?
Oh, yeah, it's really fast. What's interesting is I think the previous 6 months, like I guess the second half of 2024, I think that went by. Normally, I think time goes by fast, but I think that went by a little on the slow side for me. I think there was just a lot going on, and there was but I think now it's just gone by so fast, so it's crazy to me. But that's one of those things that we talk about a lot. I know at the end of, like, whenever we have our All Ears English meetings, we usually say, "Oh my gosh, can you already believe it?"
Right? It's insane, and it's a great connection skill, because I do think it must be true that as you become older, you feel that time passes faster. I remember thinking as a kid that a week was like a year.
Yep.
The summer was like a lifetime. And now a week is a flash. It's just
I
a flash.
know.
It's incredible.
It is, it is crazy. Same. Because it's about how large it is in proportion to your life. So, because it's always changing, right? So, it's kind of sad, but that's okay. But yeah, so we've kind of talked about this idea or sharing that things are going by quickly. But this was a while ago, and we wanted to take a fresh angle. We have more experience, more expression. So that's what we're going to talk about today, because this is a huge connection topic. Some of these, definitely. Some of these are deeper, and then some of them are a little bit more practical. So this is just going to be really helpful.
Yes, I love it. Let's start with the first one, Michelle. It's in no time. In no time. And the intonation matters here too. Doesn't it, Michelle? How would we use intonation here?
In no time, right? In no time. Like that. You got to give a little punch to the no, right?
Yeah. And is this usually talking about something that's coming up in the future? Saying that something will happen quickly in the future? Or is it talking about the past, that something went by quickly? Yeah.
To me, this is more in the future, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Don't you think? Yeah.
Totally agree. Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe somebody is waiting for something, right? And you want to encourage them. So, for example, I'm sure you'll hear back from the hiring manager in no time.
Exactly. Or we'll just finish this last page and we'll be out of here in no time. Yeah, it really is about something coming up that you want to do or that's going to happen. And you're saying it's going to happen quickly. Okay.
Right. Very good point there. It definitely is, to me, screams future instead of past.
Future, really interesting. And before we go any further, Michelle, where should our listeners make sure they are listening to the show if they want the best possible premium experience?
Well, I absolutely love our app. We have so much on there. You can get your personalized vocabulary list. You can get quizzes. There's so much going on there, and we have it for iOS, we have it for Android. So if you are interested, go to allearsenglish.com/app, APP.
Yes, I love it, guys. Go over there again, allearsenglish.com/app. No matter whether you're on Android or iOS, there's a app for you over there to go deeper with the show. All right, Michelle, the next one, in the blink of an eye. That's a good one. Right?
Yeah, we've gone over this a little bit, but it is really useful and important. So we wanted to take the time to cover it. It's just very common. There's a lot of imagery associated with it, of course. So here you could say, Susie turned 4 in the blink of an eye. It's going by too fast.
Yes.
So, do you think this one is more past, future, or would you say kind of
that's
both,
more past, isn't it? That's weird. Yeah, oh my gosh, we're discovering this in real time together.
Yeah, I wasn't even thinking about that, but yeah, you can say, oh, this is gonna go by in the blink of an eye, but
yeah, you can. That's true. It will go by.
You can. But it does kind of lean a little bit more towards the past, I think.
Yeah. And often it's used to talk about kids growing up. things like people and things developing quickly. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Mhm. Yeah.
All right. What's the next one?
Before you know it, right? Before you know it, it'll be winter again. And this one is moving into the future, thinking about the future. Yes.
Yes, exactly. Or the traffic is terrible, but you'll be out of it before you know it. So maybe, do you ever get it where you see, oh my gosh, everything is kind of standstill and you think it's going to take forever. Right, it's a parking lot. And then somehow it just clears up and you're like, thank goodness.
For sure. It's a weird thing, and we don't know why the traffic starts, right? There's no rain. It just all of a sudden it's tight traffic, and then it just clears. And we don't really know why. But this kind of has a positive feeling to it before you know it, doesn't it?
True. Right. Yeah. It just more like, oh, something will be over. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, a little bit of a positive feeling, but definitely more future as well.
Exactly. So, Michelle, the other one that made me think that I thought of when we looked at today's phrases is, and just like that.
And just like that, that's the Sex and the City, right?
Yeah, I think I'm not a fan of this phrase. I think it's just a big cliche. But people do use it, especially talking about their kids growing up. And just like that, she's 5 or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. And just like that, I'll definitely add that to our list. I was thinking of that one as well.
Yep.
Just like that.
Meaning, that's it. You snapped your fingers and this kid grew up, or this happened, or, the person graduated from high school, right? These are used to refer to milestones, development.
Yeah.
People growing up, right?
Let's do a fun one. This one is really fun. Faster than you can say blank. So, you can put anything in the blank. So, I mean, for example, you can say, I'll be done using your pen faster than you can say math test. Right?
And what do you put in the blank, Michelle? Right?
Yeah.
How do you know what to put in there? That's what our listeners are going to ask, I know.
Yeah, I would say it's mostly something related. Right, to what you were talking about. But it could be something random too, a funny word, a tongue twister, something like that, right? But I mean, could you read the next example?
Yeah. She can make 3 sales faster than you can say new cell phone.
Okay. So, yeah, maybe she's selling cell phones.
Yeah.
And so you're kind of using something related to what's happening.
Yeah. Or you can have a go-to thing. Like for me, whenever I want a placeholder, I just say Mickey Mouse. Like,
But
You know, when something is irrelevant, I will have to come up with an episode to illustrate how I do this sometimes. But it's like, call it whatever you want. Call it Mickey Mouse. You know why I came up with that? My French teacher used to say that. I think she was railing against talking about grammatical terms like present perfect, past perfect. She said, call it what you want. Call it Mickey Mouse, but say it correctly. Right?
That's so funny. I love that. So you'll just say it for
faster than you can say Mickey Mouse. So you can have a little placeholder there that you want to throw in if you want to create your own language trademarks.
Right,
Okay.
right.
That's
It's
what I'm
kind of,
saying.
you know, it could be related if you're, but or yeah, it could be Mickey Mouse.
Yeah, these are just fun personality quirks that we can develop over time that maybe we're the only ones that think it's funny ultimately when you drop it, but it is fun. You can entertain yourself in your you know,
It's
in
true.
a second language too, right?
It's true. It's so funny. Or the last one we have is in a flash. Okay. So in a flash. Oh wait, faster than you can say Mickey Mouse. Would you say? I would say future, past.
Yeah, I think. Let's see. Future. This is thinking ahead, especially like with your kids. If kids are being a little bit impatient, right? Maybe you have to stand in a line for an amusement park Ferris wheel or something. And you can say, oh, we'll get through this faster than you could say Mickey Mouse. You just wait and see.
Right, exactly. Yeah. My kids are never impatient, Lindsay.
Oh no, model children, I'm sure.
Oh yeah. Okay. In a flash. So this is also I would say this is also more so for the future, right?
Yeah.
Right. So I'm just gonna call my mom and then I'll be done with you in a flash.
Yes.
So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you could technically say, you know, it happened in a flash, but I do agree. A lot of these are stretching towards thinking about how long something will take in the future, right?
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, Lindsay, do you think speed is valued in our culture, and are we kind of always rushing? Do these expressions say something about us?
1000%, Michelle. 1000. I'm glad you asked that question. We are such a fast-paced culture and we value speed, especially within services, kinds of services, delivery, quick. We actually want instant gratification.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. We want that thing right away. And so these are really common and really important, I think, in global culture. But I do think American culture has even more of a bias towards things should move fast. We shouldn't have to wait. Right?
Yeah. True. Yeah. You know what's cool? You were talking about instant gratification. Just the other day, I was talking with a friend because I think my son is starting to learn delayed gratification.
Oh,
I feel like that's kind
Big
of a
deal.
milestone, because now he'll say, oh, he wants to save this, or he'll, do something later, and instead of,
that's good.
whereas
The
my
marshmallow
3-year-old will be, no, not, and I'm starting to realize this shift, and it's kind of cool. So
That's great. I mean, so he's at the point where he would pass the marshmallow test, the famous marshmallow test.
Yes.
Just in case our listeners don't know, that was a study that was done by some famous psychologist, I don't know who, where they put kids probably, I don't know, your son's age, 7, 8, 6, I don't know,
6, yeah.
in front of marshmallows, and they said, if you eat this marshmallow, if you can wait 30 minutes and not eat this marshmallow, I'll give you 2 marshmallows. Right? And so they studied what the kids did, and then they followed them to look at their life success 30 years later. And they made some observations about, does delayed gratification actually help you be more successful as a child? Will you be more successful later in life? Super interesting. Right?
Yeah, definitely. I think you could pass it now, maybe. I don't know. Maybe I'll try out with him later.
Yeah, you should run your own experiment, see what happens.
I should, yeah. All right, let's do a role play. We're friends talking about upcoming plans, all right?
All right, here we go.
All right, so are you hosting New Year's this year, Lindsay?
Michelle, it's July.
Yeah, but it'll be here before you know it. Faster than you can say 2026.
Yeah, less than 6 months can go by in the blink of an eye, but I have no idea if I'm hosting yet.
Okay. Can we talk about next week? Is that too far off?
No, it'll be next week in no time.
Yep, in a flash.
That'd be funny if you were asking someone that at this stage
About
of the
New
year.
Year's.
Yeah, it's so early. Or do you actually ask people?
No, I wouldn't ask, but it is funny because I have a friend, and they're always the people hosting New Year's, right?
Okay.
Do you have anybody like that where they're known for this holiday?
Yeah,
right?
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
I wouldn't ask them yet, but maybe in 3 months, if I was considering, I just want to make sure that that's what our plans are, because maybe we're considering going away, or you know what I mean?
Right, that makes sense. Once you get into the same season, at least, or
but not July for New Year's.
Yeah, July now, right? For sure. And so we're talking about how, it's gonna go fast the rest of the year. So you said, but it'll be here before you know it, right? I said, don't ask me about New Year's, it's just July. And you said, it'll be here before you know it, faster than you can say. And here's where we can be a little creative and we can fill in the blank. Mickey Mouse 2026, whatever.
You're gonna get everybody going around saying Mickey Mouse.
I know. It's weird. Michelle, what's next?
All right, and then You said, yeah, less than 6 months can go by in the blink of an eye, but I have no idea if I'm hosting yet.
Exactly. And then you said, okay, can we talk about it next week, or is that too far off?
Yeah, or I'm trying to ask you questions about next week. Like maybe I'm gonna ask you about dinner. So we talk about next week. So I'm changing the subject. Or is that too far off?
And then I said, no, it will be next week in no time. So I'm willing to talk about next week, just not Christmas time or New Year's time.
Yeah. Yep. And I just agreed and I said, yep, in a flash.
Oh, such a connection skill, Michelle, because we all experience, as we get older as adults, we experience that time going faster and faster. This is a global thing. This is not cultural, right?
Right.
Yeah,
absolutely. Guys, speaking, well, we're talking about going fast, but here, guys, check out this episode 2445 was Why Slow Down in English, Part 1, Pause for Punctuation.
Oh, I love that. That was a series of episodes that we did to answer one of our students' questions about what happens if you're speaking too fast. How do you stop yourself from speaking too fast? Super really interesting series. Yeah. And Michelle, any final thoughts on the takeaway? I mean, again, it's a connection skill, and we do want to be able to comment on how fast time moves.
Yes, exactly. And again, it could be for more of an existential conversation about time going by, or sometimes it's fast. Oh, this will be done before you can say Mickey Mouse.
Right. Sometimes it's about logistics of planning things, or sometimes it really is about, wow, my life is moving so fast. I'm already whatever age we are, and we're actually having a moment of reflection. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
All right. Well, this has been fun. I'm so glad that we talked about this today. And thanks, guys, for joining us here on this Saturday.
All right, Michelle. Talk to you soon.
All right.
Good
bye.
Saturday. Bye.
You too. Bye.
Thanks for listening to All Ears English. Would you like to know your English level? Take our 2-minute quiz. Go to allearsenglish.com/fluency score. And if you believe in connection, not perfection, then hit subscribe now to make sure you don't miss anything. See you next time. This is an All Ears English podcast, episode 2449. Take the plunge into enthusiastic English. Welcome to the All Ears English podcast, downloaded more than 200 million times. Are you feeling stuck with your English? We'll show you how to become fearless and fluent by focusing on connection, not perfection. with your American hosts, Lindsay McMahon, the English adventurer, and Michelle Kaplan, the New York radio girl, coming to you from Colorado and New York City, USA. To get real-time transcripts right on your phone and create your personalized vocabulary list, try the All Ears English app for iOS and Android. Start your 7-day free trial at allearsenglish.com/app.
Do you ever need to express that you are going 100% into something, whether it's a new workout plan, a decision, or a commitment? Today, find out how to say the opposite of cold feet in English.
Hey there, Michelle. How's it going today?
Good, Lindsay. Lindsay, I have a question for you.
All right, I'm ready.
Okay. Do you wear mostly sandals or sneakers during the summer?
Oh, that's a great question. I definitely transition into sandals.
Yeah.
There's like a before and after point where at first I can't imagine wearing sandals because my feet are so white and my legs are so like not tan, right? And then at some point I just put them on, then I never take them off. The sandals. What about you? I know you're a big Birkenstock fan.
Yes.
Yeah.
I actually haven't purchased my Birkenstocks yet for this year because now, honestly, they have so many, like I have, they're not plastic. I don't know what kind they are, but they're kind of in the shape of a Birkenstock and they're cheaper. And so I haven't, yes, I should. But I do love Birkenstocks. But so Lindsay, do your feet get hot in the summer?
I wouldn't say that's one of my biggest problems. I'd say I've got a few other things that I tend to ruminate on. No, I don't really feel like my feet get hot in the summer. Michelle, do your feet get hot in the summer?
I mean, I guess that's why I'm wearing the sandals, but yeah, the only thing I don't like about that is then if I'm walking around a lot, then I feel like my feet get dirtier in the sandals.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I used to wear sandals in New York. I don't know how I did that, but every time I came home, I would have to shower before getting into bed because I just couldn't do it.
I had the same thing in New York, especially. Yeah. It's like basically your feet are black, even though you're wearing shoes, right? Since they're sandals. So that's the only thing I don't like. But other than that, I'm a sandal girl in the summer. But today we are not talking about our actual feet. We are talking about our cold feet episode that we did. This question was by that episode. And guys, at the end, we'll let you know what that episode was so you can check it out. But Lindsay, could you read this listener question? This was from a review, a 5-star review.
5-star review. We love your reviews, guys. Go and leave us a review. And I love it when new questions come out of episodes like this one, right? So the listener says, thank you so much. I'm wondering, on one of the episodes, you introduced the phrase cold feet. Is there a phrase called hot feet? Can you introduce more phrases about how to describe that? And they're saying, we are super exciting. Thank you so much. And I hope you can see my review, and it's 5 stars. Amazing.
Thank you for this review. We really appreciate it. Thank you so much for listening.
Yes, absolutely. And guys, if you love our show as well, be sure to hit the follow button right now so that you don't miss a single episode of All Ears English. Right, Michelle?
Absolutely. So, let's get into it. I wanted to take this more in the direction of, just the opposite of cold feet. So, Lindsay, do we say hot feet?
We really don't, Michelle. We really don't, especially when we're talking about the concept of cold feet.
Right.
We don't say, the opposite. You're excited to do something. You're making the right decision. We don't say hot feet. Right?
Yeah. The only time I could think of it is maybe there's a joke, but it doesn't, if maybe somebody say, oh, are you getting cold feet before your wedding? And you could say, no, I actually
they're hot
feet.
Right. They're
That's
hot.
Yeah,
you might say, but that needs to be in context, right? You wouldn't take that out and just say, I have hot feet today. No, that would make no sense.
No, exactly. So, the idea of hot feet, the idea of it, if we're thinking about the opposite of cold feet, then hot feet would probably be this idea of being more unafraid or jumping into something, not having hesitation, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're all in other words. And that is our first phrase for today, Michelle. I know our listeners want to expand their vocabulary here on this show, and this is the first way to do it. To be all in, Michelle, tell us about this one.
Yeah, you're not out. How would I describe this? All of you is in something. It's just a way to say that you're enthusiastic about something. You're going to put everything you have into it. So just for example, I'm all in. Let's get this workout started. So I'm going to put everything I have into this workout. I'm not going to be sitting on the sidelines, right?
Yeah. And coaches will often say that to you. You need to be all in. You need to be 100% present, right? Or in a relationship. I'm all in on this relationship. I'm ready to be exclusive. Yeah, sometimes in the dating world, maybe people are dating other people or something, and then you have a conversation and you decide to go exclusive.
Yes.
Or I guess they used to say go steady, right?
Go
They used to say
steady.
go steady. We don't really say that anymore, do we?
No. That's like it sounds like very 50s.
It does.
Yeah. But the next one is to go full force, right?
Yes.
So this one is more just to put everything you have into something. So how would that sound, Lindsay?
All right. So, for example, she's going full force into studying for the LSAT. I haven't seen her since she started. Yeah, and sometimes you have to do this. I can't imagine being in law school and having to take exams. Isn't
No.
LSAT law exams? I think so.
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah.
That's law. Yep.
Yeah.
That's definitely a lot. So, or you could say, I'm going full force into my new position. I want to really work hard. So you got a new job. You're gonna put all your effort into that.
Love it. Okay, Michelle, we are back, and we can also say to go for it, right? Tell us about this one.
Yeah, you're not gonna hesitate. You're just gonna jump in, right? Actually, that's another one to jump into something.
Yes.
But yeah, to go for it. So you could say, when I'm excited about something, I like to really go for it. Put my all into it.
Yeah, it kind of makes me think of, let's see, my partner was telling me about when their friends went bungee jumping. And some people went like head first. They went, I don't know if you can go head first when you bungee jump, but they went all in such a way, in a way of angling the body, in a sense of you don't really like, you're not scared at all. For me, I know I would be in the most safe position for that sort, or any diving. I would never go head first, right? What about you, Michelle?
No, I wouldn't do any of those things at all.
No, yeah, I probably wouldn't either, honestly. The bungee
Not
jumping.
for me. Not for me.
Yeah.
But what's another example of go for it, Lindsay?
I'm just gonna go for it and ask my boss for a raise. So you're just, maybe you're feeling nervous, but you're gonna just go 100% and directly ask for the thing, right? A sense of no fear. Yeah.
Yes, no fear. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Or this last one is to take the plunge. So this is, I'm taking the plunge. We are getting married.
Yeah, some people will say that when they refer to getting married, right? Getting hitched, taking the plunge. I'm ready to take the plunge and switch up my career goals. Okay.
Yes, exactly. So yeah, I think that one is very special for like getting married. You're gonna hear that a lot along with getting married, but you can use it in other ways as well, I think.
Yes, I love that. I love that because it is, in a sense, a huge deal getting married. You're really giving the rest of your life over to one person, aren't you, Michelle? It's a big deal.
It's true. It is a huge deal. So gotta make a good decision. What's your biggest piece of advice, Lindsay, for choosing a life partner?
Wow, make sure you travel with them first. It sounds like a cliche, but you could see how they handle different situations, especially international travel. Domestic travel, fine, it's pretty easy, right? But international travel, when you don't speak the language,
Yeah.
when you don't know the currency, when you don't know anything, and how does that person deal with these things? And do you end up fighting or do you end up coming closer? That's what is your advice?
Yeah, that's a very good practical piece of advice. I love that. Mine is more, I guess, just more hippy dippy, but mine would just be marry your best friend. Or if you're just keep on going out with that person as long as you're having fun. Like, even if you're not sure about that person in the beginning, if you have fun, okay, you don't need to know all the answers at first, right? You don't need to know right away if you're going to marry this person, or just keep on going out. See, am I having fun? Just do little check-ins, and if you keep on having fun, you keep going for it, and then I would say, it is true. If this person is your best friend, then I really think you got a good thing.
Yeah, I think you're right, Michelle. I mean, feelings can develop over time. I think due to all the rom-coms that we've been subjected to, which I love, by the way, I love rom-coms. I rewatch them all the time. We do have this like ridiculous idea that we're gonna fall in love with someone as soon as we see them, and I think it's total fantasy. I think love grows over time. There might be some attraction, but then the mind gets in the way. You're not sure. You're right. Just keep seeing them. Don't cut it off if you don't feel. People look for this chemistry, but what is chemistry? I don't even know what that is.
Sometimes the chemistry could be not a good sign, right? In the beginning, maybe you like the bad boy, or you like, there's something that just attracts you to that person. Maybe it's lust, right? Whatever it is, but it's sometimes, chemistry is good. I'm not saying all chemistry is bad, of course, but sometimes that feeling in the beginning, it really kind of fizzles out, and that person might not be for you. So
it's really good advice, Michelle. We're so wise over here.
We're very wise. But these are so useful for connection. I think all of these, because people have this feeling of either having these cold feet, right? And also there's this, you want to be able to express when you're there for it, you're going for it, you feel strongly about something and you're not hesitating.
I totally agree. I love it. Let's do a role play and show our listeners how this all comes together. Are you ready?
Okay, Lindsay, you want to go to the mall with me?
Let's go to the mall, Michelle.
All right,
All
we
right,
are
here we go.
friends at the mall. Here we go.
I've been scared to get a tattoo, but I'm gonna go for it.
Good for you. I can't wait to see it. Do you like this dress?
Yeah, I'm all in. It's gorgeous.
Thanks. Okay, I'm gonna take the plunge. This is the one.
Agreed. So I decided to go full force into the gym. I extended my membership.
You will still love it. Good choice, Lindsay.
Yes, we're both going all in on our decisions here, Michelle.
Yes,
we're
we
going all in.
are. Especially your tattoo, Lindsay.
Oh,
This might
my
be your
gosh.
question for today. Would you ever get a tattoo?
I have not found something that I want permanently etched into my body yet. If I ever found something like some message that mattered to me so deeply that it was worth, I think, etching into my body, then yes, I would. But until I find that message, no, it's a no.
Right.
I can't just, I wouldn't just get a tattoo to get a tattoo and think of what I want. I just would really want it to be really important to me. What is on?
Yeah.
That's just my take. What about you, Michelle?
Yeah, I've thought about it. Sometimes it's fun to think about what would I get if I were to get one, and but I don't think I would actually do it.
It would be hard, and I think it probably hurts, right, to do it. You know, the needle probably hurts. So yeah, but there are tattoo removal options too. So it's not like it's that big of a plunge, right? Yeah,
Not that big. Yeah, you can always take it back, but it'll probably be expensive.
expensive. Yeah.
So, all right, let's go through this. So you've been scared to get a tattoo, but then you said, "But I'm gonna go for it." So you were scared, and now you're saying, "I'm jumping in," right? So
Yes.
I could say to you, you could say I've had cold feet, or I was feeling like I had cold feet, but I'm gonna go for it, right? So it's kind of the opposite.
Exactly. And then you asked me, do you like this dress? And I said, I'm all in, meaning I'm all in on that dress. If we extended this for our listeners, it's important for them to know, we would use on. I'm all in on X, right?
Right. Yep. And then I said, okay, I'm going to take the plunge. This is the one. So what am I going to do, Lindsay?
You are going to buy that dress.
I'm going to buy that dress.
Yes. Love it. Love it. And then I said, agreed, right? You said, this is the one. And I said, agreed. So, and then I changed the subject, right? So it's very common to move between subjects quickly. I said, so I decided to go full force into the gym. Now, is that physically meaning I'm like busting through the doors, Michelle, into the gym?
No, right. So you're extending your membership. Maybe you did a trial.
Yeah.
And now you're saying, okay, I'm going to commit to it.
Yes.
That's what you're saying.
Yes. I love it. go full force, into the gym. You're going to commit to your membership and working out. Love it. Yes.
Straight into the gym. Yeah.
All right. And there was another episode, Michelle. What was that other episode where we talked about cold feet that our listeners should go back to?
Yeah, guys. So that was episode 2417. So a bit ago, it was, are your feet cold? How to talk about nerves in English. So definitely, if you haven't listened to that one yet, this would be a really good one to listen to. These kind of match.
Yeah, and I think this is really just for a takeaway for our listeners. This is a connection skill because this is one of those episodes, Michelle, that I love when we do this. It tells you so much more about the person, what they say, where are they going full force? What do they really care about? What are they taking the plunge on? Because that shows not just they're doing something, but maybe they've been hesitant about doing it before, which tells you a lot about them, right?
Right. You can really connect with someone over this kind of a topic. It shows, what's been going on in your life, what your feelings are, and how you handle these challenges.
Guys, don't forget to hit the follow button right here on All Ears English if you love our show. And Michelle, I'll see you back here very soon. All right.
Bye, Lindsay. Bye, guys.
Take care. Bye. Thanks for listening to All Ears English. Would you like to know your English level? Take our 2-minute quiz. Go to allearsenglish.com/fluency score. And if you believe in connection, not perfection, then hit subscribe now to make sure you don't miss anything. See you next time.
This is an All Ears English podcast, episode 2448. Weird and wonky weather English.
Welcome to the All Ears English podcast, downloaded more than 200 million times. Are you feeling stuck with your English? We'll show you how to become fearless and fluent by focusing on connection, not perfection. With your American hosts, Lindsay McMahon, the English adventurer, and Michelle Kaplan, the New York radio girl, coming to you from Colorado and New York City, USA. And to get your transcripts delivered by email every week, go to allearsenglish.com/subscribe. When the weather changes or is not what you expect, don't miss this opportunity to make a comment and open a connection. Today, take your weather English to a new level and go beyond the typical phrases in English. Hello, Michelle. How's it going today?
Good, Lindsay. How are you?
Oh, I'm good. Michelle, do you talk about the weather a lot with friends, family, or acquaintances, or even just random people when you interact with them?
I do, and it's funny because we've kind of, you and I have talked about the weather, and we've done episodes on it, and it always ends up being, okay, yeah, we know everybody talks about the weather all the time, right?
Yeah.
But it's true, and I mean, it's just a part of life. It's a way to connect. It's very easy. I mean, even when I pick my daughter up from school, there's a security guard at the front.
Right.
Always, lucky it's hot today, or feeling, sometimes, like, if you don't have something to say, especially you're not sure, you want to communicate with somebody past a hello.
Yes, it's true. I love that example of the security guard because you want to bridge that gap, and this show is all about connection. But I mean, you're not going to go to deep, interesting topics immediately with the security guard. You have to go to something that you both share in that current moment, right?
Right, it's true. So it's just it's kind of like Old Faithful, right? You always can lean back on the weather. I mean, Lindsay, for example, have you had any very cold days in Denver, even though it's summer now?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, yesterday we almost had hail. It was crazy, and then it got really cold. It got chilly, and so we've had weird days. And I thought to myself, "What is going on with this weather?"
Yes, it's true. I mean, I know at the end of May, we had a cold snap, right? Where it's all of a sudden cold, and it was just in the 50s for a while. And it's the weather in general has been kind of wonky and weird. Wonky, that's a good key word for today.
Maybe that'll be somehow the title of today's episode.
Wonky and weird weather. Like that alliteration. But yeah, so I feel that I don't know, the weather has been weird. We've had a lot of rain, and now I'm looking, and next week it's going to be all in the 90s, and I'm worried because my son is starting camp, and there's like one indoor place.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that so would they cancel camp? That would not be good, right?
I don't think they would cancel. I think they figure it out. They have a giant cafeteria, and I think they have others. I don't know. I mean, they have pools, so I think there'd be a lot of swimming.
Okay.
And we'll see. But when you see them in the 90s, it's like so Look how much we've connected already, Lindsay. Just talking about the weather, right? There's so much. I'm even talking about my son and next week and plans, and it's great.
And even the way we were just talking about it, Michelle, was a little different from you with the security guard. You with the security guard, you're looking to build a quick, easy connection.
Right.
Because human beings want to connect, but for you and me talking about potentially your son at camp next week, that could affect, our scheduling, right? And that's also, but we want to be able to talk about those nuances. The weather's been so unpredictable. I just don't know what to expect these days, right?
Oh, man. Yes,
so-
definitely. Do you, Lindsay, would you rather be too cold or too hot?
Oh my gosh, good question. Probably too hot. Probably too. I think being too cold really scares me in a way. I think of Mount Everest or something.
Actually, maybe that'll be a good, guys, at the end of the episode, maybe that's going to be our poll for today, because I am curious what you guys think about the weather. So,
I love that question.
guys.
Yes.
Yeah.
Speaking of polls, Michelle, do we have poll results for today that we want to share?
Sure, we do. So in episode 2417, that was called "Are Your Feet Cold?" Speaking of cold and hot, how to talk about nerves in English. And what was the poll, Lindsay?
Okay, the poll was, if you are married, did you get cold feet before your wedding? Very interesting here. Sample of our audience. What were the results, Michelle?
Okay, so the results were 30% of you said yes and 70% said no. Lindsay, does that surprise you? How do you feel? Did you get cold feet?
I did not. I knew I was in the right place at the right time doing that was my person, right? But that feels about right. 70-30. I predicted something like that, or maybe 80-20 or something. Yeah.
I think that, I would hope that it is more that you don't get cold feet. I mean, if you get cold feet, I don't think that it's necessarily a huge problem. I don't. It just could be your personality and jumping into things, and it is a lot. So,
oh my gosh, it's a huge deal getting married, Michelle. Right? It's the rest of your entire life. So, even if you got cold feet, doesn't mean you're making the wrong decision. It just could mean you second guess your decisions a lot in life, right?
Yeah. Yes. All right. So, guys, but stay tuned to the end of the episode, because we'll give you another poll for Spotify that you can answer, and then we'll read the results on air in another episode.
All right. So, Michelle, again, let's review what we're getting into today.
Okay, so this is a huge connection topic, especially I think when the weather is either unusual for a certain time of year or just extreme in some way, or maybe there's a stretch of rain, or there's a stretch of heat, there's a heat wave, right? All of these kinds of things. So we're going to give you some keywords and phrases to talk about this, guys. This is not textbook English.
No.
Not at all.
And this is also not your typical weather episode. We're going to cover angles on the weather that most podcasts or lessons in English wouldn't cover, right? Most lessons would cover it's sunny, it's cloudy. Those are the basics. We're going to show you what actually, because the weather is unpredictable, we're going to talk about the topics people actually discuss when it comes to the weather. Okay?
Yes. All right. So the first one is, I love this word, unseasonably blank.
Yes.
Right? So unseasonably, what does that mean, Lindsay?
Yeah, it means it's out of the ordinary for that season. Like yesterday, I would say for us it was unseasonably cold after it rained and almost hailed, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or you could say, wow, it's unseasonably warm today. That always happens, you know, what is it, fake summer? Is that what they call it on the East Coast?
Yeah, like a mirage.
Where you think in May you got this really, maybe early May, you got everything starts to get warmer, and you think, oh my gosh, summer's here, and then
bring
it goes
out the
back.
sandals, right? Bring out your sandals and shorts and all that good stuff.
Yeah,
and then you have some kind of a snowstorm or something.
Right.
Yeah.
So, you could say to somebody, wow, it's unseasonably cold today, unseasonably warm, right?
Yeah. And I would say that this term unseasonably is a little more formal. Would you agree with that, Michelle? Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah.
I would say that's a little bit formal. This is less formal, though. This is just has a lot of personality. Just saying, what is this weather?
I can totally hear you saying that too.
Yeah.
This just feels very you. This phrase, Michelle. What is this weather, right? And this is, you know, maybe good when you're passing someone in the hallway,
Right.
or you're outside somewhere. When, for example, when you pick your kid up from school, you might, like we said, to the security guard, and depending on his or her personality, they may express that differently, but they're gonna connect with you, right?
Right. And it could, what the beauty of something like this, or all of these really, is it can either be a quick passing through, or it can start an actual discussion. So like, I could be going to pick her up, and I'm walking in, and I'm usually late, so I'm going quickly. And no, not that. No, maybe 1 minute. And so I might start to go in, and I could just say, hey, oh my gosh, what is this weather? And he might say to me, I know, it's crazy, right? And then I'm in, and then I see him on the way out. Or let's say I have some time, I'm waiting with the parents at the door, I have a 5 minutes, and say like, what is this weather? And then it can actually start something more. So it's interesting how it can be a quick whatever, just a hello kind of, or but slightly deeper than a hello.
Exactly.
Or you can start a whole conversation.
Right, and that's why it's a great opener for connection, because you can take it in the direction that makes sense for the time you have, for the person, the connection you have with the person, and just whatever's going on in your daily life, right? So, Michelle, let's give our listeners another option, another great option here.
All right, so this is, what happened to the ex? Right.
Mhm.
A lot of times you might hear, let's say you had some sunny weather and then all of a sudden it's been raining every day. You might say, what happened to the sun?
Yeah, and there's usually not other things people say. Like generally people don't say what happened to the rain,
No,
although some
rain,
people
right.
love the rain and they don't want it to go away. That's
Yeah.
not me. But you could say what happened to the rain if you're a big rain fan, but more likely what happened to what happened to the sun? What happened to the warmth? Maybe.
Right.
Right?
Yeah, what happened to the warmth? Something like that.
Yeah.
Or like let's say it's the weather man or woman said that it was gonna be a snowstorm.
Oh.
And
Mhm.
you could say somebody, and it was, it was, what is it, a dud.
It's a dud.
Nothing actually happened, and that does happen.
Yeah.
You could say, "Oh, what happened to the snow?" Right?
Right, exactly that. And that literally means it never showed up, right? It never
Yeah,
showed up.
right.
So the
So
meaning
that's
is slightly different, right? What happened to the sun means it was here and we were enjoying it, it went away. Versus what happened to the snow means it never happened, it never appeared, but both are appropriate, I think.
Right. Right. Exactly. And then Lindsay, what about this one? What's the next one?
So if again unseasonable weather's happening and you might say, isn't it May? Right? Let's say I'm
Right.
having snow. Here in Denver, actually, it's kind of common to have snowstorms in May, and they're so frustrating. No one wants that, right, Michelle? No one does. Yeah.
Right. So you could say, if it's snowing, isn't it May? Or if it's, or let's say it's 80 degrees. Of course, we're speaking in Fahrenheit.
Yeah. Right.
If we say if it's 80 degrees and it's February, you could say, isn't it winter? Right. So just something where it's uncharacteristic for the time.
Yes, I love it. These are so good. All right, Michelle, we're back for a few more. So again, speaking of something kind of weather that just doesn't belong, another phrase, this is X for Y. For example, this is hot for February, right? Love that.
This is cold for summer, right? Something like that.
Yes.
So that's one thing you could say.
Yeah, and Michelle, let's give our listeners a quick little bonus. What do people tend to do when it comes to weather? What do they like to do? What do they like to talk about?
Yeah, well, they like to talk about how the weather makes them feel.
Yeah.
Right? So, especially, I think when I wrote this, it was kind of kind of a dreary day. And
Really?
so
Okay.
sometimes you have this feeling, you just get tired, right? So you could say, this weather makes me so X. So,
Yes.
for example, this weather makes me so sleepy, I just want to curl up and take a nap. And that's such a common thing people say, right?
Yeah, for sure. Or this weather makes me so happy, right? Very common. Maybe you're going out on a Saturday and you're going to the park and it happens to be a gorgeous day. I don't know very many people that doesn't make happy. Right, Michelle?
Yeah. Oh
Yeah.
my gosh, it's the best. So, Lindsay, what is your favorite kind of weather?
Oh, yeah, it's that beautiful, crisp, summer morning. I love the morning weather where there's the crispness in the air, especially here in Colorado. It's really crisp, but clear blue skies, like they call it Colorado blue, where you look at the sky and there's not a single cloud in the sky. It's not like clouds are moving in. There's just not going to be any clouds today. And that's how it is today in Colorado. I love that about where I live. Yeah.
Oh, good. Well, that's good. So I think we should do a role play. What do you think?
I think we should, Michelle. Let's do it.
Right.
So
We're
here
not going to use all. There's a lot, but we'll get to a lot of what we taught.
Yeah, we're acquaintances here, and we're running into each other in line for coffee. Of course, makes sense, right?
Yeah, of course. Okay, here we go. Hey, Lindsay, how are you?
Good. What is this weather?
I don't know. Isn't it June?
Yeah, this is freezing for June.
Agreed. This weather makes me feel so gloomy.
Luckily, it's supposed to warm up next week.
Yeah, that's good.
Yes, very typical conversation, right?
Yeah, that's another thing is then people like to kind of talk about the forecast. I mean, that's how I found out. I was with some friends yesterday, and that's how I hadn't checked the forecast. And my friend said, because she's gonna be working at the camp, and she said, "Oh no, have you seen the forecast for next week?" So yeah, also just talking about the forecast, we can do that another episode on that as well. That's a good one.
God, we could do a whole series, Michelle, on weather. I love it. Does the weather change a lot in New York, New Jersey area?
Yeah, it really does. I think it's just all over the. Well, I think up until this point, it kind of gets. It can be anything. I mean, it can be really anything. And now that we're here in the summer, it's all done for. Like, it's just going to be hot, and then it'll probably rain for a week, and then it'll be hot, right? So it's, but yeah, I'm nervous about how warm it's about to be, because I'm looking and there's no end in sight.
Oh my, and it gets so humid on the East Coast, right?
Yeah.
It's so humid, the air's so heavy. All right, Michelle, let's go through this role play. So here first, you said, "Hey, Lindsay, how are you?" And I said, good. What is this weather? So I opened up the main topic of our connection around the weather, around my surprise about the weather. Okay.
And I said, "Oh, I don't know. Isn't it June, right? So I'm saying that for June, this is really not appropriate.
Yes,
not expected.
And then I agree with you, right? I am connecting in the same way, following this line of conversation. I say, yeah, this is freezing for June. Okay?
And then I go on to my feelings and I say, this weather makes me feel so gloomy.
Again, feelings are so incredibly intermixed with weather, which I find that really fascinating. Don't you think?
Oh, it's so true. It's hard to be sad on a beautiful day.
It really is. It really is. And when you visit a place that has a lot of gray, like I spent a few days in Michigan, and it was so gray, Michelle. I thought it was gray on the East Coast. It's not. Michigan, the Midwest for me is the grayest part of the country, and I just couldn't believe it. I struggled a lot.
It has. And also, do you ever visit a place and you're just kind of underwhelmed by it, but then you realize it's probably because of the weather, and then if you go to that same place on a beautiful day, you might find it so charming.
It's incredible how it changes our impression of so many things, of life in general, places. This has been an incredibly important episode, Michelle, and we are going to have a great Spotify poll.
So the poll is, we were talking about this in the beginning. Would you rather be too hot or too cold? I want to know.
I'm curious about this because our listeners live all over the world in different places. And I wonder if they will answer the opposite of what they experience in their home countries, right? Or if they will line up with what they do experience in their home countries. Very interesting. What's the takeaway, Michelle, for today?
To me, this is such an important skill to have, to be able to talk about this, because it's a good go-to, right? We've talked about this word before. It's a good go-to conversation topic. You don't have, you're not sure what to say, you can go to the weather. Now, I mean, even if the weather is just kind of what you would expect, you can still say, oh, it's beautiful out, right? You can still do that. I don't think there's a bad time to make a quick remark about the weather.
Absolutely not. I 100% agree with you. And it's not boring. It's more like a gateway topic. And today we didn't go into the deeper topics, but that could be another episode, another day, is how do you transition from the weather into a deeper, more interesting topic. But you do have to get things going, right? You have to get things going, and this is one way that we do it when the weather is variable, when it's changing a lot. All right?
Yes, exactly.
All right, good stuff, Michelle.
Yeah, well, this has been fun. I'm so glad we talked about this today, and I'm wishing everyone nice weather.
100%. All right, I'll talk to you soon. Have a good day.
All right, you too. Bye.
Bye. Thanks for listening to All Ears English. Would you like to know your English level? Take our 2-minute quiz. Go to allearsenglish.com/fluency score. And if you believe in connection, not perfection, then hit subscribe now to make sure you don't miss anything. See you next time.
This is an All Ears English podcast, episode 2447. Is your sense of humor offbeat?
Welcome to the All Ears English podcast, downloaded more than 200 million times. Are you feeling stuck with your English? We'll show you how to become fearless and fluent by focusing on connection, not perfection, with your American host, Michelle Kaplan, the New York radio girl, and Aubrey Carter, the IELTS whiz, coming to you from Arizona and New York City, USA. To get real-time transcripts right on your phone and create your personalized vocabulary list, try the All Ears English app for iOS and Android. Start your 7-day free trial at allearsenglish.com/app.
One of the best ways to connect in English is over a shared sense of humor. Today, learn phrases to describe comedy so you can start a conversation about this today. Hey, Aubrey, how are you?
Hi, Michelle. I am great. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. Guys, Lindsay will be back next week. But Aubrey and I are excited to record together today. So Aubrey, what is the funniest thing you've seen or you've heard recently? Is it a comedian? Maybe a funny story?
Oh, we discovered something called Don't Tell Comedy. It's all over the United States now. I guess you can find it in most cities, where it's sort of like this secret underground stand-up comedy, and you never know where it's going to be. It's in just like random venues that might be in a clothing store or a gym, and they just throw up chairs and have like great comedians. So it's fun that it's kind of underground, and the comedians are always really great. So we've been going to these Don't Tell comedy shows. It's pretty fun.
Cool, that's awesome. So yeah, one comedian that I really love is Jim Gaffigan. I think
Funny.
he is hilarious. I recently was listening to him, and he was just cracking me up, like laugh out loud funny. So today we're going to talk about how to describe things that are funny. So this is gonna be a fun, lighthearted episode we've talked about how I always say I feel funny. That's kind of my catchphrase. Apparently, Aubrey, I always say I feel funny instead of I feel strange, right?
Yes, that's funny because it's interesting that doesn't have anything to do with actually being like
Funny.
laughing funny. That's more like I feel strange. I feel weird about this.
Right, right. So we've kind of touched on this topic a little bit before in the past, but a while ago, and we want to revisit it today because it's such a huge connection topic. So we want to make sure that we're giving this all the attention that it deserves. So for example, as far as connection goes, I have some new neighbors, and we recently discovered that a whole group of us are Seinfeld fans. We think Seinfeld is so funny, and this connected us already because then we were saying references from the show and making jokes. So this is just huge because people love to laugh, right, Aubrey?
Yes, absolutely. This happened to me recently. We discovered that some friends of ours are also big fans of the show Arrested Development. I don't know if you watched that, Michelle, but so we were all quoting it and laughing about past episodes. When you find you have this in common, it is such a huge way to connect.
Yeah, so this is going to be really huge for connection here today. So we're going to talk about how you can talk about a show or a stand-up comedian. So we're going to talk about different vocabulary we can use, all dealing with humor. So the first one is, I actually said this. I was talking about Jim Gaffigan. Laugh out loud funny, or just laugh out loud, right? So you could say I was laughing out loud. But you can describe someone or something as being laugh out loud funny. So I could say, I think Jim Gaffigan is laugh out loud funny.
Yes. I used this recently. I was describing, there's a show on HBO called Righteous Gemstones.
Wait, you watch that?
Outload. I love it so
much. My God, we have to talk. Okay, I'll talk to you later about it. See?
This is going to be that connection moment for us.
I haven't met anybody else who watches it, and we need to talk.
I'm obsessed, and I laugh out loud so often that I miss a lot of lines. So I have to watch the episodes twice.
Oh my God.
I was laughing over so many of the lines.
I'm so excited. Yeah, guys, when you find something funny, when you find something you really enjoy, it's so exciting to talk to somebody about it.
Yes, right? This is so now Michelle and I are going to, of course, connect about some
I'm
of
gonna
the
have to
funny
call you
lines
later.
and the writing and the characters, right?
Yes.
Because we have this in common that we both
Oh my gosh.
And it is laugh out loud funny.
It is definitely laugh out loud funny. Also extremely dirty. So
it is very inappropriate.
Not for kids.
Not for children, and maybe not for other sensibilities, right? I don't mind. I don't mind some inappropriate television.
Oh my, okay, I'm so excited. Anyway, so there we go. We already connected. Another word is witty right? That you can describe someone or something as witty. Witty is kind of like smart, almost like clever, right?
Yes, exactly. This is the highest compliment for someone to call me witty. Because I do, I'll have some like funny little one-liners or like make little jokes. And so if someone's like, you're really witty, I'm like, thank you.
Yeah, so you could say my friend is so witty. He doesn't seem like he's making a joke, but everyone laughs anyway.
So it's not like dad jokes. They're not puns, right? It's more like something clever. If you're witty. Yeah, I love it. And then we also use the noun wit. Someone has wit, right?
Yes.
A dry wit is often those, or dry humor. That's our next phrase here. There are a lot of television shows that are very dry humor, especially British television is known to have dry humor.
Yeah, so you could say something like, some Brits are known for their dry sense of humor. I mean, this makes me think of people like Hugh Grant and Colin Firth, where they just, it's not...
Ricky Gervais.
Oh,
very dry humor.
I love Ricky Gervais. He's hilarious.
So funny, but it is pretty dry, right? Sometimes it takes you a second to get it. It's not the kind of jokes that you would like tell to a kid, or often it's not very obvious, right?
It's kind of also, I think of shows like The Office, where, they just, it's a lot of the timing. It's like the awkward timing, and so it's very dry, and it's not for everybody, dry humor. Some people love it. Some people are like, I don't know. They're not really into
I think Arrested Development is a poster child of dry humor, right? A lot of you're not gonna laugh out loud, but you might chuckle. There's gonna be like some clever lines that'll make you chuckle.
Right. Aubrey, who is the funniest person you know?
I think my neighbor, I have a neighbor who, his parents are from Mexico, but he was born and raised in the States in a border town. And everything he says is just so funny. A lot of dry humor, a lot of inappropriate humor, to be honest. But I am guaranteed to just be laughing whenever I'm hanging out with him. What about you? Who's the funniest person you know? Me, right?
Yes, you. It's you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Who is the funniest person I know? I should have thought of that when I asked you the question.
Sometimes it's hard to think because you probably know a lot of people that are funny, and that's not something we compare very often. Right? We're like, all of these people I know are funny. Who's the funniest? I haven't thought about that.
Yeah. Well, there's funny combos of people. So, like, my husband and his friend, they're really funny together. So I would say they're pretty funny. But I can't think of like the funniest person I know. right this second.
That's a good point that a lot of combos are funny, both on like TV and movies. Sometimes couples are more
The
funny as a
team.
combo, right?
Yeah.
Or like buddy comedy movies, like
Right.
Will
Yeah.
Ferrell
Oh,
and Colin. It's Will Ferrell and Colin Farrell? No, Mark Wahlberg. Will Ferrell and Mark Wahlberg are such a funny comedy pair in a lot of movies that they've been in. Daddy's Home, those are so funny, and they're funny by themselves, but as a pair, hilarious.
Steve Martin and Martin Short. Yeah, there are all these
Absolutely.
comedy teams, right? So,
Yeah, and it's the same thing in real life, right? A couple or two friends might be especially funny because they sort of build off of each other, play off of each other and what they say.
yeah, exactly. Okay, Aubrey, what is the next word that deals with comedy?
Okay, offbeat. This is a really interesting adjective to describe a type of comedy. It sort of means like unexpected, a little bit different than the average joke you might hear.
So you could say something like, I like offbeat comedians, but my family likes pretty basic humor, so we don't agree on comedy too much.
Yeah, that's always interesting. If you like dry humor or offbeat humor, and then most of the people you know like just, slapstick is another type of comedy. These kind of more obvious jokes, dad jokes, puns. Then you might not be able to really connect about the types of comedians or the types of TV shows you find funny.
Yeah, exactly. So, like we were talking about the righteous gemstones, this show, we could use the word blue. Aubrey, you ever hear that word to talk about comedy?
No, I haven't used blue means like inappropriate humor.
Yeah, it's like that. Dirty or inappropriate.
Interesting.
Could be sexual jokes, things like that. So,
okay. I like blue humor then. I've never heard it called that, but I like inappropriate humor. It makes me laugh. I mean, it's interesting because there's always a line. We say there's like a line that you cross. And before the line, it's just funny and then sometimes there's a line. I'm like, oh, they went too far.
Yeah. That happens a lot. And that's the comedian's job, right?
Totally.
But, this could get into, we could do a whole other episode on, cancel culture and how then sometimes comedians can get into trouble because of this.
The line.
Yeah, where they cross the line and they don't know really where the line is, and they're maybe, so it's interesting. But yeah, for example, you could say he was funny at first, but then his jokes got a little too blue for my taste.
I wonder if this is sort of a trendy slang on the East Coast that hasn't reached the West Coast yet. I feel like that happens sometimes. So I'm curious now if I'm going to start hearing comedy referred to as blue.
Yeah, maybe. So I think that we are going to go into our role play now to show how this could fit together. Are you ready, Aubrey?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, so here we just went to a stand-up show and we are talking about it. Okay. Wow, that was so funny. I loved the opener.
He was a little blue. I don't really like that humor.
Yeah, he was offbeat, but his delivery was excellent.
I thought the second guy was laugh out loud funny.
Yeah, I loved him. He had such a witty way of telling jokes.
Yes, a lot of dry humor.
Definitely. Okay.
So fun. Yeah, so we used a lot of this good vocab here. The one I wasn't familiar with, I said he was a little blue, which would mean a little inappropriate. And this will happen. A lot of people don't like the humor that others would call, that might be called inappropriate, whereas others, that's what they think is really funny.
Right, exactly. So let's go through this. So I said it was really funny, and you said, he was a little blue.
But inappropriate. And then you said, yeah, he was offbeat, but his delivery was excellent. So you're saying, like, yeah, it's different than the average comedian for sure, but like, you loved it. The delivery is often, that's like how the jokes are told. Sometimes the physical
comic
humor,
timing,
that's
facial
everything.
expressions, yeah. And then you said, I thought the second guy was laugh out loud funny. So just how it sounds. Who made you laugh
we
out
use
loud?
another similar expression, side splitting. If you heard this,
Side splitting.
that is side splitting, which is the same as laugh out loud funny. That means you're actually laughing.
Yes, exactly.
And then I said, or you said, he had such a witty way of telling jokes, right? So he had
smart,
good wit. He was very witty.
clever. Yeah.
Yes.
And then you said, yes, a lot of dry humor, right? So not that slapstick obvious stuff, but just kind of quieter, toned down, but very funny.
Right. Sometimes you have to think about it a little bit. And then, I get it. There's the double meaning there, some double entendre.
Yes. So guys, this is again huge for connection. I cannot stress this enough because I think laughter is such a wonderful thing, and people just love to laugh. And so when you can connect with someone over a laughter, I think it really bonds you very quickly to that person. So when I'm watching something funny, I would say it's kind of my happy place, which reminds me, guys, check out All Ears English. This episode we did was called Find Your Happy Place in this episode, and we talked all about the expression happy place. So go and listen to that.
Nice. It's similar for me. That's my happy place. I love comedies. But even if you have friends that they don't listen to comedy podcasts, or that's not the TV shows they usually go in for, they still have a type of humor, right? There will be certain certain jokes or certain types of humor that they enjoy. So today we're sharing phrases for all of these different types of humor. Yeah, this, you can connect with someone even if you have sort of different tastes when it comes to humor.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, very good point, Aubrey. And thank you guys for listening to this episode. Give these a try. And let us know who you think is funny. So we will talk to you guys on the next episode.
Awesome. See you next time.
All right, bye.
Thanks for listening to All Ears English. Would you like to know your English level? Take our 2-minute quiz. Go to allearsenglish.com/fluency score. And if you believe in connection, not perfection, then hit subscribe now to make sure you don't miss anything. See you next time.
This is an All Ears English podcast, episode 2446. Why you shouldn't be a one-upper.
Welcome to the All Ears English podcast, downloaded more than 200 million times. Are you feeling stuck with your English? We'll show you how to become fearless and fluent by focusing on connection, not perfection, with your American host, Michelle Kaplan, the New York radio girl, and Aubrey Carter, the IELTS whiz, coming to you from Arizona and New York City, USA. And to get your transcripts delivered by email every week, go to allearsenglish.com/subscribe.
What is one-upping and why shouldn't you do it? Today, you'll learn common ways people one-up each other and why you should avoid it to build connection in English.
Hey, Aubrey, how are you?
I'm great. How are you, Michelle?
I'm good, thanks. I'm so glad to be talking with you today. And do you have a question for me, Aubrey?
Sure. I am curious if you know anyone who is a one-upper.
Not anybody that comes to mind specifically. I guess everybody has their moments, but how about you?
Yeah, that's a good point, right? We all find ourselves doing this every now and then, maybe accidentally, but
Right.
every now and then you meet someone who really is a one-upper. I met someone a couple weeks ago. I took a neighbor to dinner that I didn't know well. And she was a one-upper, the epitome of a one-upper, more than anyone I've ever met. And she would even sort of announce she was going to do it with these phrases. She'd say, I can top that. and she'd share mostly about her grandkids because she was proud of them. She wanted to share about them, but it was really interesting to hear and really kind of hurt the connection. Because it didn't feel good for, anybody who she was one-upping.
Yeah.
And this came up recently in an episode Lindsay and I were recording. I'm like, let's do a whole episode about, the ways people one-up, the phrases we use, and why this can really hurt a connection.
Absolutely. Okay, this is a really fun topic. So yeah, one-upper. I mean, Aubrey, tell us a little bit more.
Yeah, so we use this as a noun to describe a person. A one-upper tries to outdo or overshadow others by having a better story or a better experience or achievement. And the phrases often, it'll come up in casual conversation, usually pretty subtly, to shift the attention back to themselves. Or especially, I think this happens even more often when you're proud of someone else, bragging about someone else. If you're not talking about yourself, you sort of don't realize you're one-upping sometimes.
Interesting. Yeah, so let's talk about some of the phrases that you might hear if somebody is being a one-upper. So you already mentioned this one. I can top that, right?
Yeah, or I can do you one better. I heard her say this, and I remember growing up, I would hear this one. This might be sort of regional colloquial for the West. I can do you one better. It sounds sort of slang and informal. But we'll also, someone might say, like, you think that's scary one time, and then share a bigger experience, right?
Or you ain't seen nothing yet. This, I imagine, is you're doing some sort of competition. Maybe you're playing a game, or you're in a talent show, or something like that.
And you're letting them know that you're going to do a better job. Exactly. So today we're going to share sort of the three main ways this happens, three main ways people try to one-up someone else. We use it as a verb that way too, right? We say we one-up other people.
Mm-hmm. So the first way is comparing experiences. So for example, that's nothing. You should have seen what I did.
Yeah, and maybe, oh yeah, I've done that, but even more impressive, right? And then you're going to launch into the story that was similar, but you're trying to outdo them.
Exactly. Or I had it way worse or way better when that happened to me. Yeah, it's interesting. Sometimes we're one-upping in a way of saying something was good, but sometimes people want to be in competition for how bad something is.
Yes, I feel like that's even more common,
right? I'm so busy, I'm so tired, yeah.
Absolutely, or like if you're in a car accident and you share the story, you may have someone say like, You could, that does sound terrible, but you can't believe the accident I was in last year.
Exactly. Or you could say, that reminds me of the time and then you launch into a bigger story.
Yeah, and this one's more subtle, right? Because often someone will tell a story and we'll transition, we'll share something about ourselves. So we might not even notice we're doing it if we then share a very similar story that was a little more impressive or a little scarier. That also is one-upping.
Yeah, exactly. Or when I went there, it was way more intense. So maybe there was, maybe you were going to the Grand Canyon and the heat was really hot, and then you say, well, when I went there, it was actually 110 degrees, right?
Exactly, right? So let's talk briefly about this. Like when you're comparing experiences, how does this hurt the connection, and really what should we be doing instead? Because we often talk about, yes, connect, share what you have in common, share about common experiences, but this is sort of a subtle way that does that hurts the connection. It doesn't feel good to have someone one-up you. It really undermines your experience.
Right, exactly. Yeah, you don't want to make somebody, because it feels like you're not hearing the person. It feels like you're just excited to tell your story. And you're always in competition, and that feels very childish to me. I mean, my son is always like, now, oh, I'm older than this person, or I'm this, and that's, yeah, he's 6, right? But we don't want to do that as adults.
Exactly, and it is fascinating how often this still happens as adults, and the person talking doesn't even realize they're doing it, right? You really don't even notice until someone does it to you, and it feels, like you said, Michelle, you feel like they're not listening, or they don't care, or they're wanting it's to sort of brag about something about themselves. So this really hurts the connection, because you leave with this feeling of they don't really care to connect with me. They only care to tell me what they have done that's impressive. It's pretty common, and I think it's really important to watch out for in conversations. But here's what's tricky. You do want to connect over common experiences. If you have traveled to the same place or had a similar experience, you will want to share that. So how would we do that in a different way that's not one-upping? What do you think, Michelle?
Is this number 2, or are we talking about?
No, just kind of like we
just so in general, just my idea. I think just saying, I think commenting more on their situation is good. Saying like, "Oh yeah, wow, that's incredible. I also had this experience, and just want to share, right? Just making sure that you really comment and give that person the attention that they deserve with what they say.
Yes, exactly. I think that's exactly right? You're wanting to ask follow-up questions and comment on what they did and express that you're impressed, that it's amazing, right? The trick, I think, is to not immediately pivot to something about yourself, right? We talk about not being a mean monster. You don't want to immediately pull attention back to yourself. And the way you do that is to ask follow-up questions. Ask them more about what happened to them and their experience. And the only way to do that really is to actually care. If you really care about the connection with the person, you're going to want to know more details.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's a really good point. Not pivoting immediately to yourself, giving that person the time and the space. That's gonna keep the connection, guys. Before we move on to the next way of bragging, we want to remind you that Lindsay is actually coming back. I don't think we said that, so we want to let you know that Aubrey and I are recording together, and we're happy to be together, but we're also letting you know that Lindsay will be back in the next couple episodes. So we're excited for her to come back as well.
Yes, absolutely. Never fear. It's always fun when we get to join each other, but Lindsay will be back next week.
That's right.
All right, let's jump into number 2, which is subtle bragging. So we might use phrases like, not to brag, but, and then we launch into, bragging about ourselves. And so this is assuming as well that someone else has shared maybe an achievement, an accomplishment, and then we're immediately pivoting to ourselves to one up what they have done.
Or it's funny, people always say, I'm the best at that. That to me, that doesn't sound too subtle to me.
No, this is a little less subtle, right?
Yeah, a little less subtle.
This is interesting. If someone shares something they did well, this is interesting to think about too, because if someone shares with you an achievement, an accomplishment, they already might feel a little awkward about that. They're excited to share with you this exciting thing for them, but they're probably a little worried that they sound like they're bragging.
Yeah.
And so this, I think it's going to be even more important for you to show that you care, that you're happy for them, that you're excited for them. I think the worst thing you could do would be to immediately one-up them, like, oh, I got a similar award a couple of years ago. And then especially if you're sharing how it was actually even better.
Yeah, exactly. Or I didn't even study and still got the top score. Oh, that's annoying.
That's the worst, right? You're sharing, you're excited about your exam results, and then someone's like, oh, I got a better score and I didn't even study. Imagine. That's the worst.
Yeah. Or everyone always comes to me for help with that. So saying that you're the best one for the job, maybe not this person, right? And that's not
Right.
gonna be good for connection.
Exactly. If someone is sharing that they have knowledge about something or a particular skill, instead of like celebrating that with them and, sharing that you're excited, you think that's awesome. If you instead share that you also know a lot about that, or people often ask you about that, it's similar, right? It's going to hurt the connection because the person you're talking to will feel like you don't really care about this connection.
Yeah. Yeah. Should we go into the third wave?
Yes, let's do it.
Status boosting. Ooh, so what is that, Aubrey?
Yeah, this is interesting. So this one I feel like is often a little more subtle.
Yeah.
So if, for example, you're sharing that you love a restaurant, right? You love the menu at a restaurant, and someone's like, oh, I actually know the owner. Then it's interesting. This is kind of a subtle way to give yourself more status.
Yeah, and it's hard because maybe you are truly excited about that. I mean, and you should share things in your life. So it's
This is
hard.
tricky.
Yeah, it is really tricky. I mean, I think if you're not doing it all the time, right? If you're not known for always saying, oh, I know this one, I know that one, or this next example is, we stayed at the private villa, not the regular resort. So listen, I think it's okay to share pieces of your life, but I think that like even if something special is happening, you know someone, right? But if you become known for this, I think that's where the issue is.
Right, it's what is the intent, right?
Yes.
If your intent is to connect, we talk about this a lot here, and to get to know people, then it's, even if you do share something, sure, oh, I know the owner, that's awesome, right? It's doesn't feel like you're doing it in order to impress, in order to boost your status. This second one, if someone's sharing that they traveled somewhere and they went to this resort, and then you share, oh, we had a private villa there instead of the regular resort, you can see how this immediately takes the wind out of their sails. This is a fun idiom. It like sort of deflates their excitement for what they were sharing with you. If you're sharing, oh, I did something similar but better.
Yes, exactly. So what's another thing?
Yeah, and then the last one here, if you're sharing maybe that you read a book that you're excited about, and instead of, asking follow-up questions and sharing your excitement, someone says like, oh yeah, I read that book when I was younger, twice actually. It's really all about, are you immediately pulling attention back to yourself? Or are you trying to deepen the connection by finding out more about your friend, by asking follow-up questions?
Exactly. Or, I've had that, or I've known about that for years. It's saying, if somebody tells you they just found out about something, and then you're just, you just kind of, again, you take the wind out of their sails. It's like, oh yeah, I already knew that, whatever,
Yeah, I've definitely had this happen to me. I'll share with someone either about a TV show or maybe a product I found on Amazon. I'm super excited about it. And if they're like, oh, I've known about that for years, you're immediately just feel like small, right? Like, oh, I was so excited. I thought it was new, right? But I have also had the experience where I share it, they already know about it, but they still instead will respond like, yes, it's amazing. I tried it. It's so cool. And they share in your excitement.
Yeah.
So a lot of it's the tone, it's the words we're using. Instead of highlighting that we've done something bigger or better or knew about something longer, instead we're just highlighting the shared excitement or the shared experience.
Right, exactly. Good point.
All right, let's do a role play here. We're going to show two different ways. The first is with one-upping. This is the less effective version. And then we'll show the same role play better, right? What it would look like without one-upping. You want to start us out?
Here we go. All right. You won't believe the week I just had. I was in Sacramento for a design conference. They really wined and dined us. Fancy dinners every night.
Oh, I can top that. I went to a conference in Vegas last month and they flew in Maine lobster for the welcome dinner.
Wow, okay, fancy. Did I tell you I was on a panel? I was nervous, but I feel like it went pretty well.
Nice job. The last time I was on a panel, the head of a big agency pulled me aside after and asked me to freelance on a global rebrand. It was amazing.
This one makes me want to vomit. I'm sorry.
So painful. It's fascinating. And it's interesting because there's nothing wrong with sharing this information about yourself, but it's how it's done to immediately pull attention to yourself, to immediately pivot without asking any follow-up questions feels it's so harmful for the connection. It feels very rude.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, that is.
Let's share a better option, Michelle. Let's share the better version.
That one made me
how this conversation
feel icky.
should go. Yes.
Okay. You won't believe the week I just had. I went to Sacramento for a design conference. They really wined and dined us. Fancy dinners every night.
That sounds amazing. What kind of dinners did they treat you to?
Oh, all kinds. One night was farm to table, another was this really upscale Italian place. Oh, and I was on a panel too. I was nervous, but I feel like it went pretty well.
That is awesome. Congrats. What was the panel about?
Oh, well, it was about sustainable branding, how to keep a strong visual identity while being environmentally conscious. The audience had some great questions.
Oh, that's such a relevant topic right now. How did you prepare for it?
Oh, lots of practice and some late nights tweaking slides. honestly, it paid off. It felt great once I was up there.
I bet. Do you think you'd do more speaking events like that in the future?
Okay.
Oh, this is so much better. And it's really interesting, a few things to look at here. First of all, this is about you, right? You've had this exciting, interesting experience. I care about the connection with you, so I'm not saying anything about myself. I'm just wanting more details. I'm interested. What a different feeling, what a different tone. And after this conversation, our connection would be deeper.
Right, exactly, because you were just asking me questions. Now, if you did want to throw in, I mean, because it's fair. I mean, if you want to share your experience as well, it's not saying you can't. Just give that person that time, and then maybe you would say, if I said, if we extended this and you said, do you think you'd do more speaking events in the future? I might say, oh, I don't know. And then maybe here is where I think now the responsibility shifts to me a little bit. Because you just listened to me, you were kind, you were engaged, and then I could say something like, oh, do you ever do speaking for work? Or when is the last time have you had any work conferences lately, right? So I think kind of that once you've given me that time and space, it's nice to also the other person take some responsibility and say, okay, like I've had my moment in the sun. Now maybe it's
absolutely right. That's often how a conversation like this would go.
Yeah.
Instead of immediately pivoting to myself, I'm asking you, I'm interested, want details, and then I agree. There you could bring me in and ask, oh, what about you? You're gonna ask something about similar experiences or how's work going lately? Something broader and more open. Absolutely. To give me the opportunity to then share about myself.
Yeah. Awesome. Oh my gosh, I love this. So, Aubrey, what's the takeaway for today, would you say?
Yeah, one-upping, I think, is a surefire way to kill connection. I loved how you said I felt icky. After these conversations where someone's one-upping, nobody feels good. Or maybe some people aren't aware they're one-upping, but the person who is being outdone doesn't feel good. They don't feel like the person really cares about them or is really interested in them.
Yeah, exactly. So this is really, really helpful. That's gonna not break that connection. That's gonna make people feel heard and want to connect with you more. So that's good. Aubrey, do we want to let our listeners know about another episode?
Oh, yes. So there's a recent episode, All Ears English 2442, that Lindsay and I recorded. Avoid the wall of formality with this future grammar. This is similar, like this often it's your grammar that can help you build connection. Remove that formality that sort of creates the coldness between you.
So interesting. All right, Aubrey, well, this was fun. Thanks for chatting about this with us today. And guys, thank you so much for listening.
Yes, and avoid being a one-upper. That's
right.
Not a good idea. All right, thanks, Michelle.
All right, bye, Aubrey. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Thanks for listening to All Ears English. Would you like to know your English level? Take our 2-minute quiz. Go to allearsenglish.com/fluency score. And if you believe in connection, not perfection, then hit subscribe now to make sure you don't miss anything. See you next time. This is an All Ears English episode. Why slow down in English? Part 2. Give space for emphasis. Welcome to the All Ears English podcast, downloaded more than 200 million times. Are you feeling stuck with your English? We'll show you how to become fearless and fluent by focusing on connection, not perfection, with your American host, Aubrey Carter, the IELTS whiz, and Lindsay McMahon, the English adventurer. Coming to you from Arizona and Colorado, USA. To get real-time transcripts right on your phone and create your personalized vocabulary list, try the All Ears English app for iOS and Android. Start your 7-day free trial at allearsenglish.com/app.
Today, we continue our series about slowing down, taking up space, and leaving yourself open to connection in English with 2 more strategies. Find out what they are today.
Hey there, Aubrey. What's shaking?
Not much. How are you, Lindsay?
Yeah, doing well. Aubrey, do you know anyone who's a really good storyteller? Like, they start to tell a story and everyone just kind of huddles up next to them and listens.
Yes, I have a neighbor friend. He actually did stand-up comedy and improv. He did improv shows when he was younger. He's a banker now, which is funny, but he is very funny and he has such good, I think a lot of it comes from the comic timing of that stand-up comedy. But he is really good at building up a story, so you're just can't wait to find out what happened, right? He's adding this interesting dramatic effect and building suspense. Even if it's a story that's sort of just about like what happened yesterday, not a very big deal, right?
It's incredible, and it's very empowering to know these are skills we can use. It's not like he was born with that talent. Maybe there's a little talent there. Maybe he's high EQ potentially, right?
Right.
But these are skills we can learn at the same time about delivery. It's delivery, right?
Yes, absolutely. It's a lot about delivery, and it's really interesting how the skills that make you a good storyteller also transfer to what make you a good conversationalist, to what makes it easy to understand everything you're saying in English, right?
Yeah, a good conversationalist, a good presenter, someone that
Yes.
people listen to at work, right? A career, a successful career. There's a lot here, Aubrey.
Exactly,
Where
right?
did
The
we?
speed. Yeah, we want to talk about the speed that we use and also the intonation, the pauses, right? This really affects not only a story that we're telling, but the message, the import that's given to our message. So this is part 2 of a series, right? If you missed part 1, scroll up, you can check it out. And today is part 2.
Yes, and this series is inspired by our amazing student Sina, who I got to meet in Open Conversation Club, and he explained to me his challenge that he tends to speak fast in a way to cover up mistakes out of a fear that maybe what he's saying is wrong. And so we're digging into this and we're explaining what can we do, not only why we should slow down, but how to strategically slow down and where and when, right?
Exactly,
it's not simply
right.
slowing down. Yeah.
Yes, we have all been there. We often, especially in a second language, but even in our first language, if we get nervous, we speed up thinking that it will cover up any mistakes or hide our nervousness maybe. And in a second language, if we're worried about grammar, vocabulary, pronunciation errors, we feel like if we speak really quickly and fluidly, that they won't be as noticeable. And in part, that is true, but unfortunately, it also can make what we're saying harder to understand if we're not clear with our phonemes, those individual letter sounds, and if we're not pausing to give different words the variety of tone they need, the emphasis they need.
Exactly. And what ends up happening is we make ourselves small. We make ourselves small, Aubrey, right? We say to ourselves, I'm maybe not worth taking up this space here that I would take up if I paused, if I changed my intonation. So I'm going to speak quickly. I'm going to be smaller and they won't notice my mistakes. We play it safe, but we never win in life when we play it safe.
Right, and we devalue our message, whether we're presenting or just having a conversation with a friend. We're devaluing ourselves and giving the impression that what we're saying isn't important and they don't really need to pay attention.
Even if the content is awesome. Yeah, often that is the case. Usually this happens in life, right? When the content is great, but someone doesn't feel that they can deliver it well, versus people that talk all the time but talk too much and they're not actually saying anything. Right.
Absolutely. Yeah, so in part
Yeah.
1, we talked about the need to pause for punctuation in a sentence. If you are listening to this podcast, you are using compound, complex sentences that have multiple clauses,
Yes.
introductory phrases, relative clauses, and you have to pause when there would be punctuation in order to build dramatic effect, in order to make your meaning clear.
Yeah, don't lose the complexity of what you're saying. Don't let that get lost in that
Right.
monotone, right? A lot of our listeners, you guys tell us you want to show your true personality, the complexity of your thinking in English. But if we're saying in a monotone, not pausing, we're not conveying the complexity of our thoughts, right?
Exactly, right. So we're diving into our second tip here today. Whether there's punctuation or not, you have to give space for emphasis and to vary your intonation. So we talked about this. Often students, listeners, all of us will slip into a monotone if we're thinking about other things. We're trying to think of the correct grammar, the vocabulary, and often what goes on the back burner is interesting intonation.
Delivery, exactly. So
Right.
what are some scenarios where we would do this, Aubrey? Give space for emphasis and variety of intonation. Tell us more what that means.
Yeah, so for example, if you're correcting a misunderstanding, let's say someone, misunderstood something you said, or maybe you're defending yourself.
Okay.
Let's use this without interesting intonation. If I said, I told you I did try, but no one was listening. Kind of
monotone. A little muted, a little monotone,
Muted.
a little boring.
You might not even understand that I'm actually trying to correct a misunderstanding. How should this sound, Lindsay?
Yeah. I told you I did try, but no one was listening.
Right? So you have noticed how there are pauses there. There have to be pauses in order to give these words space, in order to emphasize them. So let's talk about what exactly you did. First of all, you stressed the word did to correct a misunderstanding, to defend yourself. In the intonation, the context is shown.
Right. And the presumption here is that what I said to you before that seems like you didn't try. Right?
Right, exactly. If this were part of a conversation, someone has told you that you didn't try. I did try.
Right, but no one was listening. Okay, so that's the first thing we did. I told you I did try. Well, we did a few things. We have this slash here, this hyphen, where we pause there too, right? I told you I did try, right?
Yes, right. And then we also repeat no one, and we're going to emphasize it stronger the second time. Whenever we have repetition of a phrase, it is the first way I said that is very strange to just say it with a monotone. You're saying it again in order to emphasize. So you want to hit it harder. So you say no one with that little bit of a pause, and you punch it harder to add sort of emotional weight and frustration. You are showing emotion through your expressiveness.
This is a nice little trick our listeners can have, just a self-contained trick in their back pocket that they can use, even if this is the only thing you take away from this episode, guys. This is great. Choose what you want to repeat occasionally in a passionate sentence and really punch that hard the second time you say it. It can have a big effect. For sure.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And if you're speaking too quickly and running this all together, you won't be able to emphasize those words. They need space. They need those tiny pauses in order to be able to punch those words harder.
Yes. What would be the second example, Aubrey, of giving space for emphasis?
All right, let me first show it, as a monotone. I'll run together.
Okay.
If you said, she looked me in the eye and said, this was never going to work.
Yeah, just not engaging to me, right?
Exactly. There's very little emotion, expressiveness. My listeners might just be kind of shutting off their brain thinking about what happened earlier.
Yeah, it happens very quickly, even as adults. I think, what do they say is like the attention span of a goldfish, or so. Like, we have like a 3-second attention span and we're gone. I lost you already once you were in the third word in the phrase.
And
So
unfortunately, attention spans are getting even shorter, right? With screen time and movies and, filmmakers editing or having to do quicker edits because they lose the audience's attention too fast. The same happens with us in conversations.
Yes. So how could it sound with emphasis and variety of information?
So you could say, she looked me in the eye and said, this was never going to work.
Yes, and we really emphasize never. Why did we choose never?
Yeah, so punching never adds that emotion, adds that emphasis, right? You really, if you're saying something was never going to happen, pretty much anytime you have never in a sentence, you should punch it harder because it's such an absolute. You're saying something will never happen. You can't say, this will never happen.
And you also paused. There was a comma after said and before the quote. We saw that. So you paused before that quote to build tension, right? To break it up.
Right, if you're saying she looked me in the eye and said, and then there's this pause, like, what did she say? Right?
Yeah.
So you're building tension, intentionally pausing before what you share that was said. But this goes back to part one as well. You know there should be a pause there because there would be punctuation, there would be quotation marks, there would be a comma here. So you're also pausing for punctuation.
I love it. So strategic, Aubrey, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, we are back with the third tip in the series, the second tip for today. Aubrey, what is it?
Yeah, so often when you slow down, it's intentionally to be able to use clear enunciation. Because if you aren't enunciating clearly, It can lead to misunderstandings, confusion. So Sina mentioned that speaking quickly can mask minor grammar and pronunciation mistakes, which can be true, but it can also cause the entire message to be lost if the individual words and sounds aren't clear.
All right, so this is the time when you do need to slow down, right? Before we said that, a lot of this doesn't necessarily involve slowing down, but in this case, that is the recommendation for this third tip, right?
Exactly, right? Without proper intonation, pacing, word stress, the listener might not know which meaning is intended. There's a lot of ambiguity in English, and through our intonation, we often can make it clear. So let's give a couple examples. I'm going to say a sentence fast first.
Okay.
And when it's said fast, you might not understand exactly what I'm saying. Okay, let's hear it. Ready?
Yes.
I told my friend John would be late because he missed the bus.
Oh, yeah. I misunderstood a couple things right in the middle there.
Yes, right? So this is tricky. If you say it fast, it could sound like, I told my friend John we'd be late because I missed the bus. A lot of pronouns can sound the same when you're speaking quickly and running things together.
Yeah.
What I intended to say was, I told my friend John, or I told my friend John would be late because he missed the bus.
I honestly didn't know what you were saying until just now.
I told my friend John would be late because he missed the bus. But if you say it quickly, sounds like I told my friend John we'd be late.
Okay, well, that's a perfect example of what happens, right? We lose it. We lose the point, and therefore we lose the connection, right?
Yeah, so often because there is, there are so many sounds in English and so many tricky things about word stress that a lot of things that you say, a lot of things that anyone says could be misunderstood if we're speaking very quickly in order to avoid these grammar and pronunciation errors being clear, but the bigger risk is causing a misunderstanding, confusion. It's not the end of the world to have to say, wait, who was late? Who missed the bus?
Right.
But it's not necessary in the first place if you're able to use correct intonation, slow down so that you can enunciate clearly.
Yeah, you don't want to have to waste your time on those questions when you can get to more interesting content in your conversation with someone, right?
Yes. And then there's also all of the ambiguity of words in English that have the same or lots of meanings for the same word. So for example, Lindsay, what if I say, I saw her duck? What does that mean?
It could mean two things, right? Are you saying I have a duck, like a duck that goes quack, quack, and you saw my duck over there waddling across the yard? Or are you saying you saw me or her, someone, duck down?
Yeah, which is like lower to avoid something above them, right? We have the noun, a duck, like you were saying, that quacks, and also the verb, which means to lower yourself, to duck.
Yeah.
And so words like this that have multiple meanings can easily lead to misunderstandings if there's no intonation in the sentence. So let's say it is a duck waddling across the yard. You'd want to say, I saw her duck. Because if you're talking about someone ducking, it's not exciting, right? You want this intonation to punch duck harder.
Ah, interesting, right? And adding a little information. I saw her duck. It was waddling across the yard, right?
Right, especially when we know, oh, this word exists as a noun and a verb, we're probably going to add more context. I saw her duck. It was waddling across the yard.
You're not.
Wait, she ducked. Why was she ducking?
Yeah, you're never gonna. Yeah, exactly. Or in the context of physically ducking, right? I saw her duck right before the ball hit her. Okay.
Right, and the intonation would be different, right? I saw her duck. That goes down there because we don't have this like excitement. It's rare, and then also adding more context. Oh, I saw her duck right before the ball hit her. We know we're not talking about the animal, a duck.
Yeah, it seems like we're placing the most emphasis there on the verb hit, right? Because that's kind of the surprising thing that happened.
Right. It's really, if someone's ducking, we care more about why they had to duck.
Right. Good point. Wow, there's a lot here, Aubrey. This has been a very solid series. I'm so excited that we got this question from Sina. Such a good question, and a concept that we don't think about, right? We think about maybe people speaking too slowly, but we don't think often about speaking too fast. Right?
Absolutely. Right.
Yeah.
And it's interesting. We talk about this quite a bit over on the IELTS Energy podcast. If you're studying for IELTS, you've likely heard this. You have to slow down to enunciate words to make sure that, word stress is correct, phonemes are correct, and your intonation is interesting. But often in just daily life, we don't realize that it's vital then as well to make conversations and stories interesting.
Yes. What's another episode our listeners could check out if they're excited about this series and they want to keep going with All Ears English?
Yes, I loved the episode you and Michelle did, 2439. English for touchy, testy situations. And an episode like this really lends toward interesting intonation, right?
Yes.
If you're talking about touchy, testy situations, you're definitely going to be using very interesting intonation there.
Fantastic. So as we wrap up this episode and this series, Aubrey, where should we leave our listeners? What is the most important thing to keep in mind here?
Yeah, I think this can be sort of a misunderstanding that speaking quickly will improve your English, will make it so that no one notices your errors and your message is clearer. That's actually the opposite of what actually happens sometimes. It makes it so that your message is misunderstood or even lost at times.
Exactly. As you're talking, always keep in mind connection is the goal, right? And people want to connect with other people. And if you make yourself small, which is what happens when we speak fast to mask our errors, that's not opening us up to connection, Aubrey, right?
Absolutely, right? Such a good point. You want there to be value on what you say, whether it's a presentation at work that has high stakes or a story you're telling. You want the people that you are talking to know why they should be listening. And a lot of this is done through your intonation, through the pauses that you're making intentionally and slowing down so that you have the space to give words that weight.
Exactly, Albert. And I think the final tip that just came to mind is this is about taking up space, right? This is about being willing to take time, take space. And maybe one thing that could help is using gestures more. Because when I gesture, I feel like I sometimes space out my words with my gestures. I'm doing it right now on our YouTube channel.
I do that too. I talk with my hands a lot, and it sort of adds that extra punch.
Exactly. And also, I'm not sure if this research has been disproven or what, but I kind of think it makes sense. Do you remember there was some research in the aughts that was out about when we physically put our arms in the air, it increases our confidence and it kind of, we expand our space, right? I think it works. It works for me. When I stand up, I expand my space. So what if you're having trouble implementing these tips, what if you actually try to take up more space and at the same time slow down? That's just something to think about as a strategy, as a tactic.
I love that, right? Yeah. Take up more space and also the time it takes in order to make sure your message is clear. Often you won't actually be saving time if someone has to ask you to repeat or clarify. Right? So if you think about that on the front end, say it clearly the first time, enunciate clearly, give words the space and time they need.
Yes. So I'm excited to see this shift in our listeners and our students in our student-only open conversation club. Super excited to see some results here. Good stuff. All right, Aubrey, you have a good rest of your day. I'll see you soon.
You too. Awesome. Thanks, Lindsay.
Bye. Take care. Bye. Thanks for listening to All Ears English. Would you like to know your English level? Take our 2-minute quiz. Go to allearsenglish.com/fluency score. And if you believe in connection, not perfection, then hit subscribe now to make sure you don't miss anything. See you next time. This is an All Ears English podcast, episode 2445. Why slow down in English? Part 1, pause for punctuation. welcome to the All Ears English podcast, downloaded more than 200 million times. Are you feeling stuck with your English? We'll show you how to become fearless and fluent by focusing on connection, not perfection, with your American host, Aubrey Carter, the IELTS whiz, and Lindsay McMahon, the English adventurer, coming to you from Arizona and Colorado, USA. To get real-time transcripts right on your phone and create your personalized vocabulary list, try the All Ears English app for iOS and Android. Start your 7-day free trial at allearsenglish.com/app.
Do you speak fast when you feel nervous with your English? While many students speak too slow, some at the higher levels might speak too fast, so no one hears your mistakes. Today, get our first tip in part 1 of this 2-part series.
Hello, Aubrey. How are you today?
I'm great, Lindsay. How are you?
Good, good. What are we getting into today?
I have a question for you.
Okay.
Are you a fast talker?
You know, I noticed that yes, I can talk fast when I'm nervous sometimes. Or sometimes when I'm speaking Spanish, I can talk fast because I want to sound like a better speaker than I am, maybe. That's my own.
I absolutely do that too. I try to speak French and Spanish fast, hoping that my pronunciation or grammar errors won't be noticed if I'm speaking quickly.
Yeah, or you just kind of want to get to the point, right? You want to get to connection, which is a very human thing. You want to get to what you're saying. So this topic is coming into our podcast today from one of our students in our courses. I love this when we get real scenarios to talk through.
Absolutely right. It's such a great question about how fast you should speak in English, what it might help, and when you should slow down, why you should slow down. So let's read this question. It's such a good one.
Okay. So this is our student Sina, and he says, "Hi Lindsay, hope everything is going well. Following up from our chat at Conversation Club on Thursday, I wanted to explain why I currently speak slowly and why I'm trying to speak faster." Or was it speak?
No, it's interesting.
Slowly.
Keep going.
Okay.
This is gonna.
Okay.
It's good.
When I speak more quickly, my mind doesn't overanalyze each word. This helps me avoid mentally translating from my native language into English or getting stuck trying to correct grammar in real time. Speaking faster encourages more spontaneous and natural sentence formation. Aubrey, you want to take the next piece?
Yeah, he says, it helps keep my audience more engaged. I've noticed that speaking slowly can sometimes cause confusion or boredom, mostly because I tend to pause frequently while searching for the right word or trying to fix my sentence grammatically, especially when speaking to native English speakers. Speaking with more energy and quicker helps me create a better connection and keeps the conversation flowing more naturally, which also helps avoid disappointing my listeners.
It also helps. I was going to chime in. It also helps me mask minor grammar or pronunciation mistakes. Interestingly, when I make a small mistake, like using have instead of has, my listener often doesn't notice or even unintentionally mirrors the error. So speaking more fluidly makes me feel more confident. Go ahead, Aubrey.
By the way, thank you for your support and for creating such a helpful podcast. On a side note, after learning about the Flowbee through your podcast, I started using it to cut my own hair. I've always disliked going to the barber shop, so this has been a great discovery. Yet another benefit I've gained from your work. I love this so much. I remember we mentioned the Flowbee that my husband uses to cut his hair, and I love that Sina found this hack, especially if you hate going to the barber shop.
Yeah, so first of all, a huge shout out to Sina for sharing this scenario. I had a chance to meet Sina in one of our hot seat opportunities, which is where during our open conversation club or fluency party, a few students are randomly selected to speak directly with me or Aubrey in a one-on-one conversation. Right, so this is where I really get to we get to know you all, right? We get to ask you what your challenges are, and I found this to be a really interesting situation for Sina and so human, so normal. So I just want to start by normalizing this. This is very human, the way this is happening.
Yes, and definitely shared by all language learners. We are there, we have been there. There are definitely a few great advantages to speaking quickly, especially in a second language. This will be different for everyone, but I love some of the ones that he mentioned, right? It helps you translate less from your first language. You don't have the time to think about, how would I say this in my first language and now I'm going to say it in English. You're having to go straight from your thoughts to bring it out in English. That's a great benefit.
Yeah, that is really interesting. And then the other piece, the errors are less obvious. You're right. So I love the level of self-awareness that Sina has. Completely clear of what is being done here, trying to make it to kind of mask errors, which again, so human, so normal. I get it. I totally get it.
We've all been there, and Sina's correct that we don't really want to pause, have those long pauses, or speak really slowly to give us time to think of vocabulary or draw out our message, because it can potentially cause boredom. It can potentially lose our audience, our listener.
I was going to say, which severs connection, right? So I think Sina is looking for connection, as we all are. So it makes sense why you would do this. Boredom, monotone, we want to avoid these things and connect with the person in front of us, right?
Yes, but often it's interesting that it is vital to slow down in a second language, but for specific reasons, right? We're not slowing down just to draw out our message or We don't want to take that time to translate, but there are specific reasons that we will intentionally slow down.
Yeah, so in this episode for Sina and for our listeners who might also be doing this, it's also possible that some of our listeners are doing this, but maybe not realizing it. So this will be a chance to ask yourself, everyone, are you actually doing this? And we're going to give you 3 things you can do. So I think we're not necessarily going to say here that we have to slow down, except for in our 3rd tip, but there are ways you can continue to speak at a similar pace, but use strategic pauses and space and emphasis, right, Aubrey?
Exactly. It's usually not about slowing down the entire cadence of your speech. It's very specific slowing and pausing in order to add interest to what you're saying.
Yes, and then so we're not telling you have to slow down. It's being strategic. So let's go into tip 1, strategy 1 for our listeners here. What would be the first thing that Sina could do?
Yeah, so the first thing is to pause for punctuation. So it's easier if you're reading something written because you're seeing those commas and periods. If you're speaking, you have to sort of understand where there would be punctuation if it were written. So we're going to give you a sentence with the pauses that would come with punctuation, and we'll describe why we would make those pauses, because this is something you have to be very intentional about.
Yes, exactly. So should I go ahead and speak the whole sentence with the pauses, Aubrey?
Yes.
Okay. After the meeting, we'll review the results, and if everything checks out, we'll move forward.
All right, so we don't, those chunks between punctuation don't have to be slowed down, right? You don't want to just draw what you're saying, but you are pausing when there would be punctuation for specific reasons. So first of all, there would be a comma after meeting. We have this introductory phrase, and pausing there separates this introductory phrase. This makes your message easier to understand.
Yeah, this is really all about making sure that person gets what you're saying, right?
Yes.
Exactly. This is how to do it. And then a comma after results, right? So this separates the items in a compound sentence, right? We've got a compound sentence here, which at your level, Sina is at a high level of English. He is using complex compound sentences. Okay.
Exactly. And if we just say them all run together with no pauses, the message becomes unclear because we have lots of different clauses, several meanings in one sentence. And the way we make sure that we are understood is by emphasizing certain words and pausing in certain places.
It also just kind of makes speaking the sentence more fun in a way.
Absolutely.
Right. Just makes it more fun. What would be the next pause?
Yeah, and then there's a comma after checks out. If everything checks out, and this one gives the listener time to process before the conclusion of your sentence. You have set it up by saying, if everything checks out, you give a little pause there, almost for dramatic effect. what will happen if
Exactly.
everything checks out?
Everything checks out, and it's kind of a special intonation that I added there. It's a little questioning, right? We're wondering, a little mystery there. So again, more fun. Aubrey, I think what would be helpful if we said it 2 more times, once with the pauses and one without it. Could you do that for us? To show us
Absolutely.
with pauses first? Yeah.
Okay, so with pause, so let's do without first.
Yeah, without
We
first.
can
Yeah.
see what would this sound like if
Okay.
we didn't have those pauses. After the meeting, we'll review the results, and if everything checks out, we'll move forward.
Yeah, it's almost hard to not use the pausing, right?
Right? It's hard to follow what you are saying as you say it, let alone your speaker.
Yeah, but when I heard you say that, it felt very jumbled. It felt like it didn't feel like you were speaking to me, right?
Right? It feels like I'm either reading quickly or that I'm not thinking about what I'm saying.
Exactly. And we can we can build our sense of confidence by saying, I'm worth it to pause. Like, these people can wait for me to really say this sentence correctly. Like, maybe it might be a little bit of maybe potentially a lack of confidence, of feeling we have to jam the message in quickly because people don't want to listen or something. That could be something else that's going on here.
That's a good point. It adds import when we're taking the time to pause. It gives what we are saying more importance, and gives people the idea that the impression that they need to listen, they need to prioritize it. Where if you start speaking and running everything together, brains turn off, right? No one will be listening.
And I think I shared a few weeks ago, I was on a panel at my meditation center, and I think that's what I did. I think I didn't even happen pausing between the pronunciation, between the commas, because I was nervous, right? I had great content, great things to say about the topic, but it was like one run-on sentence, and I hardly breathed because I felt nervous in front of the group. I don't normally speak in front of that group, right?
Yeah, and we think about how if we're thinking, is what I'm saying important enough? Am I wasting their time? And we just start running it all together.
Yes, that's a key part of this lesson today, of this episode, that I want to make sure doesn't get jumbled.
Absolutely.
It's confidence. But once you start hearing yourself doing this, pausing in the right moment, you'll say, yeah, they're listening to me, they're sticking with me, I can do this in different scenarios. Okay?
Absolutely. Let's give another example here. Same thing, pausing for punctuation. We'll share why, right? So you might say, I was walking through the forest, enjoying the quiet, when suddenly I heard a noise. So let's go through these pauses and why we're making them.
All right. So we have a pause, a comma after forest, which ends the first idea. Again, complex sentences, right? Complex ideas, because we're adults. We have complex things to say, right? That's the whole
we have those introductory phrases, initial ideas that are setting up something future. We pause for dramatic effect.
Exactly. So that's the first one. And then after the word quiet, we have another comma that separates a descriptive
Clause. What is the descriptive clause?
Yeah, so we often have this when you're writing, you have to offset them with commas. We have a clause that's describing something else, right? So you're talking about this walk in the forest. You're sharing why you were doing it or what you were doing. So walk through the forest, enjoying the quiet, when suddenly, right? So it's extra information. We add commas and we pause when we're speaking.
Which again adds color to our story, adds context, lets us envision you in the forest, right? What are you doing? That kind of thing. So good. And then after the word suddenly, we build dramatic effect by adding another comma. When suddenly I heard a noise, right?
Right. Imagine what a wasted opportunity if you just say, when suddenly I heard a noise. You don't give anyone that chance to build the dramatic effect and wonder what happened suddenly.
That's a good point. Sometimes I wonder with comedians, they always have the right timing.
Oh, yeah.
Do you notice how they always will drop a joke and then the audience will laugh and they'll say something like, but, and they kind of like speak under their breath a bit to wait for it's a cadence. They're waiting for the audience to be ready for the next line. It's like an art, and that's what we can do in English. So
absolutely, right? If we're just speaking very quickly, we lose these opportunities to make what we're saying not only an art, but understood well so that our meaning is clear.
Okay, so let me try my hand at this one, just without the pauses,
Let's
just so you know, and then we'll do it. I'm gonna try. It's hard because I can see the commas on the page, and yeah. I was walking through the forest, enjoying the quiet, when suddenly I heard a noise. Ugh. How did you feel about connecting with me, Aubrey?
No, terrible. And it's so interesting how without those pauses, you also end up using a monotone because you don't have the time, the words don't have the space to be emphasized, so you can't vary your tone.
Yes. And can you give us one more time, how it looks with the pauses?
Yes. I was walking through the forest, enjoying the quiet, when suddenly I heard a noise.
I love it. And, just as a practice opportunity, a side point, you guys can use our transcripts to model what we do in this show, because the reason you're not bored on this show is because we do use a lot of this pausing, a lot of this kind of dramatic effect, maybe a little more than we do in our daily lives. I would say for me, maybe a little more. But you can model, you can use our audios and model how we speak with our pauses. Okay?
Absolutely. That mimicking or shadowing is really the best way to improve your pronunciation. Varying your tone, speaking at a speed where you're able to use all of this dramatic effect, right? You need to know when to pause in order to have interesting intonation.
Oh my gosh, Aubrey, this episode might have to move into a part 2. I feel like we have so many good things to say. We haven't even gotten to the second tip. What do you think about continuing this one another day? This is going to be a series. I
love that idea. Yes, guys, hit follow. because we have two more options, which it's true. It's taking a little time here, and we want to make sure that you get all of these details.
Yeah, so we've just spontaneously changed the plan, but I love it because I think we have a solid takeaway for our listeners in the one strategy that we taught you today, which is look at where the commas are and pause between each one for different reasons. Right, Aubrey?
Absolutely, right? We definitely understand why Sina and a lot of you out there, me when I'm speaking French and Spanish, why we want to speed up. And sometimes we do need to. Sometimes there are benefits that we want to take advantage of.
Yeah.
But often, in order to vary your tone and add interest, you need to pause when there would be punctuation in a sentence.
Yeah, and today we just talked about commas, but obviously periods are a little more obvious, but also semicolons, right? Pausing there.
Yes, right. Any
excellent.
punctuation at the end of a sentence, that's a hard stop and even bigger pause, right? Semicolon, very similar to a comma. We're needing those pauses because they always end an introductory phrase or end a relative clause, right? There's always a reason for that pause.
Right, or quotation marks when we're quoting someone. Like often when we read the student question, I will change my voice a little bit as I read the student question. Parentheses, things like that, we're changing the tone. We're pausing. Okay.
Exactly right. If we run straight from what we were saying into a quote, then it's difficult to understand what was said by whom. We use our intonation to make that clear.
So again, today's takeaway, strategy 1, pause for punctuation. We'll be back in the second part of this series, Aubrey, for strategy 2 and 3. All right.
Awesome. Yes. We'll see you guys there.
All right. Take care. Bye.
Bye.
Thanks for listening to All Ears English. Would you like to know your English level? Take our 2-minute quiz. Go to allearsenglish.com/fluency score. And if you believe in connection, not perfection, then hit subscribe now to make sure you don't miss anything. See you next time.
This is an All Ears English podcast, episode 2444, Grammar That Breaks the Rules, Part 1, Adjectives That End in ly.
Welcome to the All Ears English podcast, downloaded more than 200 million times. Are you feeling stuck with your English? We'll show you how to become fearless and fluent by focusing on connection, not perfection, with your American host, Michelle Kaplan, the New York radio girl, and Aubrey Carter, the IELTS whiz, coming to you from Arizona and New York City, USA. And to get your transcripts delivered by email every week, go to allearsenglish.com/subscribe.
Is every word that ends in ly an adverb? Nope. Today, in the first installment of this 3-part series, we share exceptions to this English grammar rule so that you can avoid this common pitfall. Hello, Michelle. How are you?
I'm good, Aubrey. How are you today? I'm happy to see you.
Yes, you too. Lindsay is out this week, but Michelle and I are excited to bring you some fun episodes. I'm curious, Michelle, to start us out here, do you feel like you're a pretty chill person?
I think I am chill in the way of like I don't get really angry at people, or I don't let like too much get me upset in that way, but I do think I'm nervous. So I don't know if that counts.
It's interesting. It depends on how you think about this word chill, right?
Exactly.
People who do get angry easily or easily frustrated, they'll say, I have no chill. Because I'm not super chill, but I would say you're definitely a chill person based on my interactions with you. But
I think you're chill too.
I think so. Yeah, pretty laid back, right? This is kind of slang to mean laid back, easygoing. We'll say chill, but it's true if you get nervous easily, if you worry a lot, you might feel like you're not very chill, right?
Right, but you may put off a different vibe than what you're actually feeling, which is funny.
Exactly. So the reason we're talking about chill, in our Q&A, a student was talking about this word chill, right? They said, I know I can use chill to describe someone as laid back. And then they said, is the adverb chilly? They said, I feel like I can add ly to any word pretty much, and it becomes an adverb. And it was an interesting discussion because unfortunately, no, that's not true. If you learned that rule, add ly to an adjective and it becomes an adverb. That's not always the case.
Right.
So, for example, a lot of the words that do follow the rules, first of all, because this is common, right? Oh, an adjective like soft, if we add ly, yes, that's the adverb, softly. Or slow, we add ly, slowly. What's another one, Michelle?
Warm and warmly. So that would be to form the adverb, right? Exactly. But again, Aubrey, as you said, it's not always the case. And if you think of this as just this hard and fast grammar rule, you're going to find yourself in trouble because it's not always that way, right, Aubrey?
Exactly, right? So we're going to do a 3-part series here. Make sure that you follow right here on the All Ears English podcast so you don't miss any of them. Today in part 1, we're talking about adjectives that we add ly and it becomes another adjective instead of an adverb. And then part 2, we're talking about nouns that we add ly and they become an adjective. I know, so tricky. And then part 3, we're talking about adjectives that do become an adverb when we add ly, but with an entirely new meaning, like an unexpected meaning.
So
like
interesting.
hard and hardly, these words. Yeah, so this is going to be a great series.
Yeah, oh my gosh, and so useful, because I'm sure these things can be very, very confusing if you just hear ly is adverb, and then it's unfortunately it's not that simple.
Exactly right. English is always playing tricks on us.
Yes.
And this can hurt our connections if we're taking something and thinking it's a hard and fast rule. There are no exceptions. Then when we hear something that sounds like a mistake, it might throw us off. Or if we're concerned about something. So it always helps to know these details, to know a lot of these exceptions, so that you recognize that this is something we don't need to stress out about.
Exactly. All right, so should we talk about chill?
Yeah, so first, right, often when we add ly to an adjective, it remains an adjective, but with a different meaning. So chill is tricky because, of course, we have the meaning of something being like cool, especially the verb, like I'm going to chill something in the fridge means I'm going to cool it down. So then we have the adjective chilly, which means something is cold. We'll usually use this to describe weather as chilly.
Right.
But what makes this especially tricky is that slang meaning that chill also can mean relaxed or calm, right?
Right. So, for example, he's such a chill guy, nothing bothers him.
Yes, but when we add ly, this does not become an adverb. It actually has nothing really related to being laid back, but it also has 2 interesting meanings. The first one I shared, if it's weather, right? It's getting chilly outside, grab a sweater. And we'll also describe personalities as chilly. Do you know anyone who's chilly?
There are people who you sometimes wonder if they're chilly, or if maybe you just don't know them. Like sometimes somebody might give off a certain impression, but then you have to realize it might not actually be the reality, right?
Right. We also use cold to describe people, right? Someone might come off as cold or chilly if they're not extremely friendly, or maybe their facial expressions aren't extremely friendly. But that's a good point, Michelle, that this can actually hurt connection if you assume someone is cold, chilly, unfriendly, when that's just their face. And if you start a conversation, you might find that they're super warm and friendly.
Yeah. Exactly. All right, so should we do another one?
Yeah, we're going to share a few of the most common examples here of similar words where it's an adjective without ly, and then we add ly and it's a new meaning but still an adjective. So what's our first question?
Okay, so we have sick. Okay, so sick, this is an adjective to mean maybe ill or nauseated. So I felt sick after that roller coaster. Actually, Aubrey, recently I took my daughter to like a little kids amusement park, and they had this teacups type, one of those types of rides. And then I went on one of them and I was okay. And the second one, there was just this point in the ride where I felt, I don't like this. But I was okay. But yeah.
And I don't know about you, but when that happens to me, I'm like done for a while. If I feel sick after the teacups, it's gonna be hours before I feel like going on another ride.
Yeah.
We also have slang for this word, right?
That's right.
It also means something is really cool or impressive. Like you might say, oh, that was sick. I've never been able to backflip like that if someone does a cool backflip. So this is slang as well, which makes it doubly tricky. Sometimes you're not sure. You have to know the context to know what is meant.
Yes, you have. Yeah. Aubrey, do you use sick in a slang?
I do sometimes, yeah. One of my kids will do like a fun trick in the pool. I might say like, oh, sick, that was sick. My kids say it a lot. It is more, I feel like, slang used by the younger generations more often. That might be a word that I'll say it and my kids are like, Mom, you're too old to say that word.
Well, Dan says sick a lot, and I always kind of, I don't say it. It's not that I think there's anything wrong with it, but it always kind of, it makes me laugh when he says it for some reason.
But this is interesting. If you add ly, it does not become an adverb like you might assume, right?
Yeah.
It's still an adjective. That means looking weak or unhealthy. You might say their daughter was a sickly child. You'll often especially see this in like older books.
That's what I was thinking.
Older, it's a little bit outdated to call someone sickly. We would probably just say they look ill. They look like they don't feel well.
Exactly. Yeah, I agree with that.
But interestingly, you cannot. So this other meaning that Dan says a lot when we say something's cool, it's sick, we do not add an ly to describe how someone does that. We don't use it as an adverb to be like, he did that sickly. No,
right.
We don't do that. It's just sick.
Just sick. Let's move on to dead.
Nice. All right. So dead as an adjective, of course, means no longer alive or functioning. We often use this to describe like technology.
Yeah.
You might say the phone battery is completely dead. Means it's not functioning at all.
Exactly. Oh, I hate that.
Right, that happens to the best of us. I need to get one of those mobile chargers.
Me too.
Where if I'm out and about, I can just attach it to my phone to get it to power back on.
Yeah, I also need that because I run into trouble sometimes. But when you add ly again, it doesn't become an adverb. It still can be it's still an adjective. So deadly is able to cause death or extremely serious. So they were exposed to a deadly poison. Uh-oh.
Right, that would be bad. Exactly right. This is not an adverb. It's another adjective with a similar meaning, but yeah, it means that it is extremely serious, could be deadly, could have disastrous results. Maybe like a ski slope, a really dangerous ski hill could be described as deadly, especially, and this is pretty literal. We don't really use this to exaggerate or describe something that's not actually deadly as just extremely, like, we really just use this if it really is that dangerous that you could die.
Or actually, we also sometimes would say there's death and deathly, right? So like I'm deathly afraid of spiders or something like that.
Yes, those are very similar, exactly, right? So death, but then also deathly, again, an adjective, right? To describe how extreme it is, yes. All right, let's move on to live and lively.
Yes.
So live is an adjective that means two things, either happening in real time, right? A live recording, a live video stream, or also full of energy. And often we'll say like a live wire. So this is like wiring going through a house that has electricity going through it. But we also use this metaphorically to describe like a party as live. And
right.
We have live. Oh, so like for example, we're watching a live broadcast or like live streaming.
Right. Sorry, I lost my place for just a sec.
Oh, no problem.
Live broadcast. Yes, and now we have lively. So again, we add the ly and it's an adjective. And this means full of life and energy. So the party was very lively and fun. Right? You could describe a person as like, oh, she has such a lively personality, right?
Absolutely. If they're very energetic and fun to be around, right? But this, I can definitely see how this could be tricky if you see the word lively and assume it's an adverb because so many adverbs end in ly. But it's not. It's an adjective. For all of these today, we add ly, and it's another adjective.
I'm so glad that we are learning this because this is really important, right?
I know.
This is what is really going to help our listeners connect with others. more confidently, right? Take out a little bit more of the guesswork, because this is one of those gray, sticky areas that could really trip people up. So I'm so glad that you're bringing this to us, Aubrey.
Yes, absolutely, right? We don't want you to be confused by English. It can be confusing if you're just seeing adjectives that end in ly and we don't understand why, or we're assuming it's an adverb. So I'm glad we're able to clear this up, share some of the most common words we use that ly still is an adjective. Let's do a role play here, Michelle.
Okay, awesome. So I like this. We are walking in a park.
Yeah, I'll start us out. Oh man, it's chilly out here.
I kind of love it. The air is fresh. The vibe is chill.
Yeah, well, it helps that you're wearing like 5 layers. I bet I look sickly shivering like this.
Oh, you do look a little pale. Are you actually sick?
I'm just tired. I was up all night watching that live nature documentary. You know, the one with the wolves?
Oh, yeah. I watched part of it. It gave me a clear idea of how deadly it would be to live in the Arctic. A lot of time just waiting for something to happen, though. Not exactly lively, huh?
Exactly. It was beautiful but slow. I drifted off halfway through and now I feel half dead.
Oh.
You're like so tired trying to hang out with a friend, but you didn't sleep well. It's so tough. Like, I just need a nap.
Oh my gosh. I've been needing more naps recently.
That's because you have small children, right?
Yeah.
And they nap.
Yeah, they don't nap. So okay, awesome. So you said, oh man, it's chilly out there. So, right, there's a little bit of a breeze, a little bit cold, right?
Exactly. So I'm not talking about a person who is acting chilly. This is the weather, right? I'm just describing the weather is a little bit cool, a little bit cold. It's chilly out here. And then you said, I love it. The air's fresh. The vibe is chill. So we describe people as chill, having chill, and we'll also describe a vibe as chill, right? If it's just relaxed and calm.
Yeah, exactly. And then you said, I bet I look sickly shivering like this. So again, you look like you're feeling sick. We already mentioned we're using this for the role play to show you how it works. But again, you might see this more written in older books, or even in a movie about a time in the past, right? You probably wouldn't say this very frequently, but it's good to know.
Yeah, it's a little bit outdated for sure. You might hear it. It's good to know what it means. But there are other ways we would say this instead. We just might say, I bet I look sick. I bet I look pale, however you say it. Or, I bet I look like I'm not feeling well if you're there shivering.
Exactly.
And then you said you do look a little pale. Are you actually sick? Right? So you're asking me if I actually don't feel well.
And then you said, I'm just tired. I was up all night watching that live nature documentary. So it's being broadcast. It was live.
Exactly, right? Someone's filming animals live and you're able to watch like a live streaming of that. And then you said, oh yeah, I watched part of it. It gave me a clear idea of how deadly it would be to live in the Arctic. So this means like your life could be at risk for the animals or anyone living in the Arctic, that it's a dangerous place. We would call it deadly.
Yep, exactly. And then you said, it was beautiful but slow. I drifted off halfway through and now I feel half dead. So you feel very tired, basically.
Right, and this is interesting. You know, this is not literal, right? We use this metaphorically,
right,
to say that we don't feel well. Oh, I feel dead. I feel half dead. Of course, you don't I mean, you can't really feel dead because you're not dead, but we use this to exaggerate how badly we feel.
It's definitely an exaggeration. Well, Aubrey, this is great. I'm really looking forward to the rest of the episodes in this series. This is going to be so helpful and a lot of fun and very interesting because this is not something that you're going to see in a textbook. I think in the textbook, it's going to show you, ly, adverb, right?
Exactly, right? Add ly to a word, it becomes an adverb. And even native English speakers, I think, make this mistake. You see ly at the end of a word, you're going to assume adverb. It's really good to know the exceptions, to know when this isn't the case so that you don't fall for these pitfalls.
Absolutely. All right. I love it. Well, Aubrey, it was nice hanging out with you today, and thanks for bringing all of this really important information to us, guys. This is going to be super useful. And Aubrey, I'll see you next time.
Yes, awesome. Be sure to hit follow for the rest of the series, guys. I'll see you next time.
All right. Bye.
Thanks for listening to All Ears English. Would you like to know your English level? Take our 2-minute quiz. Go to allearsenglish.com/fluency score. And if you believe in connection, not perfection, then hit subscribe now to make sure you don't miss anything. See you next time. This is an All Ears English podcast, episode 2443, Spy Movie Vocabulary in English. Welcome to the All Ears English podcast, downloaded more than 200 million times. Are you feeling stuck with your English? We'll show you how to become fearless and fluent by focusing on connection, not perfection. With your American hosts, Lindsay McMahon, the English adventurer, and Michelle Kaplan, the New York radio girl, coming to you from Colorado and New York City, USA. To get real-time transcripts right on your phone and create your personalized vocabulary list, try the All Ears English app for iOS and Android. Start your 7-day free trial at allearsenglish.com/app.
Do you like crime shows and spy movies? Today, get movie vocabulary to watch this kind of film in English and to fully enjoy it.
Hey there, Michelle. How are you today?
I'm good, Lindsay. How are you?
Good. Michelle, have you ever had anything stolen from you?
Why, yes, Lindsay. We've spoken about this before.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, and I got pickpocketed in Amsterdam, but also another time I got my phone stolen was
Really?
I still know exactly the restaurant. It was called Cleopatra's Needle on the Upper West Side. It was the first year I moved to New York. So my brother and sister-in-law, and I went to the bathroom and I set my phone on something, and I left the bathroom, and then I went back to the bathroom to get it, and it was not there.
Oh, no, that's too bad. That's always a liability there.
I know. Such a ding-dong about that stuff.
I had a camera stolen once when I was traveling, and I also did something stupid. I just left it on a bed in a hostel, and then I went out, and I don't know what I was thinking, and I think I left the room for like an hour or two. And then it was gone. So sometimes we just forget to do the things with common sense, right? We just leave things sitting around. Yeah.
I know. It's when you're just not paying attention. You're just not thinking, and you get a little too comfortable, right? But today we are going to answer a great listener question. This is from Sophia, who we love, who asks amazing questions. Would you like me to read the question?
Yes, please do.
All right. So she says, "Hi, I'm Sophia, and I've been a long-time listener of All Ears English. I really enjoyed the podcast. It has helped me a lot in improving my English." Well, Sophia, we love you too.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, you are awesome, really. She says, in the 5-minute quiz episode 2371 of March 11th, 2025, I heard, and we'll talk about that in a second, I heard Aubrey say, because often we do use the word hot to mean illegal or stolen, right? She says, I found this really interesting, and I was wondering if you could share more common examples of situations where hot is used with this meaning. I'd love to learn how to use it naturally in a conversation. Thank you so much. I look forward to your response. Take care, Sophia. Sophia, you are awesome.
Yes.
What are these
Yes.
5-minute quizzes, Lindsay?
Oh, good question, Michelle. So, guys, if you don't know about our 5-minute quizzes over in Apple Podcast, that would be a reason to listen in Apple and to subscribe. So, if you sign up for our Apple Plus program, All Ears English Plus, you will get 4 5-minute quizzes every week. So after every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday episode, we drop a quiz, a simple quiz to check your comprehension of vocabulary, of meaning, and overall comprehension of the entire episode. It's easy, it's fun, it's straightforward, and once you subscribe, they just drop right into your feed. All right?
Right, and these are quizzes you listen to, so that's what's really cool about it, is it's like another little mini episode, because we have fun with them. Sometimes I record them as well, and it's always a good time. They're quick, and you get some little extra tidbits on there.
Exactly. So, guys, check that out. Go over to Apple and sign up for All Ears English Plus. All right, good. So, Michelle, let's get into answering. Well, before we get into it, I do want to say thank you to one of our reviewers in Apple Podcast. This is JoyBoy5 from Ghana, who left us a 5-star review.
Aww.
Very heartfelt and wonderful review, and huge thank you to that special listener. Guys, leaving a review for the show is one way to communicate to us what All Ears English means to you, how it's helping you, and it keeps us motivated, right?
Absolutely. Yep. Thank you so much. That means a lot to us. So, yes. All right. So let's get to Sophia's question. So hot can mean a lot of things. Of course, we think of hot meaning the weather or good looking or whatever, but one of the definitions is about being illegal or suspicious or stolen, right?
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because this is, I think, a lesser known way of using the word hot. I feel like I haven't heard it that much. But it is a way we use the word hot sometimes, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So let's give some examples. So here we go. The cops pulled him over because they checked the license plate, and it turns out the car was hot.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah. Or another one. I don't want to buy a phone from him. I think it's hot. I'd rather buy one from the store. Michelle, do you use this way in your everyday life?
I'll be honest, not so much.
What
about you?
Yeah, not so much. But it's good to know. You might hear it in a movie.
Crime show,
Crime shows, right? So we're just showing you all just the underlying language that exists, but maybe isn't used all the time. But you want to, it gives you context to enjoy movies, to enjoy conversation, news stories, things like that. Okay.
Yeah. Or here's another example. The FBI tapped his phone line and found out he was dealing with several hot pieces of merchandise.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, like I said, I also don't really use it this way. But the first thing I think of is car, a hot car, a stolen car. That is the most common theme for me when it comes to this word.
Yeah. So we're gonna go over a couple of other different things that you might say. So there's also these are kind of like spy crime words, right? So tapped. So when you hear tapped, that means that something is being watched or spied on or under surveillance. Right, Lindsay? So in that way, sometimes people use hot as well. Right?
Yes.
So sometimes, so you might say, like, make sure you don't say anything. I think your house is hot. Now, we might say that in terms of, like, oh, we think you're being watched, right?
Wow, this is serious spy movie stuff here, Michelle. Right, so this isn't the kind of conversation normal, everyday people are really having. This is really more for listeners to enjoy movies, right? Government spy movies, things like that, the CIA, things that we normal people don't really know. But we love to watch those. Okay, Michelle, anything else here? Yeah.
Or here's another example. He got arrested because he didn't know that his deal was being done when there was an undercover cop and the car was hot. So same idea here.
Yes, I love that. All right, so Michelle, what are some other ways to say that something is suspicious or illegal? All right, yes, we are back. Michelle, what about the phrase being watched?
Okay, so yeah, this is a good one. So the thief didn't know he was being watched. There were cameras everywhere. Okay. Or tapped, which is what we were talking about before, but we wanted to do an example. Yeah, so Lindsay, what does it mean to be tapped?
So, we mentioned this before. So to be wiretapped, so something, maybe some kind of microphone has been put into your phone, or I guess sometimes in movies you see this where someone might put a microphone in a hotel room, right? Michelle, what is your favorite spy movie? Do you have any favorite movies involving this kind of thing?
Ooh, I can't think of one. I think about Nixon, right? Like the Watergate, right?
Yes. Well, that's a great story, right? And that is kind of a spy wiretapping related story. I really like the movie Argo, which
that was great. Yeah,
really good movie. He was a CIA. I don't know if he was a spy or undercover agent or something like that. But his job was to go in and get the hostages from the crisis in the late 70s out. Fascinating movie.
That was a great movie. Yeah, I forgot about that one. Yeah, so I mean, any of these movies, it's always kind of fun to see these spy movies and actually they call it a museum, I think, but I wouldn't call it a museum. It's in New York, and I went with Dan once. It's like I can't remember the name of it, but basically you go and you participate in all these activities where you pretend you're a spy and
I think there's one in DC too.
Oh, yeah.
Actually.
Oh well, there's a spy museum in DC. That's an actual museum. I think this is yeah, that's awesome. It's always fun to think about spies, and I mean, I'm even thinking about way back to Harriet the Spy. Remember Harriet the Spy?
Oh yeah, of course. So fun. We're so intrigued. Normal people that have nothing to do with this are just so intrigued by this whole world. And so now our listeners are going to have some of the vocabulary to watch these movies and really get into it. Under investigation, Michelle, is another one. Might be a little more formal. You might hear this. You might actually read this in the news about a scenario where a person of interest is under investigation, right?
So so did you read the example? I didn't hear.
Let me go ahead and read the example.
Okay.
The whole area is under investigation, so the cops aren't letting anyone in.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. So, Lindsay, we've talked about like courtroom shows. What about crime shows? Do you like those?
Sometimes I do. The one that I watch nowadays is Tracker. It's with the guy from This Is Us. I mean,
how is that?
It's good. I mean, he's really good looking, so that helps. It's a decent show. It's not like this TV show is going to win like huge awards or anything like that, but it's, when you want to just do some mind-numbing TV, it's good. It's good.
Yeah. No, that's fun. That's fun. Let's do a role play. Here you are telling me about a new spy movie that you watched.
Okay, here we go. Michelle, it was so good.
Oh, really? What's it about?
It's about this guy who's committing fraud, and he has this feeling he's being watched, but he has no proof. It messes with his head. He's also under investigation for leading a Ponzi scheme.
Whoa, that sounds intense. So does he have a ton of hot items?
Oh yeah, he's stolen too. In one scene, he doesn't know it, but his phone is tapped. Then the FBI comes in and busts him.
Don't tell me anymore, Lindsay. Maybe I'll see it.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, that's the key. When you share movies, we've talked about this on the show.
Spoilers, yeah.
How do you share enough to get someone to watch, but not to tell the whole point of the movie, the whole Yeah. So what did we say here, Michelle?
All right, so you said it's about this guy who's committing fraud. He has this feeling he is being watched.
Good. And then I said he's also under investigation for leading a Ponzi scheme. And a Ponzi scheme is similar to what happened with Bernie Madoff, right? The pyramid scheme concept. Yeah, not good.
Yeah. And then I said, so does he have a ton of hot items? So yeah, I don't think that I would have asked it in this way.
Yeah, I agree. Again, it just doesn't really enter kind of normal people's vocabulary. This hot word. Yeah. Right? Yeah. So we snuck that in there to make it work with the episode, but maybe for that one, guys, it's more about keeping your ears open. If you do hear it, you'll know what it means.
I agree.
Right?
I agree. And then you said, but his phone is tapped, so wiretapped, so somebody's listening in.
Yes. Michelle, there is another episode our listeners can go to. Guys, go over to a Saturday episode, a Sassy Saturday. This isn't what I ordered. How to ask for the correct order in English. Michelle, there's a whole art of ordering in English. Right?
Exactly. And maybe you want to order your meal and then you want to go watch a spy movie. And so this is a perfect combo.
Exactly. Sounds like a dream day for me.
Yeah.
Sounds great. Michelle, what's our takeaway today?
Okay, well, this is a great question from Sophia. Another great question. Yeah, so again, takeaway from today is I wouldn't go around now trying to use hot all the time in that context. But it is super good to know, and we gave you more information about what it means, where you would hear it, and also other vocabulary that you can use to talk about these types of shows and movies. A lot of fun.
Love it. Good stuff, guys. Hit the follow button if you love All Ears English and you believe in our mission of connection, not perfection. We're looking for human connection in everything we learn when it comes to English. Okay? Excellent. All right, Michelle. We'll see you in the next one. You have a good day.
You too. Bye, Lindsay.
Okay, bye-bye. Thanks for listening to All Ears English. Would you like to know your English level? Take our 2-minute quiz. Go to allearsenglish.com/fluency score. And if you believe in connection, not perfection, then hit subscribe now to make sure you don't miss anything. See you next time. This is an All Ears English podcast, episode 2442. Avoid the wall of formality with this future grammar. Welcome to the All Ears English podcast, downloaded more than 200 million times. Are you feeling stuck with your English? We'll show you how to become fearless and fluent by focusing on connection, not perfection, with your American host, Aubrey Carter, the IELTS whiz, and Lindsay McMahon, the English adventurer, coming to you from Arizona and Colorado, USA. And to get your transcripts delivered by email every week, go to allearsenglish.com/subscribe. When you ask someone about their upcoming plans, you have at least 3 tenses to choose from. Today we break down 3 grammar tenses for the future to show what they mean for your conversations and connection. Hey Aubrey, what's going on?
I am great. How are you, Lindsay?
Good. Do you have any fun plans? Doing anything fun this weekend?
Yes, I'm headed to Rocky Point, Mexico. This is one of our favorite family travel destinations, close to Phoenix, very kid-friendly. I can't wait.
Oh, that's amazing. That sounds so fun. I hope you have a great little trip. Sounds fantastic. Yeah, what are we getting into in today's episode, Aubrey?
So it's interesting you asked me that question. Are you doing anything fun this weekend? Because you're asking me about the future.
I
know. Using the
present tense. Yeah, that's kind of confusing, right?
Yeah, and we do this all the time. So we got a great question about this. I'm excited to dive into it. Do you want to read the question for us, Lindsay?
Yes, here we go. This is from Asami. Hi, Lindsay, Michelle, and Aubrey. I'm Asami from Tokyo, Japan. I just want to say a big thank you to all of you for creating such an amazing show and for answering my questions before. Well, thank you, Asami, for sending in your questions.
Yes, thank you for that. I love that.
Yes. When my questions were answered, I couldn't help but jump with excitement and tell the people around me. I love that. That's fantastic.
I have felt that way. I've sent questions into podcasts, and I'm so excited to send it to everyone I know. Yes, like,
that's great. I've never sent a question to a podcast. I should start doing it. That's so cool. Today I have another question since I couldn't find an episode about this. I'm not sure how to use the future continuous tense correctly. I heard the following sentences on your show before, and I'm not sure why they use the future continuous instead of the simple future tense. So, for example, she heard, I don't think I will be spending much time with her. We will be closing the office today. Hopefully the sun will be shining there. I would really appreciate if you guys could clarify the difference between the future tense and the future continuous tense. Love you guys. Best, Asami. Wonderful.
Such a great question. Good. Yes. I have a feeling listening to this question that all of our listeners out there are like, Yes.
Yes.
I also wondered that, or like there's a light bulb moment here. We're like, yes,
Oh, yeah.
I want to know. This is great.
Oh, absolutely. So we are all here ready for the answer, and we're not only give you the answer, but we're gonna talk about what it means for connection, which we do in all of our episodes. We bring everything back to connection, not perfection, human connection. So if you love our style, which is a little different than your average podcast, go ahead and hit the follow button right now on the show. Right, Aubrey?
Exactly, right? You don't want to miss any of these awesome episodes. Grammar, vocab, lots of strategies and tips, but all about how you can use it to connect in English.
Exactly. All right, so let's go straight to our answer for Asami and all of our other listeners. Aubrey, where do we start today?
Yeah, so we are going to share the 3 most common ways that we talk about the future: future simple and future progressive or future continuous, which Asami mentioned, and also present progressive, which we also use a lot to actually talk about the future.
Yeah.
So let's dive in first with future simple.
Okay, so usually sometimes native speakers will prefer this over the future progressive tense. Why, Aubrey?
Well, because it is more flexible and versatile. So especially if you are talking about actions that will occur at a specific time, you will be limited. You can't use the future progressive. So often, if you need a default, future simple is what you want. If you're talking about future plans, predictions, spontaneous decisions. So let's give a few examples when we would use the future simple.
Okay, we'll see what happens. Right? ...
Right, this is sort of a prediction. Like, we wouldn't say we'll be seeing what happens, right? We're using the present simple for this. It's more of a general, true statement about the future.
Or they'll meet us at the restaurant at 7. Good. Okay.
Yeah.
Straightforward.
Exactly, right? Pretty straightforward. If in doubt, usually future simple is going to be your go-to. It's more flexible than future progressive.
All right, but then moving into future progressive, we do have a lot of options, Aubrey, when it comes to the future.
We really do.
Yeah.
Yes. And we use future progressive a ton. All of those examples Asami gave, we use them for situations where an action will be ongoing at a certain point in the future. And this is often done to emphasize the duration of the action.
Okay, so for example, I don't think I'll be spending much time with her. So talking about an ongoing action or a lack of action in this case. Right?
Right. And if you think about, you could use future simple and say, I don't think I will spend much time with her. But instead we use future progressive to emphasize that that would be an ongoing action.
Or we will be closing the office today. Now, this is at an unspecified time. If it's specified, how would it change?
Yeah, so because we're not specifying the time, we're sort of talking in general about the day. We will be closing today. But if you give a time, you make it specific, that's when you need the future simple. We will close the office at 5 p.m. Now, the trick here is native speakers often will still use future